Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. After comforting Buckbeak for a while, Levin quickly rode on his back, which made the onlookers very envious of the little wizards. Buckbeak stood up. Levin skillfully grabbed its feathers, and then clamped his legs together. These are all skills he learned from Larry. Buckbeak immediately understood the meaning of Levin's movement. A pair of long wings spread out on both sides of Levin, vibrating and flying high into the sky. Although the hippogriff is not as smooth to ride as a broomstick, it is quite exciting. Buckbeak flew around Hogwarts Castle under Levin's command. They glided across the lake, over the hills, straight into the sky, and then glided longly above the clouds. One person and one eagle flew around the castle 2 or 3 times before returning to the paddock. Buckbeak landed slowly and leaned down to make it easier for Levin to get off his back. After flying around like this, Levin felt that there was an invisible tacit understanding between himself and Buckbeak. He patted its sharp beak affectionately, and Buckbeak, who flew freely in a circle, also put his head on Levin's shoulder. Feeling very happy. Sure enough, flying on a broomstick, flying after transforming yourself, and flying on a hippogriff, each has its own fun. No wonder Hagrid likes these big guys so much. Now it is completely understandable to Levin. Of course, if you really want to talk about it, among the several magical creatures Levin has ridden, including unicorns, centaurs, and eagles, Larry is the most comfortable and considerate. Speaking of which, it seems that there is another giant dragon among the magical creatures he can ride. How about changing Onyxia back to her original shape another day and flying around with her? Ministry of Magic, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Fire Dragon Research and Restriction Bureau, Ms. Presto, who was chatting with her colleagues, suddenly sneezed. Miss Presto, are you catching a cold? Let me make you a cup of hot coffee. At the same time, he immediately found the right opportunity to show his courtesy. No, I don't have a cold. The Black Dragon Princess shook her head. Maybe someone is talking about me. When Levin returned to the paddock with Buckbeak, he was greeted like an emperor by the little wizards. His feat of flying on Buckbeak was envied and admired by everyone. Even if Buckbeak was willing, not everyone had the courage to experience flying. Then, with Levin's coordination and help, most of the little wizards touched Buckbeak and fell in love with this big guy. After this get out of class, Hagrid was criticized for his mistakes in the previous class, but now he has been completely reversed. This is Levin's ability as the KOL of Hogwarts. Apart from the magical creatures class, what the young wizards at Ravenclaw are most looking forward to is the defense against the dark arts class. My doubts about the new teacher have long been overcome. The little wizards of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff have already experienced Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class. After they finished the class, they bragged about their experience against the Boggart and thought that Professor Lupin's lectures were of good quality. This was the case with Levin as a precedent, especially when Neville put on the clothes of the Boggart who was now in the form of Snape. His grandmother's clothes, this scene gave the whole lesson a comic color, making the little wizards of Ravenclaw both curious and expectant. Only Snape himself didn't think it was funny. From that day on, whenever he heard someone mention Professor Lupin's name, his eyes would flash with menace. When Levin entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, Professor Lupin had not yet arrived. It wasn't until the little wizards from Ravenclaw arrived one after another, sat down, took out their textbooks, quills, and parchment, and talked to each other that Professor Lupin was late. At this time, his face changed from the previous miserable look, and he always wore a smile from the heart. Although he was still as ragged, his complexion was much healthier than when he was on the train. It seemed that he had eaten a few good meals. Full meal. Good morning, he said. Please put your textbooks back in your bags. Today is a practical class. You only need your magic wand. Look at his robes. To be honest, all the elves in our family are better dressed than him. Malfoy and the people in the Slytherin house whispered bad things about Professor Lupin. However, what surprised the Eaglets was that Professor Lupin was unexpectedly gentle. He only glanced at Malfoy lightly without saying much. "Okay," Professor Lupin said when he saw everyone was ready, "come with me." The students looked puzzled and a little interested, and stood up one after another and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He led them through the empty corridors and around a corner, where they saw Peeves, the most mischievous ghost, coming towards them. Just when everyone thought Peeves was going to cause trouble again, unexpectedly, he turned around and walked away, which can be called an escape. The Ravenclaws looked at the ragged Professor Lupin with admiration. They all heard about Professor Lupin's treatment of Peeves. The other party only used a launching curse to accurately block Peeves' nostrils. It was also a rare scene where Peeves was pranked by others. Professor Lupin was a little surprised by Peeves' reaction, and then continued to lead the little wizards through the second corridor and stopped outside the door of the staff lounge. "Go in," Professor Lupin said, opening the door and taking a step back. The staff lounge is a long room with wooden panels on the walls and filled with old mismatched chairs. There was no teacher in the room, and the students filed into the room. "Thank you very much to the professors. They are very supportive of the defense against the dark arts class and specially vacated this lounge for me." Professor Lupin closed the door. "Okay," Professor Lupin said, motioning for the students to go to the other side of the room. There was only an old wardrobe where teachers kept replacement robes. Professor Lupin walked over and stood next to the closet. The closet suddenly shook and banged against the wall. "Don't worry," Professor Lupin said calmly when he saw several classmates jumping back in shock. "There is a boggart inside." Most students seem to think that this is what they need to worry about. With the vigorous publicity of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff little wizards, of course everyone knows that there is a boggart inside, but listening to the thrilling descriptions of the little lions and badgers, the little eagle and the little snakes will inevitably be nervous. No one wants to tell others about their weaknesses and privacy. "Oh, Professor Trailini said that I might encounter something bad this week." Padma Patil gave Professor Lupin a horrified look. Malfoy stared at the rattling cupboard door handle with trepidation. "Boggarts like dark and closed spaces," Professor Lupin said. "Closets, the space under the bed, the cupboard under the sink. Once I met one living in a grandfather clock. Now, the first question we have to ask ourselves is, what is a boggart?" Professor Lupin looked around the room at the little wizard. The Ravenclaws all looked at Levin. This made him a little dumbfounded. Most of his classmates should know the answer, but they were already used to asking themselves to answer the first question. This has almost become a Ravenclaw tradition, and they regard it as a form of respect. Professor Lupin followed their gazes and was surprised, but felt that it was reasonable. He did not expect that the outstanding student he met on the train would have such a high status in the college. "Levin, it seems only you can answer this question. The boggart is a special kind of magical creature, not the same kind as most creatures. The latest research shows that it is related to dementors and poltergeists. That is." "Yeah, Peeves, the closest thing we have ever encountered, is the product of emotional power." After Levin finished speaking, he paused and added, "Boggarts will see through people's hearts and become what they fear most, and their purpose of scaring people is to feed on human fear. This is photogenic soul monsters are very similar. And their food is happiness. That's why boggarts are considered dark magic creatures." In fact, in Levin's understanding, the magic of boggart goes beyond that. The boggart's transformation is not essentially a transformation, but an illusion. Its transformation is essentially illusory and fake. But to a certain extent, the boggart's transformation still has a certain real effect. For example, most of the things conjured by boggarts will have a minimum level of entity. For example, the moon transformed by a boggart can really transform into a werewolf. Although the dementors transformed by the boggart cannot really absorb happiness, they can still arouse people's fear to the greatest extent. In short, there is a kind of beauty of pretending to be true and turning true into false. Professor Lupin nodded in admiration. As expected of the candidate, Mr. Green is very knowledgeable and even knows a lot of cutting-edge research on boggarts. Everyone should learn from him. Ravenclaw is a lot. The young wizards of Ravenclaw have long been accustomed to the various profound and extended content Levin provides when answering questions. But smiles appeared on their faces, and they began to like the most impoverished professor in Hogwarts a little bit. At least he is neither partial nor stingy when it comes to extra points. So, the boggart in this dark cabinet doesn't have a specific shape yet, and it doesn't know what the people outside the cabinet door are afraid of. No one knows what the boggart looks like when it's alone, but as long as I put it, if you let it out, it will immediately become what each of us fears the most. Professor Lupin reminded the little wizards, and even the Slytherins listened carefully, and no one wanted to embarrass themselves in front of their classmates later. This means, Professor Lupin continued, we have a big advantage over the boggart. Have you discovered this advantage? Levin didn't raise his hand this time, but the rest of the eaglets became active. Professor Lupin looked a little surprised. It seems that Ravenclaw has changed a lot in the years since I graduated. You have begun to learn to take the initiative, instead of habitually observing from a distance, just like when I was in school. That's fine. Everyone present knew that this was the change brought about by Levin. Next, Lupin chose Morag McDougal. I think it's because there are so many of us, it has difficulty choosing and doesn't know what shape it should take. Morag expressed his thoughts. Very true. Professor Lupin said, and then added 2 points for him. When dealing with a boggart, it's best to go in a group. This confuses it. Does it turn into a headless skeleton, or does it turn into a flesh-eating slug? I saw a boggart once made this mistake. He wanted to scare 2 people at the same time, and ended up turning himself into half a slug. Not scary at all. Then he picked up his wand. The spell to repel the boggart is very simple, but it requires strong willpower. You know, what really makes the boggart completely destroyed is laughter. What you need is to force it to change. It will become an image that you think is funny. Let's practice the spell without taking the wand first. Please say with me. Funny. Funny, the whole class said together. Very good, said Professor Lupin, very good. But this is the easy part. You know, this spell alone is not enough. Who wants to try it for the 10th time? Everyone, look at me and I look at you. No one wants to be the first to expose their weaknesses. Levin sighed when he saw this and wanted to be the first to go up and give everyone a demonstration. But Professor Lupin shook his head and said, No, Mr. Green, I have no doubt that you can defeat the boggart. But I think you are more suitable as the person who finally ends it. Except Levin, no one is willing to be the first to try. Professor Lupin frowned slightly. Okay, I want you all to take a moment now to think about what you're most afraid of, and then imagine how 287 you could make it ridiculous. The classroom suddenly became quiet. In fact, Levin himself is thinking back, what is my greatest fear in this world? If I let go of hidden thoughts, what image will the boggart have? Thinking about it this way, he didn't seem to know himself that well, and he was very curious about what he was afraid of. Maybe a boggart can help him. After a while, Professor Lupin asked, Is everyone ready? Who comes first? The first person to stand up was Levin's roommate, Steve Corford. This boy is a carefree person in Ravenclaw, and naturally, he does not lack courage. Very good, Steve. Let's all step back, Professor Lupin said, and leave a space for you, okay? At that time, I will call the next classmate to come forward. Okay, everyone, step back and make room for Steve. Levin realized something and glanced at Lupin in surprise. If Professor Lupin could call him by his name, it was because of a chance encounter on the train. So, now that he can call Steve's name, he is definitely prepared. As a professor, Lupin memorized the names and appearances of the young wizards in advance. From this point of view, he was indeed a good teacher and was even their best defense against the dark arts professor so far. And this evaluation may not be outdated even if it continues for 3 years. The classmates all retreated to the wall, leaving Steve standing alone by the closet. His face was a little pale, but he did not retreat. I'm counting to 3, Steve, Professor Lupin said, pointing his wand at the closet. 2, 3, go. A burst of sparks shot from the end of Professor Lupin's wand, which hit the handle of the closet door. The closet door suddenly opened, and a green monster crawling on all 4s crawled out of the closet, stared at Steve fiercely, and made bursts of hissing sounds. like a dynamite fuse being lit. It dragged stiff movements and slowly crawled towards Steve step by step. The hissing sound became more and more rapid, as if it was about to explode at any time, and Steve seemed to be stunned by fright. The bar didn't move. "Steve, chant the curse," Kevin, another roommate, reminded loudly. After being distracted for a while, Steve took a step forward, pointed at the skeleton with a pale face, and yelled, "Funny." The next moment, the crawler suddenly sprouted a pair of cats, with cattails coming out from behind its buttocks, crawling around on the ground, as if it was frightened by its own appearance. "Good job. Next, Padma," Professor Lupin shouted. Padma Patil seemed to be inspired by Steve's courage, gritted her teeth and rushed forward from him. Snap! The mummy disappeared and a giant cobra appeared. The cobra coiled on the ground, raised its head high, exposed its fangs, stared at Padma, and mouthed a message. "Before it bites an Indian girl." Padma screamed and cast the spell. "Funny." The cobra lunged at her, stumbling and tying itself in knots before Padma fell to the ground screaming. Seeing the cobra trying to untie itself and getting more and more tangled, the students burst into laughter, and Professor Lupin shouted, "Draco Malfoy." Seeing the two classmates in front of him going so smoothly, Malfoy seemed to rush forward impatiently. As a result, a hippogriff appeared in front of him, and it raised its sharp claws towards Malfoy. "After funny." Malfoy stumbled as if he was frightened. The hippogriff was immediately beheaded by the executioner, but it seemed that Malfoy's spell was not powerful enough, and the boggart changed again. This time, it was Levin Green himself who appeared in front of them. He stared at Malfoy fiercely, as if to say, "Do you want to be turned into a toad by me again?" Everyone was immediately surprised, and their eyes wandered between the two Levins. At this moment, another hand patted Malfoy's shoulder. He turned around. Levin was standing behind him. "Am I really that scary?" the two Levins said in unison. Malfoy's face turned red, and he screamed and ran out of the door. Malfoy's farce caused a burst of laughter, and now everyone knew that the person Malfoy feared the most was Levin Green. Ravenclaw and Slytherin's little wizards continued to try, so boggart transformed into spiders, mummies, giants, and other forms. The scariest one is Terry Boot, whose boggart is a Dementor. The strangest thing is Daphne Greengrass. Her biggest fear is that her sister turns into a fox. Levin glanced at Daphne meaningfully. Other young wizards didn't know, but he knew that this was because the Greengrass family inherited the blood curse, and her sister Astoria Greengrass unfortunately became infected. Those infected by the blood curse can transform into blood curse orcs, transforming into an animal. But unlike normal Animagus, the transformation of the blood-cursed orc is irreversible. As the curse deepens, the infected person will eventually turn into an animal forever. That is indeed a very terrible fate. Finally, Professor Lupin shouted, "Levin, come up and kill it." All the little wizards looked at Levin with great anticipation. They all want to know what Levin, who seems so good, omniscient, and omnipotent, is afraid of. Levin nodded and stepped forward. With a pop sound, the boggart turned into a bloody eyeball, and then turned into a bomb, a spider, and a corpse. Next, the boggart twisted faster and faster, spinning on the ground in the middle of the classroom. But Levin remained unmoved, as if he was not affected by the boggart. Everyone looked at Professor Lupin, hoping that he could explain the situation at hand. Lupin was also quite impressed. "Actually, I didn't tell you another way to deal with boggarts, which is occlumency. This is a complex and profound magic that can seal the brain to resist magical invasion and influence, so the boggart cannot read Mr. Green's inner fear. Obviously, your Levin has superb occlumency skills. Of course, what Levin uses is not occlumency, but whether it is thought concealment or thought barrier, it can show similar effects." All the little wizards looked at Levin with admiration. He once again demonstrated his omnipotence. "Levin, you are indeed the most talented student I have ever seen." Lupin also looked at Levin and advised, "But why not try to see what you are afraid of? The best way to eliminate fear is to face your fear." Listening to his serious words, Levin almost thought his next sentence was, "Persistence is victory. Come on, Ollie." But what Professor Lupin said made sense. He was also very curious about the object of his fear. Besides, everyone has exposed their own weaknesses. Wouldn't it be bad if he was the only one hiding it? After thinking again and again, Levin lifted the thought barrier he had maintained. The next moment, the ever-changing boggart before his eyes was instantly finalized. The little wizards discovered that a huge three-dimensional picture frame appeared in front of them. All the little wizards of Muggle origin recognized it as a TV. The TV showed a rough picture with snowflakes, and inside the picture was a well. A pale ghost hand suddenly appeared on the edge of the dry well. Soon, a female ghost with disheveled white clothes and black hair climbed out of the well and crawled all the way towards the camera, getting closer and closer. Then, she actually penetrated the screen and crawled out directly from the TV. Her black hair fell directly to the ground. Levin met her eyes, and the eyes hidden under the black hair stared straight at Levin with endless malice and resentment. Cluck, cluck, cluck. There was a sound like bubbles bursting in the female ghost's throat, which looked very strange. Many students screamed outright. It is true that this female ghost is so evil that those who are targeted by her will feel sweat on their foreheads and chills on their spines. Levin also remembered this nightmare. In other words, it was a nightmare from his childhood in his previous life. The guy in front of him was none other than the famous female ghost, the protagonist in The Ring, Sadako. The real Midnight Ring was released in 1998. No one of the little wizards present recognized her image, but they were all frightened by him. This female ghost has the evil power that most female ghosts have, but what really establishes her reputation are two unprecedented abilities. One is the Curse of Een that can be spread through videotapes. Anyone who has seen the videotape will be attracted by her. Keep an eye on. The second is the scene in front of me. Sadako can crawl out of the screen of electronic products. This new type of female ghost, which combines traditional female ghosts with modern electronic products, has swept the world, and of course the world's horror film market, as soon as it appeared. Levin has no doubt that if Sadako was real, it would undoubtedly sweep the world in a physical sense. Levin is not afraid of horror movies, but Sadako is undoubtedly an exception, because it was the only horror movie he watched as a child. In the world of Harry Potter, Levin has never been frightened by the ghosts of Hogwarts, even the Bloody Barrow, whom students are most afraid of. The other ghosts seemed quite cute in Levin's eyes, especially Helena, the ghost from his own college. Not only was she beautiful, but she also personally offered her mother Rowena Ravenclaw's hands, which was a great tribute to the whole family. But now when he suddenly looks back at Sadako, Levin still has lingering fears. But soon, he thought of a way to deal with the other party. "I'm just worried about teaching bad children." "Funny," Levin shouted. Sadako suddenly found that her V** began to swell, as if she had been blown up. The originally skinny girl turned into a sexy, mature beauty, but because the model was too large, her whole body was stuck in the mouth of the TV screen, and she was stuck in the TV screen for a long time. If he doesn't come out, he can only cry loudly. From a scary female ghost to a sexy and cute girl in an instant, the little wizards were stunned, especially the little wizards. Lupin was still quick and shoved the TV into the closet and closed the door. Great spells and imagination. Professor Lupin looked at Levin with complicated eyes, but it would be better if you could imagine some less adult scenes. However, the little wizards have spontaneously expressed their attitudes. The little witches all have red faces and dare not look at Levin. And the little wizards clapped, screamed, and cheered wildly, as if Levin was their big hero. Even the little snakes of Slytherin were no exception. Sure enough, people always unite when doing color. So, in this pleasant atmosphere, Professor Lupin ended the defense against the dark arts class hastily. The homework was a 7-inch paper about boggarts. Until the end of Get Out of Class, the little wizards were still discussing Levin's method of dealing with boggarts with great interest, considering it as one of the most practical spellcasting techniques invented by Levin. "I believe that from now on, The little wizards at Hogwarts will have a different way of thinking when facing boggarts. As for Levin, he did not continue to participate in this discussion. Instead, after class, he hurriedly found a corner to perform the mansion technique and returned to the tower hidden in the demi-plane. The reason why he ran so fast was because he gained extremely unexpected benefits in this section of black magic defense. Now he can't wait to find a place to study it. In the underground laboratory, Levin examined his harvest. You have witnessed the magical creature boggart, witnessed its ever-changing changes and ability to turn reality into reality, and realized that the essence of the illusion school is the constant conversion between reality and illusion. You have understood the illusion school specialization. Since you have comprehended the specializations of all schools, you have begun to integrate the knowledge of all schools. As your understanding of magic continues to deepen, you will inevitably touch the limits of your arcane power. You have comprehended the knowledge of each major school. The relationship of unity and opposition. You obtain the advanced profession Arcane Master, your Arcane Master level +2. Aoyuanshi professional abilities. LV1, Arcane Magic Specialization. LV2, Junior School Ability. LV3, Prefers Super Magic X2. LV4, Attribute Points +2. LV5, Intermediate School Ability. LV6, Proficient in Creation. LV7, Prefers Super Magic X2. LV8, Attribute Points +2. LV9, Advanced School Ability. LV10, True Arcana. When your total Arcane Caster career level reaches LV21, or your Arcane Master level reaches LV10, you will unlock the Arcane Master's legendary career level. Arcane Magic Specialization integrates the specializations of all schools. After upgrading, you will learn the basic spell factories of all schools. Elementary School Ability. Due to your study of arcane magic, you understand the unique techniques of each school. Protection. You gain extra proficiency in dispel spells and counterspell spells, making it easier for you to dispel other people's spells. Conjuration. Any creature you summon gains extra life. Divination. Spells cast by you that require continuous concentration will still work without concentration. Charm Control System. Your charm spell success rate will not be reduced because of your additional hostile behavior, and the creatures that are charmed by you will not be more likely to break free of the charm because of your hostile behavior. Evocation. The spells you cast can automatically bypass friendly enemies. Illusion. The authenticity of your illusion magic is enhanced, making it more difficult to see through. Undead. The undead creatures you summon are more difficult to restrain and disperse. Change System. Your alchemy ability is greatly improved. Universal System. You get a chance to summon a magic pet. This magic pet may come from any world, but it is definitely the most suitable magic companion for you. Levin had no idea that he would actually collect the last Illusion School specialization in this ordinary defense against the dark arts class, let alone that he would be able to create such a heaven-defying advancement after collecting all the school specializations, profession. Looking at the career tree of the Arcane Master, it is only level 2 that gives Levin a series of school abilities. Each ability is a specialty when taken separately. It is completely in line with his vision of both comprehensive development and comprehensive development. In terms of advanced professions alone, this so-called Arcane Master is definitely much stronger than Jaina's valuable heaven. He felt like his strength had almost doubled. Now he felt that he could completely suppress Snape and could even fight the complete Voldemort for a few times without losing. This can be regarded as officially entering the ranks of powerful people in the magic world. But the top priority is to try the general ability in elementary school ability. Looking back, since he became a wizard, he has never contracted a magic pet. The picture shows Sadakawako. A familiar is a contracted creature that every mage can own. For arcane spellcasters, there are few better investments of time and money in a familiar. A familiar is the mage's lifelong partner, guard, spy, and servant. It is also the most trusted confidant and best friend of every spellcaster. All magic pets can help their owners perform some useful tasks, such as holding small objects, peeking in corners, eavesdropping, and keeping vigil when the caster is sleeping. More importantly, magic pets will also create a magical link with their owners, thus growing with the owner. The most basic magic pets are ordinary creatures, such as cats, owls, toads, etc. In fact, the tradition of wizards keeping pets in the Harry Potter world stems from the instinct to pursue magic pets and wizards and their pets. Also, there is indeed some special tacit understanding. It's a pity that the wizards in this world have not developed a way to truly connect with their familiars. In addition to ordinary animals, some powerful spellcasters will also choose some small magical creatures as familiars. Typical examples include goblins, little devils, 583 little devils, magic bats, and even tube foxes and fairy dragons. Spellcasters have racked their brains in order to obtain the strongest magic pet as possible, and some even developed a way to use young dragons as familiars. In fact, Levin has always been able to choose a familiar, which can not only help him in life and magic research, but also can be used as a pet. But like those senior spellcasters, he really doesn't like ordinary creatures as magic pets. Among the magical creatures in Harry Potter's life, there are not many useful familiars. If you think about it carefully, there are quite a few magical creatures in this world that are suitable for becoming familiars. Although elves, devils, and fairies are smart, they have no special abilities. Xianyao, Maozizi, and Xiuxiu are special enough, but they don't help him use magic at all. As for the velvet, this thing should be a pet for wizard children. Now that he finally had a way to find a magic pet from Otherworld, Wei immediately became excited. Then let's see what is the most suitable demon pet for me. Levin started to use the magic pet summoning technique he had just learned. In fact, after careful study, he discovered that the magic pet summoned by this spell was not completely random. He can add some additional casting materials to adjust the direction of the summoning spell. For example, if he wants a fiend as a familiar, he can add some sulfur to the casting materials. If he wants a more holy familiar, feathers in the form of a feathered serpent would be a good choice. Levin's choice was to add a little onyxia's blood. He wanted to try to see if he could summon a young dragon to be a magic pet, but if it didn't work, a fairy dragon would do the trick. As the magic power gathered, a whirlpool-like portal opened in front of him. Levin can feel that what is connected to the other end of this portal is not a stable space, but boundless chaos and endless plains. This is his first time. No, strictly speaking, it is his second time to experience the power of time and space that connects the heavens and the world. This couldn't help but bring back memories of his time traveling. Soon, Levin felt that the spell was cast successfully and the portal disappeared. But there was nothing in front of the portal. Question mark. Is this conveying loneliness? Wrong. According to Levin's connection with the portal when he cast the spell, he did feel that a certain being was sent from the other end of the portal. It could only be that due to some unknown interference, there was an error in the transmission, and his magic pet was sent to other coordinates. Why did something go wrong at this time? Levin feels a little guilty. But he was even more fortunate that he had chosen to learn new powers in the demiplane tower just to be on the safe side. With this demiplane, no matter how far the coordinates deviate, they will not go beyond the demiplane. The space in the demiplane is limited, so you are not afraid of the familiar level. So Levin immediately left the basement and started searching in the demiplane. He first followed the river that circled the demiplane, then searched everywhere in the forest and asked Larry to help him search. Finally found all the way under the oak tree. Then I heard a young voice commenting on his demiplane. This is indeed a pretty good place. At least this tree is very nice, but other places are too boring. A stone house, an ordinary in the woods, it would be great if there was a fountain full of jam, or maybe a chocolate tree planted. Then when everyone passes by, they can break off a branch and eat it. Who's talking? Levin was surprised. After he gained psychic powers, few people could appear behind him before being discovered by him. It's me. A small purple dragon with iridescent wings emerged from behind Levin. It is obvious that she likes chocolate trees very much. Such a cute little dragon has been following you. You haven't noticed it, right? After seeing this little guy, Levin immediately understood where the familiar he summoned had gone. Wouldn't this be delivered to your door? Okay, cute little dragon. If you have been following me, why are you not talking until now? The other party was obviously a child, so Levin also spoke to her in a childlike tone. Maybe I'm a little shy? After all, we don't know each other, and I also want to look around and get used to it. Everything in Otherworld is weird, and everything is too serious. This half the plane is particularly weird. Xiaolong commented without any scruples. Levin is not surprised at all by this. The other party is not a human being, so he will naturally have a different perspective. 0. So you don't like me here? Levin asked. It's not that I don't like it. I can have a lot of fun here, but I prefer my home in Elysium. Xiaolong frowned funnily. But since I came here at your request, this is my home. We will make this place more interesting together, right? Looking at the little guy's expectant eyes, Levin nodded and then said, if we are going to be companions, the first thing we should do is exchange names. My name is Levin Green. What's your name, Xiaolong? Xiaolong tilted his head and replied obediently, my name is Iwu, because I am still young. The longer our family lives, the longer the name will be. Otherwise, it would be really funny. Imagine that you just grew up from an egg. You were hatched not long ago, and you're still only a 5-year-old baby, but everyone calls you Reborn or Ersuliak or something like that. Xiaolong snorted. Levin guessed she was laughing. Unexpectedly, there is a setting that the older you are, the longer your name is. This is the first time Levin has heard of it. But the little guy turns out to be only 5 years old. For a long-lived creature like a dragon, this is indeed a very young age. Then where are you from? Levin continued. Where did I come from? What does this sentence mean? I flew all the way here. Iwu seemed to have misunderstood Levin's meaning and explained seriously, well, actually I didn't rely on myself when I crossed the longest river, but I flew the next way by myself. 7. After that, she flew to Levin excitedly. You have always wanted to have a dragon of your own, right? Who doesn't want to have a dragon as a partner? Levin estimates that the longest river, she calls 5.9, is the chaotic gap between planes. Of course, it is impossible for her to leap to such a place by herself, or... Levin couldn't imagine any creature that could physically travel directly across the worlds. However, Levin's answer to Iwu's question is, of course, if anyone says he doesn't want a dragon, there must be something wrong with his mind. He, Levin Green, has been a senior dragon cancer since his last life. I knew it. Iwu immediately became happy after hearing this. I have never doubted it. If you hate dragons, I won't want to be friends with you. But even if you hate dragons, I will make you change your mind. You little dragon is indeed very confident. But she does have confidence. Levin already has a general understanding of her identity. Judging from her appearance and her hometown, Elysium, this little guy is actually a carnival baby dragon. The picture shows Iwu. Carnival dragon, also known as catastrophe dragon. Different from traditional 5-color dragons, metal dragons, and other dragons that live in the main material plane. Carnival dragons are planar dragons, that is, dragons native to the outer plane. These dragons usually have characteristics similar to those of their homeland, and are born with an ability called plane assimilation. Being able to transform the nearby environment and transform this area into an extension of their home plane, placed in the moon world, this is a special, inherent enchantment. The so-called outer plane is an auxiliary plane that is attached to the main plane, but has unique characteristics. The world of gods, heaven, hell, purgatory, etc. in mythology all belong to the outer plane, if they really exist. The carnival dragon is a plane dragon that belongs to the bliss realm. The so-called Elysium corresponds to the origin of the famous name Alicia, which means eternal paradise. It is the embodiment of the beautiful side of nature. It is full of wild and idealized natural beauty. It is full of greenery, wild and unconstrained by law. In the myth of Blue Star, there are usually gods like Artemis, Aphrodite, and the Muses in the Greek pantheon, as well as Ishtar in the Babylonian pantheon, as well as various fairies, a paradise where nymphs, tree demons, and other creatures would like to live. 05. The carnival dragon born here is full of this cheerful and free temperament. As a natural elf, it is not surprising that it was able to briefly escape Levin's detection in a demi-lane with a strong natural atmosphere. This giant dragon has insect-like wings, colorful colors ripple on its scales, and its whip-like tail seems to be dancing gently in the invisible breeze, looking elegant and beautiful. Adult carnival dragons are born with beautiful singing voices and superb acting skills. They are all happy artists. They have the ability to freely change their bodies, and they also have certain psychic abilities that can infect everyone around them with happy emotions. As giant dragons, they have two types of breath: sonic breath that acts on the body and has powerful power, and chaotic breath that acts on the mind and confuses people's thinking. At the same time, they themselves will also be immune to sonic attacks. In addition to their natural abilities, carnival dragons, as dragons, are also natural spellcasters, able to cast a series of arcane magic and natural spells. This is why the best familiar for Levin is a carnival whelp. First of all, she is a dragon. Secondly, as a dragon, it is a natural arcane caster. Then, as a plain dragon in paradise, it possesses the power of nature. Finally, as a dragon whose name is Carnival, it has the psychic ability to infect others. Dragon plus arcane magic plus power of nature plus power of mind. Doesn't it correspond to the dragon's blood in the ritual and Levin's 3 major part-time jobs? However, most of the above has nothing to do with Iwu. Today's little Iwu is only 5 years old, still a baby. How can you ask a baby to be as invincible as a real Zelone? But there is no doubt that she has great potential. Seeing Iwu, who was as big as a cat, lying in front of him, looking at him expectantly, Levin took the initiative and said, "Since you are my dragon, let us sign a contract." "Okay. I've been waiting for your words." The little carnival dragon waggled its tail and came up to Levin, trying to stick its head out towards him. Levin put his hand on the top of Xiaolong's head. With a flash of inspiration, Levin felt that there was some kind of connection between himself and the little guy in front of him. Their magic, their power, and their destiny are linked together. Then he saw that the little dragon in front of him suddenly became much larger, from the size of a cat to the length of a horse. Levin felt strange. He had never heard that carnival dragon had this ability. Little Iwu was very excited. "Look, I've gotten bigger. I'm more beautiful, right? And since I can carry you on my back, my dragon friends in paradise will definitely be jealous of me." So, his familiar only existed for 1 second and then turned into a mount? Regarding Levin's doubts, Xiao Iwu replied, "Dragons generally grow up with age, but I grow up as your strength becomes stronger. So don't be fooled by my appearance. Don't forget I'm still a child. Even though I'm big, covered in scales, and can freely use plain magic, I'm still just a child." Iwu constantly emphasizes her identity as a child, as if she can get more favor from her master in this way. And Levin finally understood what was going on. Under the familiar contract, Levin shared magic power with Iwu, so her ability level was forcibly synchronized with Levin's, growing directly from a young dragon to an adult dragon. However, because Carnivalosaurus itself is a small dragon, it appears to be about the same size as a horse. But that's not her true power. If the contract expires, she will return to her original size. The little dragon happily ran around with her adult body and even took the initiative to let Levin ride on her for more than a dozen times. But soon she got tired of it, transformed back into her baby dragon form, and flew onto Levin's shoulder. In response, she plausibly said, "Because I am a baby, so you should hold me." He is really a little troublemaker that makes people laugh and cry. However, as a familiar, the little guy did provide Levin with a lot of help. The familiar has the ability of spell transmission, and Levin can cast his own spells through the familiar. There is also a life link between the familiar and the master, which allows the two to share vitality. This point doesn't make much sense to ordinary magic pets, but it doesn't mean anything to lovebirds. Even if the adult carnival dragon is smaller than her fellow dragons, in terms of vitality, she is much stronger than the human Levin. Therefore, the existence of life link directly increases Levin's vitality from a human to a human plus a dragon level. With such a huge vitality, Levin doubted that he could even eat Voldemort's avatar alive. In addition, both parties to the magic pet contract have sensory enjoyment, power supply. For 100, not only can Iwu share the master's magic, but Levin, as the master, can also share Iwu's abilities. As long as necessary, Levin can enhance his arcane magic, natural power, and psychic powers with the help of Iwu. This is exactly why Iwu is the most suitable demon pet for him. There are not many demon pets with these three powers at the same time. When Levin showed up at the Ravenclaw lounge with Iwu, it quickly caused a sensation. Within a day, all the eaglets knew that Levin had a talking dragon. To be honest, even in a magical world where there are all kinds of strange creatures, a talking pet is still a bit shocking. If it weren't for Levin's surge in strength, he wouldn't have dared to bring Xiaolong out so openly. But now he can guarantee that no one can take Xiaolong away from him. In this case, why did he wrong Xiaolong and leave her alone at home? It is human nature to love freedom. He traveled thousands of miles across the world to come to you and become your magic pet. He is so kind to you. As long as you have the ability, you shouldn't wrong her in other places, right? After the little dragon Iwu appeared in the lounge, he was loved by the eaglets immediately. Whether wizard or witch. Witches love her cute appearance and lively and playful personality. As for the wizards, oh, just the fact that she is a dragon is enough to win the hearts of all of them. Therefore, every time Levin showed up with Iwu, a large number of people would gather around him, wanting to take a look at Iwu with confidence. Their enthusiasm almost frightened Xiaolong. Iwu looked around timidly. It's so scary here. How about we take these delicious things and change to a less scary place? Looking at the blocked dormitory door and the expectant eyes in front of him, Levin understood that if he didn't do something, he might not be able to get out, so he looked at Xiaolong. They just want to touch you, love. Woo, they just think you are too cute. But Xiaolong was still a little hesitant. So Levin took out his trump card and took out a butter cookie from his pocket. I have a sweet and delicious cookie here. Only the most obedient children can eat it. Who wants this cookie? When Xiaolong heard this, he immediately jumped up and stretched out his paw towards Levin. Me. I want cookies. Levin, can you give me a cookie? Please, 33. I can give you cookies, but you have to greet everyone properly. As he said that, he handed over the biscuits. Iwu bit the biscuit with his teeth and closed his eyes in excitement. Then she opened her eyes suddenly. Hello everyone, I am Levin's pet, Iwu, as you can see. I'm just a little dragon, I'm still growing up. So everyone can only touch it once, otherwise I won't grow up, is that okay? The little guy's milky voice and sweet words almost made everyone cute. Who else would not agree? So the little Ravenclaw just ate biscuits obediently in Levin's arms, while the Ravenclaws took turns coming to Levin to feel the little guy's delicate and cold dragon scales. It was also from this day on. The little wizards know how to please Iwu. Soon, Iwu became the dominant player in Ravenclaw Lounge. As long as Levin is in the lounge or when he goes to class, he can see Iwu flying around in the lounge. No one wants to take care of her, even if they are occasionally affected by her nonsense. Professor Flitwick also likes Iwu very much. After Xiaolong appeared, his frequency of patrolling the Ravenclaw lounge increased significantly, and he would chat with Iwu for a short while each time. Soon, Levin no longer needed to prepare food for Ravenclaw, because every time the little guy would encounter a bunch of Ravenclaw girls feeding him, anyway, with the stomach of Ravenclaw, no matter how much sweets he eats, it would not be unhealthy. Therefore, Xiaolong would come back every day with a lot of snacks to share with Levin. A week later, Xiaolong was still healthy, but Levin himself was almost indirectly obese. The fact that Levin raised a little dragon is naturally not limited to Ravenclaw. Whether it is Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin, they all express envy and hatred. Especially Draco Malfoy. Since the last defense against the dark arts class, the news that Malfoy was afraid of Levin had completely spread, causing him great loss of face. His attitude towards Levin is both fearful and disgusting. It is clear that he will forget the nightmare last year, and he is about to break through the psychological shadow caused by Levin. As a result, In the defense against the dark arts class, Levin's kiss made a deeper impression on him and brought him back to the tragic experience. The fact that Levin owned a talking dragon pushed his jealousy to the top. Who is Malfoy? He really likes dragons. Even his name, Draco, means Draco. In the first semester, he even gave up reporting Harry just to see Hagrid's Nobel Prize. In order to have Norbert, he even wanted to reach a reconciliation with Harry. Therefore, Malfoy decided to report Ewan. Of course, he would not dare to provoke the other party face to face. Just in time, the news that Levin was afraid of female ghosts also disappeared. So Malfoy and his followers would often make scary moves like a female ghost when others mentioned Levin, in order to mock Levin. At first, Levin didn't care much about this matter. But as time went by, Malfoy's expression became really annoying. Levin is determined to teach him a lesson. Among the Elysium spells shared by Iwu, there is a spell called dream casting that allows the subject to have a dream designed by the spellcaster after falling into sleep. But with reasonable adjustments, dreams can turn into nightmares. So, every day when dining in the cafeteria, Levin would deliberately walk slowly past the Slytherin table. Just happened to hear Malfoy slander him. Seeing the scene, Zhang Qiu found it difficult to understand. Levin, do you really like Malfoy and the others to ridicule you so much? Of course not, I'm not that generous. Levin couldn't help but snorted. Malfoy has been having a hard time lately, Luna said suddenly, staring at Malfoy on the Slytherin table. That's right, that's all my fault, Iwu. Xiaolong also popped up. Among the little wizards in Ravenclaw, Luna is the one who plays best with her. According to her, Luna is one of the most interesting people, only slightly less interesting than Levin. Her quirky fantasies are really attractive. What did you do? Zhang Qiu raised his eyebrows and asked AI in a low voice. Nothing, just weaving a sweet dream about Sadako. Levin smiled slightly. And I became invisible and gave the dream to that guy. Xiaolong said proudly. Sadako? Who is that? Zhang Qiu wrinkled his nose and said aggrievedly, the new Japanese girl you met? Levin repeatedly waved his hands to deny her suspicions. Hasn't Malfoy been saying that I am afraid of female ghosts? Sadako is the name of that female ghost. She is a ghost with flowing black hair and dressed in white. There are very few people who know her. Not afraid of her words. Floating black hair, dressed in white? Zhang Qiu looked at his hair, then at his white skirt, feeling even more aggrieved. Are you so afraid of me? No, I didn't mean that. You misunderstood. Sadako is really just a female ghost. Levin waved his hands repeatedly and hurriedly told the other party Sadako's story. After listening to the synopsis of the movie, Zhang Qiu nodded in agreement. You are right, Zhao Lihao. If I dream about this female ghost, I will also be very scared. It seems that Malfoy is going to be unlucky. When Levin passed the Slytherin table again the next day, Malfoy was no longer in the mood to say bad things. At this time, his condition was quite poor. His platinum blonde hair changed from its usual meticulousness and looked messy. His eyes were severely congested and filled with bloodshot eyes. The eye sockets were dark, and he immediately changed to rest. After finishing lunch without any appetite, he left the auditorium with Goyle and Crabbe. Seeing this, Levin whispered a few words to Zhang Qiu. The girl quickly rearranged her clothes and hair, and then quietly left the auditorium. At the corner of the corridor, a distracted Malfoy met a woman with black hair and white clothes. He suddenly screamed, pushed Goyle and Crabbe away, and ran away without a trace, leaving a long line of people on the ground. Long water stains. Behind him, Levin came out of nowhere and laughed together with Zhang Qiu, who was wearing Sadako's imitation makeup. After getting a little love, Levin's campus life seems to be more enjoyable. The little guy always brings him all kinds of fun. But there's just one thing. Levin never brings Iwu to any class except magical creatures. He knew very well that Xiao Iwu was the kind of person who would respond to whatever the teacher said. Whenever he brings Iwu with him, he will be kicked out of the classroom, even if the professors regard him as an outstanding student. In addition to Hagrid's Magical Beasts class, Levin also chose 3 other electives this semester: alchemy, arithmetic, and ancient runes. The most difficult one to learn was ancient runes. Except for Levin, none of his roommates chose this course. He could only come to class with Hermione. Since there were too few people taking this course, unexpectedly 4 young wizards from the academy took the course together. But even so, when they entered the classroom, they found that there were still very few people inside. By coincidence, Malfoy also chose this subject. When Levin saw him, he still had dark circles and bloodshot eyes. Soon, the professor of ancient runes, Besida Barbling, entered the classroom. She was a woman who looked to be in her 30s, wearing glasses, wearing a simple and clean blue robe, and a bookish look. Interest. When she saw Levin, her eyes lit up and she said happily, "I'm honored that Mr. Levin Green can take my elective class. With your level, you can't actually learn anything in ordinary classes." Something. Facing Professor Babbling's compliment, Levin showed a gentle smile. "No, even I need to study in class 680. "Oh, haha, it's really an honor for you to say that. I don't think I can teach you anything." Professor Babbling laughed happily when Levin said this. "If there are any shortcomings, I hope you can enlighten me. Oh, by the way, a master like you doesn't need to complete the homework prepared for mediocre people. I will give you a no directly in the final exam." What Levin said to the professor made the little wizards in the class open their mouths in surprise. Especially Malfoy and several of his Slytherin companions began to pretend to vomit as if they had eaten something disgusting. This is really too disgusting. It's simply differential treatment. But soon, the little wizards saw even more discriminatory treatment. Throughout the class, Professor Babooling led the students to read, recite, and copy several ancient runes. While they were working hard, Levin was sitting at the table, reading an unknown book with great interest. Professor Babooling ignored his indifferent behavior. Everyone cast envious glances at Levin. Even under the most eccentric Snape, Malfoy had never seen such a situation. This is no longer the relationship between professors and students. Professor Besida Barbling obviously regards Levin as an equal peer, or even a senior with a higher status. When the first class was almost over, Professor Babbling began to assign homework to the little wizards. That is the task of translating ancient runes. The young wizards have to translate the correct meaning from these ancient runes that are complicated, difficult to pronounce, and full of polysemy. She herself stepped forward and asked Levin about ancient runes. "Professor Babbling, I really want to find out why Green doesn't have to complete these exercises." Malfoy couldn't stand this kind of differential treatment, so he stood up and spoke out everyone's thoughts sharply. The difference in treatment is so great. They're working so hard to translate here, and their heads are about to explode. But he was sitting comfortably next to him, reading books slowly, and the professor was waiting on him personally. He even had the time to set up a table for tea. Professor Babooling was also very annoyed when questioned by students. "As a professor, I naturally have my own rules. In my class, the only rule is ability. Whoever can reach the specified level will not have to attend lectures. No need to do homework." As she spoke, she tore off a piece of paper, scrawled something in runes on the paper, and slapped it in front of Malfoy. "As long as any of you can translate this passage correctly, I will give him the same treatment as Mr. Green." When Malfoy saw this, he immediately looked at it carefully. Many young wizards also came forward, wanting to try their luck. But this complicated ancient rune made them dizzy. Even if they recognized a character or two, they couldn't understand what was written on it. "Mr. Malfoy, please tell me the meaning of the above paragraph, can you? If you can enjoy the same treatment." Professor Babbling pursued the victory, forcing Malfoy to retreat again and again, and then looked around. Anyone can do it. I keep my word." Malfoy read the note over and over several times, and his face turned red from holding back the last one. With his level, he may not be able to complete this task in a whole semester. So, why didn't we see Green completing this task? Malfoy thought for a long time and finally caught a loophole. Because this is just the simplest use of runes. Professor Babbling said while taking out a book, As long as you learn this, a simple introduction to ancient runes, you can also complete the translation. But if you want to really put ancient runes into use, the content of this book is only the simplest foundation, and you need to learn more knowledge. But as far as I know, Mr. Levin Green can actually use ancient runes as early as first grade. Really? I don't believe it. Malfoy thought this was too exaggerated. This was ancient runes. No matter how talented Levin was, there was no way he could learn this in the first grade. You have no evidence at all. Of course I have the evidence, that is, he can already modify or even create spells in the first grade. Professor Babbling took out her wand. I remember there is a spell called Dancing Lights. She waved her wand, and a ball of light emitted from the tip of the wand, flying around the classroom like a firefly. I have been famous for Mr. Green's self-created spell for a long time. I am grateful to him for teaching me this spell just now. It is indeed very simple and effective. In fact, the magic spells we know are essentially a combination of ancient runes, but they have been continuously modified and simplified during the development process, giving up variability while increasing ease of use. And finally became now it's easy to use the finished magic spell. This is like writing software. Ancient runes are libraries similar to C++ and Java. Although they are very complicated, they have many interfaces and are easy to combine and modify. But a spell composed purely of ancient runes is a program written on the basis of a large number of libraries in C++ and Java. It can be used, but the size of a single program is too large because it comes with convenient modifications, but many of them are not useful in actual applications. Function on. And if you want to turn a spell composed of runes into a spell that is convenient for practical use, you need to go through a lot of deletion processes, removing all redundant parts for modification, leaving only the necessary ingredients. This is basically equivalent to converting a computer software into an embedded one. One of the two requires Intel's most advanced CPU to run, and the other needs to run on the crappiest microcontroller. Finally, it is used on the crappiest platforms such as pinhole cameras and remote controls. The requirements for program simplification and optimization are different. If a wizard just learns how to use spells, there is no need to come into contact with ancient runes, but if he wants to create his own spells, then ancient runes are essential. Professor Babuling's words made everyone agree and nod in agreement. According to her, Levin is indeed a master of ancient runes. In the past few years, they have indeed often seen Levin and Levin's friends using some magic spells that they have never heard of or seen before. For example, the Dancing Lights technique, just now, and the anti-evil magic circle, used by Levin to repel the Dementors on the train. Malfoy remembered another spell called Activating Rope, which reminded him of the embarrassing memory. Together with 6 other senior Slytherins, he was tied to the ground by Hermione, a little witch with activated rope. It's true that I feel the same way. Finally, the professor concluded. Everyone has just come into contact with ancient runes, so don't be too ambitious. I dare say that this is the most complex and difficult subject among all elective courses, but it is also the most useful after learning it, and it is the subject with the highest upper limit. You should focus all your attention now on learning how to translate runes, rather than questioning other people. Actually, Mr. Green's level is completely sufficient to hold the position of Professor of Ancient Runes. If he agrees, I would be willing to study under him. After listening to the professor's words, Malfoy suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. He found Levin Green to be his nemesis. Every time he thought he found a flaw in the opponent, he always ended up shooting himself in the foot. For the first time, the other little wizards understood how big the level gap between them and Levin really was. Next to Levin, Hermione looked at him with even more admiration. Malfoy was slapped in the face one after another, and his own condition was getting worse and worse because of the nightmare. Someone saw Malfoy coming to Professor Snape to get the tranquilizer. It seemed that Miss Sadako in the nightmare did a good job. In contrast, Hagrid, who was tricked by him before, is now in a better state. After Levin's class, his reputation underwent a huge reversal. At least that's the case in the other 3 houses besides Slytherin. Therefore, he continued his efforts and prepared more actively for each lesson on the protection of magical creatures, eager to gain further recognition and love from the little wizards. When it comes to course selection, Hagrid finally learned to strictly adhere to Levin's criteria. He posted a table with the danger levels of magical creatures in his hut. He had never cared about this in the past. After all, most magical creatures were not as dangerous as him, a half-blood giant himself, and then only selected from the first 3 rows. Contents of the next lesson. So after the fairies, the little wizards also learned about the moon-crazy beast, the ball-escape bird, the cat-knife, and the sniff show. These magical creatures are either cute or interesting, and without exception, they are not aggressive, so they are unanimously welcomed by the teachers. Of course, Levin wouldn't tell anyone how hard he tried to convince Hagrid to drop the teachings on Flobbers, caterpillars, and Horclap. Even Iwu dislikes these 2 creatures. If he really did that, care of magical creatures would definitely change its reputation and become the most boring course at Hogwarts. As the course progressed, Hagrid began to become more and more confident, and his status in the minds of the little wizards also increased day by day. He was no longer the silly hybrid giant in the past, but a wild man who loved nature, was interesting and reliable. Levin even began to hear that some little witches thought Hagrid was pretty good and worth a try. He didn't know what kind of strong taste it was. Besides, Slytherin, the only one who didn't like him that much, didn't cause too much trouble in Hagrid's class. People in Slytherin said that Draco Malfoy had already told his father Lucius Malfoy about his injury. But at least so far, the Ministry of Magic has not received his complaint. At least that's what Onyxia, who works at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, says. By the way, Onyxia also knew about Iwu's existence. She wrote 6 or 7 letters to Levin, hoping that Levin could bring Iwu back to meet her during the holidays. She couldn't wait to see him. Kindred from other worlds. But Levin doesn't think Iwu will like her. In fact, Iwu, who comes from Elysium, doesn't like anyone who is too evil. It just so happens that Onyxia has done a lot of bad things in the past. Time soon entered the cold October. Levin also started to get busy. The Quidditch season is approaching, so apart from daily study life, Kaiwin should not conduct Quidditch training. Last year, due to the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, the Academy cancelled several Quidditch games, and the Quidditch Cup was naturally abandoned, although everyone knew that with last year's results, Ravenclaw could win any normal game. First. But compared to being the real number 1, the uncrowned king always feels less proud. Roger Davis vowed to make up for this regret this semester. Levin also agreed with his idea, because this semester was also Cyrilla's last semester at Hogwarts, and Levin naturally couldn't let her leave any regrets before graduation. So the Ravenclaw team started training with the confidence of victory, training 3 times a week. As winter continues to come, the weather is getting colder and colder, and there is more and more rain. But mud, wind, and rain couldn't dampen the Ravenclaw team's hopes of finally winning the Quidditch Cup. Another evening, after the training, Levin and Ciri returned to the Ravenclaw common room together, Iwu trotting behind them. Although she was confused at first as to why Levin was chasing the ball on a broomstick instead of riding her, because she thought she was much more interesting than the broomstick, she soon became Levin's little fan and would be interested in every training session. Vigorous from beginning to end. The training on the rainy day was very awkward. The rain, mud, and sweat mixed together, making the whole person look wet and dirty, but Levin didn't mind it. It was very refreshing to stretch out his body through Quidditch occasionally. After he finished washing himself and Iwu, he came out refreshed and found that the common room was buzzing and lively. What happened? He caught Zhangqiu, who was in high spirits and gossiping, and the girl happily explained to him. Soon we can go to Hogsmeade to spend the weekend. She said with eyes wide and a smile on her face, I look forward to this day every semester. Are you going to some interesting place? Iwu became excited when he heard this. Okay. Take me with you. Take me with you. Of course I will take Iwu with me. Levin patted Xiaolong's head and then looked at Zhangqiu. What day is the body protection time? The girl pointed to the text on the bulletin board and said, End of October. Halloween. This bulletin board is newly installed. Then she looked at Levin expectantly. Should we go shopping together then? Just the two of us. Maybe bring Iwu, and we can go to Honeydukes and buy Zhangyin calendars. Hearing this proposal, Levin couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Well, I'm happy to agree to it, but it seems that there are a lot of friends who need my company, so... 11. 0. Please give me flowers. Oh, that's it. Zhang Qiu lowered his head, feeling a little disappointed. This makes Levin feel a little guilty. He is not the kind of person who takes being licked for granted. So he thought for a while and then said, however, if I find time, it's not impossible to go shopping alone for a while. Then it's a deal. The girl immediately became excited again and clapped her hands with him to show her agreement. Well, it's a deal. In fact, it's not just Levin who is discussing this matter. The most interesting discussion was among the third-grade wizards. This was their first time participating in this kind of activity, and no one wanted to miss this outing. The little wizards of Ravenlaw have sent permission forms home to collect their parents' signatures. For those like Levin and Cyrilla who do not have parents who can sign, the professor has to be responsible. 0. Professor Flitwick has already prepared them for them. However, the night before Hogsmeade Day, something unexpected happened. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective lounges as usual. Levin was preparing to wash up and rest when he suddenly heard Professor Flitwick's voice echoing in the common room, so he had to put on his pajamas and hurry to the common room to gather. Professor Flitwick didn't tell everyone the reason and just brought everyone to the auditorium. When they arrived, the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students were already there, their house lounges relatively close. The latest is Slytherin. But until everyone arrived, they still didn't understand what was going on. But someone noticed on the way that the Dementors over Hogwarts started flying around again. Until Professor Dumbledore entered the auditorium and said to the students, Hogwarts has been invaded. The faculty and I will conduct a thorough search of the castle. For your own safety, I think you may have to stay here overnight. I ask the prefects to stand guard at the entrance of the auditorium, and the heads of the boys' and girls' student unions to stay in the auditorium and be responsible for management. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. Professor Dumbledore paused for a moment and was about to leave the auditorium, then said, Oh, by the way, you will need. With a random wave of his wand, the long tables flew to the edge of the auditorium and stood against the wall. With another wave, the ground was covered with hundreds of purple sleeping bags. Sleep well, said Professor Dumbledore, closing the door behind him as he went out. The auditorium immediately filled with excited buzzing voices, and Gryffindor students were busy telling other students what had just happened. Levin probably understood what was going on. Apparently, Sirius Black invaded Hogwarts in advance. At this time, all the candles in the auditorium have been extinguished, and the enchanted ceiling looks like the sky outside, dotted with many stars. Under the ceiling, only the silver ghosts gave off a little light. In this critical moment, they changed from their usual unreliable appearance and performed their duties very well. Relying on their ability to pass through walls, they went to any hidden corner to look for traces of Blake. They floated around. They were talking seriously with professors and prefects, obviously sharing information. Sleeping in groups is indeed a novel thing for Levin. Looking at the outcrop-like ceiling and listening to the whispers still ringing in the auditorium, Levin felt as if he was camping outdoors. Do you think Black is still in the castle? To Levin's left, Hermione whispered. Ravenclaw's and Gryffindor's bunks were next to each other, and Hermione deliberately chose the bunk closest to Levin. Probably not. I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to stay at a crime scene after committing a crime, especially when Dumbledore is here. 557. On the other side of Levin, Zhang Qiu replied casually. She obviously felt that the professors were a little weird. Then how did he sneak in quietly? After a while, Cyrilla's voice sounded from the direction above her head. There are obviously so many Dementors at the entrance of the school. It must be disapparation, Harry said, but immediately earned Hermione's disdain. If you have read Hogwarts, a history, you will know that there is no way to apparate in Hogwarts. Harry's face turned red, and he had forgotten all about it. Maybe taking a secret passage? George and Fred said that there are many secret passages in Hogwarts. Ronald opened his mouth and sold his twin brother. Maybe he flew in? Maybe he also had a little dragon that flew him into the castle. Although he didn't know anything, the lovebird also expressed his opinion. Oh no, Iwu, Black can't have a little dragon. In fact, I am the only one who has a little dragon that can take me flying into the castle. Iwu is unique. When explained while touching Iwu's head. Really? Really? Is Iwu really unique? Being commented like this, Iwu was very excited. Can the unique Iwu eat one more cookie? But it's bedtime. Okay, I can only have one. Levin couldn't help but love Wu's coquettishness and fed him another small piece of cookie. Then he saw the girls around him looking at him. What are you guys looking at? Okay, I've convinced you. Why are you all becoming as childish as Iwu? Are you not afraid of getting fat if you eat this at night? Levin muttered and reluctantly distributed a few cookies to the girls around him. Harry, Ronald, and several nearby junior teachers all got their hands on it. This bed chat is already developing into a tea party. Everyone was talking about possible ways to sneak into Hogwarts. Some said he came in with makeup, and some said he drank polyjuice potion. The answers vary. Everyone, it's bedtime. Percy's warning voice sounded not far away. I want every one of you to get into your sleeping bags and stop talking. Look, the majesty of the head boy. The president of the male student union is head_boy, literally translated as boy brain, George said sarcastically. Compared to head_boy, I think humongous_big head is more in line with his image. Fred added jealously. Their statement elicited a burst of sneers. With a thought in his mind, Levin patted Iwu. The little dragon immediately understood and entered the invisible state excitedly. He jumped 3 times and came to Percy Weasley in the distance. Using the dragon as a medium, Levin quietly cast a spell. When Percy patrolled again, the twins were surprised to find that the head boy badge on Percy's chest had really changed into humongous_big head. Their laughter suddenly rang out in the auditorium. What's going on? Who's laughing? Percy still wanted to maintain order. But after their reminders, more and more little wizards saw the Percy Big Head badge, so the laughter changed from a duet to a symphony, and the order could no longer be maintained. Under Levin's quilt, Iwu was so excited about the successful joke that he swung his tail and whispered, "This is Iwu's prank. Iwu is the most powerful little dragon." At this moment, the door of the auditorium opened, and Professor Flitwick walked in with 2 pale boys, his 2 roommates, Steve Cornford and Kevin Entwistle. What happened to them? He asked with some concern. Seeing that the visitor was Levin, Flitwick explained directly. They had been in the library before and didn't hear the notice. They came back a step late, but they knew they were attacked by Dementors who were searching in the corridor. Not all the routes into the auditorium on the first floor are indoors, but also include outdoor routes. The 2 people had a numb and desperate look on their faces, obviously having had a lot of happiness sucked away from them. Levin handed over 2 cookies. Ever since he raised Iwu, he always had a lot of these in his pocket. Flitwick arranged for the 2 of them to find a bunk to lie down on, and then frantically looked for Madame Pomfrey everywhere. Seeing the 2 of them still depressed after eating the cookies, Levin had a thought in his mind. Yes, if you want to make people happy immediately, who can be better than Carnival Dragon? Iwu. He turned around and said to Xiaolong, who was looking at the 2 of them curiously, I need you to play some role and use your power to make them happy, okay? So, is it time for Iwu to sing? Iwu likes to sing the most. Xiaolong was happy to help. Then, Xiaolong's clear and melodious humming sound resounded throughout the auditorium. La la la, upright arrow la, la downright arrow la, la la la, upright arrow la, la downright arrow la, la la, la, la downright arrow la la, la, la la, upright arrow la, la downright arrow la, la upright arrow la downright arrow la upright arrow la downright arrow. La dash BGM refers to the tune of Linero's Dream. In fact, Lon Nara's world is very close to the setting of Elysium. Along with the singing, the power of the carnival dragon, Carnival, was emitted, and Steve and Kevin suddenly felt an uncontrollable joy suddenly arise in their already numb hearts, and the happy days of the past seemed to be right in front of them. The influence caused by the Dementors was suppressed, and the expressions of the two people became visibly vivid. Sure enough, the power of the carnival dragon is completely the Dementor's nemesis. When Madame Pomfrey hurriedly followed Professor Flitwick to find this place, Steve and Kevin could already joke loudly with their companions. When they knew that all this was done by Iwu, they were all very happy. Madame Pomfrey touched the little dragon's head movedly and praised her for her ability and like a hero. Yes, yes, Iwu is the most capable little dragon, just like the real heroes. Because we are the real heroes. After that, he danced a little happily. Of course, Iwu's magical tunes don't come without a price. In the entire auditorium, it was not just Steve and Kevin who had listened to her singing. The other little wizards were also so excited that they had been high for most of the night before they could fall asleep. Anyway, this special night passed just like that. But the impact of Blake's attack was only beginning. Attached is Iwu's panel. Surname 0.7 First name, Iwu. Race, Carnival Dragon, Adult Dragon. The prototype is a young dragon. Level, LV16 Carnival Dragon, LV4 Carnival Dragon. Strength, 27, 13 Agility, 14, 10 Constitution, 21, 13 Intelligence, 20, 14 Perception, 19, 14 Charisma, 22, 15. Abilities, Advanced Magic Resistance, Shape-shifting, Lightning Reflexes, Chaos Breath, Sonic Breath, Performer, Feast of Joy, Protective Sound, Dragon Power, Plane Assimilation. Abilities of Familiars, Spell Transfer, Life Link, Sense Sharing, Spell Sharing, Ability Sharing. Spells, equivalent to LV7 Spellcaster, Charmcaster. Level 0, Mage's Hand, Water Creation, Light, Detect Magic, Increase Resistance, Switch. Level 1, Detect Evil, Divine Favor, Entropic Light Shield, Grease, Hidden Mist, Wild Power. Level 2, Treatment of Moderate Injuries, Assistance, Sonic Blast, Stabilization of Injuries, Constant. Level 3, Dispel Magic, Remove Curse, Wind Wall, Stone Shaping. Level 4, Charm Monsters, Free Movement, Rhetoric, Any Door. Black's invasion really put Hogwarts into trouble, and the trouble caused by the Dementors made the situation even worse. If it weren't for the presence of love, perhaps the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore would have received a few more howling letters. Fortunately, in the next few days, the professors no longer let students sleep in the auditorium. But instead, the prefects tightened their control over everyone and imposed stricter prohibitions. All young wizards are not allowed to enter or leave the castle at will without permission. They will be escorted by prefects every time they go to class. As for Gryffindors, the fat lady's vandalized portrait has been taken down from the wall and replaced by a portrait of Ser Cadogan and his fat gray pony. The Gryffindors thought this was terrible because Ser Cadogan spent half his time asking people to duel him. The rest of the time was spent figuring out ridiculously complicated passwords, which he would change at least twice a day. Neville was the biggest victim of this incident. He couldn't remember the passwords that were changed so frequently. Fortunately, the trip to Hogsmeade the next day was not cancelled, but simply postponed, so many people breathed a sigh of relief. The two most popular topics among the little wizards are Iwu's singing and how Sirius entered the castle. Therefore, for at least a week, 0511 did not dare to take Xiaolong out of the Ravenclaw common room. Because every time she appeared in the corridor, the little wizard would invite her to sing. And every time Iwu couldn't help teasing her and wanted to sing, so Guowen had to cover her mouth. Are you kidding me? Can I sing the Carnival Dragon song casually? As soon as her voice opens, the entire corridor will burst into laughter. As for Sirius Black, the theories about how he broke into the castle are getting increasingly bizarre, with Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott even speculating that Black would have transformed into a flowering bush. But no one guessed that Sirius was an illegal Animagus. Professor Remus John Lupin knew, but he had not told anyone else. The darkest speculation comes from Professor Snape, who believes that Black was able to invade because there was an insider in Hogwarts, and the insider was undoubtedly Remus John Lupin. Dumbledore naturally would not doubt the staff without reason, which made Snape very uncomfortable. He carried this sentiment into defense against the dark arts class the next day. When they discovered that the person who appeared in the defense against the dark arts classroom was their potions Professor Severus Snape, all the Ravenclaws were shocked, but the Slytherins were happy. Your Professor Lupin was too ill to teach today, so he invited me to teach as a substitute. When he said this, Snape grinned and looked very proud. Professor Lupin didn't leave any records about what your class learned, so can anyone tell me what you learned? After saying that, he scanned the whole place with dangerous eyes. Under this situation, all the little wizards in Ravenclaw turned their attention to Levin. The boy had no choice but to raise his hand. He was usually admired by others, but now he had to stand up. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes. Very well, Levin. Please tell me what you have in your empty heads. Mr. Snape, we have already learned Boggart, Red Hat, Card, and Grindylow. We are now preparing to challenge magical creatures with higher ratings from the Ministry of Magic. Levin replied quietly. Based on this calculation, Professor Lupin was the only defense against the dark arts professor who actually taught anything since he entered Hogwarts. But obviously Snape didn't think so. It seems that you are easy to satisfy. Lupin has almost no high demands on you. I think first-year students should be able to deal with Red Hats and Grindy. Today we are going to discuss Dash. The little wizards watched curiously as he flipped through the textbook until he reached the last chapter. Werewolf, Snape finally said. Now, everyone, turn the books to page 394. He glanced at the shocked class again. All of you. No. Although everyone did not understand why Professor Snape did this, many people guessed that this must be due to the personal grudge between Professor Snape and Professor Lupin. In front of the menacing Professor Snape, the little wizards could only remain obedient. Can any of you tell me how to tell the difference between a werewolf and a real wolf? No one made any sound in the class after that. Everyone sat and took notes about werewolves from the textbook, while Snape walked back and forth between the desks, checking the work they had completed during Professor Lupin's teaching. The bell finally rang, but Professor Snape didn't let them leave. Each of you write a paper and give it to me. The content is about how to identify and kill werewolves. This topic should be written on 2 pieces of parchment and handed in on Monday morning. Someone should be in charge of this class. After the boring defense against the dark arts class, it's the even more boring Halloween Eve. On this day in the past, Hogwarts had long been decorated with lights and was filled with a joyful atmosphere, but Black's invasion and the Dementors' troubles made everyone unhappy. This semester's Halloween dinner has become the most boring one. There are no Christmas decorations, no performances, just Dumbledore's dry safety speech. Only the delicious food on the table can soothe the hearts of the little wizards. When he returned to the lounge, Levin found that the entire lounge was immersed in an uneasy atmosphere. Blake's invasion and the rampant Dementors are already very disturbing. At this juncture, Lupin, the defense against the dark arts professor who represents self-protection and fighting against danger, actually took a leave of absence. For the little wizards, this is undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Professor Lupin expelled the Dementors on the train. I obviously want to ask him for advice on the Patronus Charm. Kevin said worriedly, why would he ask for leave under such circumstances? I dare say that Professor Snape will never teach us this. Steve agreed with him. He just wants to find trouble with Professor Lupin. But Professor Lupin was not the only one who expelled the Dementors on the train. Zhang Qiu couldn't help but point out Levin was also involved. In addition, there were our senior sisters Cirilla and Penelo. You can ask them for advice. Yes! Steve's eyes lit up as he thought of his experience in the second half of last year. He looked at the boy next to him. Levin, we all depend on you. 967, what do you want to say? Levin asked doubtfully. You see, the Dementors have now entered the campus, ready to take advantage of the opportunity to hunt down Blake and attack innocent people like us. Kevin and I are the victims. Steve said loudly, and his words attracted many young wizards in the common room. They all looked over and felt the same way as Steve's words. And Steve looked at Levin eagerly, his eyes full of pleading. I think that when everyone is threatened by Dementors and the defense against the dark arts professor cannot provide help, it is necessary for us to find another way to learn the Patronus Charm. And you're the best teacher, Levin. Can you teach us? Steve is right, Kevin added beside him. Everyone, think about it. In the last few months of last semester, we all listened to Levin's defense against the dark arts class, even though he was our classmate, but his lectures are no worse than those of professors. Yes, totally agree. Levin, teach us. Please help us. We want to take your class like we did last semester. Thinking of the Dementors hanging high above the academy, the young wizards began to plead. Levin nodded after thinking about the little wizard's request. The defense against the dark arts class last semester was taught, but this section or two is still missing. In addition, and more importantly, Black and Dementors are the current source of anxiety for the young wizards at Hogwarts. Whoever can solve this anxiety for them will gain a lot of goodwill and favor. Study groups established under such circumstances are likely to develop into small groups. For example, the small circle that Voldemort established at school when he was still Riddle later developed into Death Eaters. And the Dumbledore army that Harry will establish in the future also has the tendency to become a small Order of the Phoenix. Of course, his current conditions are much better than those of Dumbledore's army in the future. At least you don't need to hide your head and tail and worry about the venue. Since you all want to learn the Patronus Charm, then I will go to Professor Flitwick to apply for an empty classroom to practice the spell. Levin said. His words triggered enthusiastic cheers from the eaglets, and the roof of the lounge was about to be blown off. Just do it. Early the next morning, Levin found Professor Flitwick. After hearing Levin's intention, Professor Flitwick was of course supportive. As the Dean of Ravenclaw, he is happy to see students so motivated. I will go and apply for your study group with Dumbledore. Until then, the Charms classroom can be open to you at your leisure. Although Professor Flitwick is not the principal, he still has the right to arrange his own classroom. Thank you on behalf of my classmates, Professor. Levin said and invited, if the professor is free, you're welcome to come to our study group for guidance at any time. Of course, I will go. Professor Flitwick agreed kindly, and he couldn't be more satisfied with this protege. During lunchtime that day, when Levin took his seat, he found that the little Ravenclaw wizards around him were looking at him with burning eyes. What did Professor Flitwick say, Levin? Steve asked impatiently. When he asked this question, the entire Ravenclaw table was extremely quiet. Not only Ravenclaw's third grade, but also many senior and junior wizards were looking forward to Levin's answer. They heard that Levin was going to start a group to learn the Patronus Charm, and they all wanted to join it. When Levin nodded, the cheers of the eagles resounded throughout the auditorium, shocking other colleges to poke their heads in to find out what happened to Ravenclaw. After lunch, Levin found Penelo and Cyrilla. Both are in 7th grade, and usually, they stay together. Sheely and Senior Penelo, my study group needs your help. Levin got straight to the point. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Ciri never said anything to him. On the other hand, Penelo looked at him with some reproach. Why do you call me Senior Penelo? This is too alienating. I can't help you if you're like this. Facing the senior sister's teasing, Levin could only smile bitterly. Okay, Penelo, you are the president of our female student union and have rich organizational experience. I need your help in managing the training staff. It is an honor for me to be able to participate in establishing the most popular Patronus Charm study group. Penelo did not continue to decline. And you, Ciri? Levin looked at the Witcher. I hope you can serve as a demonstration assistant in class. Shirley nodded and took the job. Great. Seeing that they all agreed, Levin clapped his hands happily. In that case, some important work can be arranged. Currently, our group still lacks a teaching aid for practicing spells. Maybe after everyone learns the Patronus Charm, I can personally capture a Dementor to contact. But that is an advanced teaching aid. As an introductory teaching tool, I need a boggart. I remember that Professor Lupin's one has not been eliminated yet. I need someone to go to him and borrow the boggart. So, we have a job to do right after we take office? Penelo was dumbfounded by Levin. Are you just waiting here for your feelings? However, Cyrilla had no unnecessary complaints and just looked at her female companion. You go or I go. I'd better go. Seeing that his best friend was so stubborn, Penelo had no choice but to agree. I am the female student president, and I have to deal with professors more. It should be easier for him to agree if I go. She felt like she was being eaten to death by Levin and Cyrilla. Levin's style of throwing, no, hands, good, palming, leading, cabinets, guiding, is beginning to show. That afternoon, Penelo found Professor Lupin. Although she didn't understand why the professor looked so weak, she borrowed the boggart easily. Professor Lupin had always been easy to talk to. Now that the classrooms and teaching aids have been arranged, Levin made an announcement about tonight's training camp before dinner. At this time, another role of Penelo comes into play. As the female student president, she has the obligation to supervise the little wizard to and from get out of class and return to the lounge in time during this emergency period. But on the other hand, as long as she is here to watch, Levin's study group can stay in class until very late, and no one will bother them anymore. While having dinner, the little wizards of Ravenclaw talked happily about the evening training, and everyone was looking forward to it. At the end of dinner time, almost half of the Ravenclaws gathered in the Charms classroom, making the place seem a bit crowded. The Charms classroom has long been arranged as a training ground. At the back of the classroom, there is an old magic cabinet with a simple shape. The sharp-eyed Xiaoying recognized that it was the one in the staff lounge. The boggart inside felt the popularity outside and suddenly became excited. G the cabinet with a bang. The first one to appear was not Levin, but Penelo Cravat. The girl showed off the momentum of the female student council president, walked up to the central stage with her long legs, and used loud voice on her throat. Everyone present, look here. She took the lead and attracted the attention of everyone present. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, and only her voice could be heard. I'm Penelo Cravat, your head girl, and it's great to see so many Ravenclaws here. First of all, I want to reiterate the original intention of establishing this study group. We all know that because of Sirius's escape from prison, the Ministry of Magic sent Dementors to garrison the school's enclosure for our protection. However, the actual situation is exactly the opposite. As early as the first day of school, many young wizards were harmed by Dementors. On Halloween, 2 of our companions were attacked by Dementors. Obviously, the Ministry of Magic not completely in control of their evil minions. On the podium, Penelo bitterly satirized the incompetence of the Ministry of Magic, while the Ravenclaws turned their attention to Steve and Kevin beside the podium. They were the best living advertisements for the study group, and everyone sympathized with their experiences. In this case, none of us can guarantee when they will rush into the campus and cause us harm again. Therefore, after obtaining Professor Flitwick's permission, we decided to conduct a training camp every Saturday night to learn Patron Saint Spell Factory. Penelo's speech was clear and coherent, and he addressed the concerns of the little wizards. The audience burst into applause. Levin even noticed that even Luna, who usually didn't care about anything, started clapping her hands, obviously interested. When the applause began to thin out, Penelo continued. Fortunately, we have a talented student in Ravenclaw, Levin Green. Although he is only a third-year student, he has more experience in fighting magical creatures than anyone else. He is the first wizard in history to kill a chimera and survive. He killed the basilisk with 2 other companions last semester, and during the summer vacation, he participated in 2 more the dragon-slaying operation organized by the Ministry of Magic, Wang Nuheo. And he is also very successful in dealing with Dementors. On the Hogwarts train, he led us to successfully resist dozens of hungry Dementors. Therefore, you, as his classmate, we invited him to be our teacher. The applause from the audience was even more intense, and the opportunity was more than 10 times that of last time. Finally, it is naturally time to stack armor. The study group adheres to the principle of voluntariness. The young wizards participating now are all of their own free will. In the future, the review process may be increased to recruit new people. But everyone can withdraw freely. During the teaching period of the study group, there may be some dangerous situations. At the same time, for the needs of teaching, the study group will assign certain tasks according to the needs and carry out certain rewards and punishments. The leader of the group, Mr. Levin Green, has the authority to deal with those who disobey the arrangements. Members have the right to expel, and all group members also retain the right to withdraw freely. If you can abide by the above principles, please raise your hands. As long as you all agree, this study group will be officially established. As soon as she finished speaking, all the hands in the audience were raised. No one hesitated, even the 7th grade wizard who was about to graduate. Levin's long-standing prestige and series of achievements have created everyone's trust in him. After Penelo finished speaking ill of him, it was finally the right person's turn to take the stage. Thank you for your favor and choosing me to be the teacher of the study group. This is a great honor for me. Levin was very humble when he started to speak and won a round of applause. Since everyone trusts me so much, I will naturally live up to everyone's expectations. In the study group, I will try my best to teach everyone the spells to deal with Dementors. Of course, there may be other knowledge if everyone needs it. In short, I hope everyone can gain something from the study group, and Dementors will no longer be a threat to us. There was another burst of applause and cheers. What Levin said was exactly what they wanted to do. When the applause stopped, Levin continued, "Of course, a single tree cannot make a forest. If you want to maintain a study group, I cannot do it by myself. Because I want to introduce to you my assistant. First of all, it is our female student president, Miss Penelo Cravat. I am honored that she can take time out of her busy study and work to help me establish this study group. In the process of establishing the group, she really provided a lot of help. In the following study, she will be responsible for the organizational tasks of the group, such as signing in, publishing notices, organizing activities, etc. If anyone wants to take leave, join, or leave the study group, remember to come to her." Following Levin's words, Penelo stood to the left of Levin. She looked serious and had a leadership style that was not angry or authoritative. Seeing that everyone in 337 understood Penelo's work, Gwyn continued to introduce it. "Secondly, I want to introduce my most important teaching assistant, Miss Cyrilla Leanne. Everyone knows that Cyrilla and I are the best partners on the Quidditch field, but what everyone doesn't know is that she is also my best comrade. Every time I fight magical creatures, she is always by my side. I can always trust her with my back. Therefore, in terms of magic level, you can trust her as much as you trust me. In future courses, she will not only serve as my demonstration assistant, but will also be responsible for helping me guide everyone's specific spellcasting techniques." Cyrilla walked onto the stage from the crowd, stood to the right of Levin, and gave a burst of cheers. As Ravenclaw's Quidditch star and recognized as the most beautiful girl, she is still very popular. The third assistant may be a little special, but I dare say that most of you will like her. She is my most important magic pet, Iwu. As soon as Levin finished speaking, Xiaolong couldn't wait to rush to Levin's shoulders from behind, spreading her beautiful wings in a showy manner. In future studies, Iwu will be responsible for medical work. After all, the original purpose of our study group was to fight against Dementors. If we want to quickly learn the Confundus Charm, we have to use some special teaching aids, and during this process, someone will inevitably be affected by the Dementors. At that time, we will need Iwu's power, her healing ability. I believe everyone saw it the night before yesterday. The audience roared with applause again. In Ravenclaw, almost everyone doesn't like Ravenclaw. This became more and more a fact after Iwu successfully rescued Steve and Kevin. In this way, Levin introduced the top-level structure of the entire study group. Among them, the most important position belongs to Penelo. It can be said that Levin basically delegated the most important work of the team to her. It seems that the power of life and death in the entire study group is in her hands. Of course, there is a saying. In Levin's view, the work of organizing personnel is the easiest to offend people. In this case, if Levin does this kind of work himself, it will reduce his prestige. It is better to leave the affairs to others and become a shining leader himself. As for the possibility that Penelo might use this power to oust Levin, at least to influence Levin's decision-making, it is impossible to happen. Essentially, this study group is founded on two foundations. One is the little wizard's fear of Dementors. The second is Levin himself, or rather, his prestige. So wherever Levin is, that's where the study group is. If Levin is absent, the study group will be disbanded on the spot. In this case, Levin does not need to sacrifice more important prestige for the so-called actual control. Therefore, it is a better choice to outsource important work and become a boss leader, with no hands, good hands, leader, and cabinet, guide. Finally, Levin said, because our AFT study time is limited and we only have one teaching aide, our training opportunities are quite precious, and I hope every student will cherish them. Because of this, before the venue and equipment are further improved, we will collect the quota and will not accept registrations from other colleges for the time being. As soon as these words came out, Levin could see that the expressions of the little wizards below changed. His method of deliberately shaping the other and rejecting the other gives the little wizards the illusion of being chosen. They suddenly felt a strong sense of pride. You're right, Levin, we won't let them join. We have Levin. Let them be envious. At this moment, this study group seemed to be no longer a study meeting, but a party club. Levin also seems to be no longer the teacher of the group, but the leader of the club. But among the little wizards present, almost no one could detect Levin's intention. Except for Penelo, Levin could feel that the other person was obviously surprised just now, and the eyes he looked at him became more and more complicated. After finally waiting for the cheers to pass, Levin arranged for several assistants to get off the stage and officially started the lecture. Before we start practicing, in order to take care of the younger students, I think we need to know something about Dementors and the Patronus Charm. So, can anyone introduce the Dementors to you? Levin looked down at the students under the podium and asked like a real professor. The first person to raise her hand was Zhang Qiu. Naturally, she had to work hard to support Levin's course. Levin nodded at her. The girl immediately stood up and said, Dementors are dark creatures, considered the ugliest things in the world. When a Dementor approaches, all good feelings and all happy memories will be sucked away from you. So that can lead to feelings of depression and hopelessness. Well said, Zhang Qiu, Levin nodded, but I'm sorry. Just like last semester, I still don't have the authority to give you extra points. His ridicule caused a burst of laughter, and Zhang Qiu sat down happily. Levin continued, but it doesn't matter. As a private reward, I will give you a homemade cookie after class. Aiwu likes them. So, does anyone have anything to add? Unexpectedly, the second person to raise her hand was the crazy girl Luna. You know, she would hardly do this in the professor's classes. After Levin, Luna said a long paragraph like a hymn. In addition to sucking away positive emotions, there is one and the most poisonous force. The kiss of the Dementor. They can suck out the soul of this person. The victim is left with nothing more than an empty shell, no longer conscious, unable to recover, and worse than death. Thank you, Miss Lovegood, for making it very clear. Levin smiled and thanked her for her explanation. So, now that everyone understands the dangers of Dementors and how they can cause harm to humans, we can talk about the spell to expel Dementors. Next, Levin began to explain the principles of the Patronus Charm. As Zhang Qiu and Luna said just now, Dementors represent negative emotions and power, and bring despair to people by sucking happiness. And if we want to fight against this negative power, we need positive emotions. This is the origin of the power of Patron Saint Curse. In fact, the essence of the Patronus is the power of positive and happy emotions. It is the external manifestation of the things that Dementors rely on for survival, hope, happiness, and the desire to survive, but it cannot feel it like a real person. It's desperate, so the Dementors can't do anything to it. Therefore, before casting the Patronus Charm, we must focus on recalling the happiest memory we can think of. The stronger the pleasure brought by the memory, the stronger the effect of the spell, and use the wand to draw a circle to accumulate energy for the spell. Power. After that, you need to recite the spell, calling the guardian. The guardian will emerge from the tip of the wand and run towards the target. Then, Levin pulled out his wand. There is no better way to talk than to give it a try. Next, I will personally demonstrate the Patronus Charm to everyone. Then, calling God to guard. The next moment, silver light poured out from the tip of the wand and gathered together to form a complete image, much more complete than the first time he used this spell on the train. But its image is not the feathered serpent of that time, but a dragon, an adult carnival dragon, exactly like Iwu as an adult. Look, have you seen it? Look, that dragon is just like me. Seeing the carnival dragon formed by white light, Iwu jumped up with excitement. Levin could feel that with just one thought, he could transform the patron saint back into the form of a feathered serpent, but its first image was still that of the carnival dragon. This seemed to have been decided after the contract between one person and one dragon was made. Levin did not change, but controlled the carnival dragon guardian saint to circle around the classroom, triggering bursts of exclamations. As the patron saint approaches, everyone feels a burst of warmth and joy. Finally, the patron saint ran to Iwu, gave Xiaolong a gentle kiss on his forehead, and then disappeared. This is the full effect of the Patronus Charm. Levin explained, but I don't expect everyone to do like me in the first class. This is not realistic because the Patronus Charm is a very advanced magic, far beyond the level of ordinary wizards. In fact, many skilled wizards have not been able to master the Patronus Charm, so don't be discouraged even if you fail to learn this spell for the time being. After listening to Levin's warning, the little wizards below had bright eyes and seemed to be more interested. The smart Ravenclaws were not to be outdone in this regard, and they looked at the boy on the moss attentively. Regarding their self-confidence, or in other words, overestimation of their abilities, Levin was not impressed and continued to add, then, as I said before, everyone can think about the happiest things before practicing. Since there is no we need to face the Dementors, and we have enough time to do this. The little wizards in the study group are all racking their brains to search for their happiest moments in their memories. This kind of thing is much simpler for Levin, who has psychic powers, a psychic of SLV7. He is already very good. Good at controlling one's own mind and tapping into one's own memory. Seeing that most people were eager to give it a try, Levin nodded. Have you all focused your thoughts on the happy memories? Next, read with me. Call the gods to protect you. Calling God _ No, guard. Sorry. Call the gods for protection. Call the gods for protection. Suddenly, some young wizards discovered that something, which looked like a wisp of silver gas, was spurting out from the tip of their wand. Well done, there's something happening. Levin walked off the podium and praised the little wizard who caused this phenomenon. This is what the initial success of the Patronus Charm looks like. Levin's affirmation made the little wizards look very excited. Very good, Levin said with a smile, so let's try it with a Dementor, are you ready? Although it's not a real thing, the shapeless Patronus Charm is enough. Now, let's start free practice. If you don't understand, you can ask the teaching assistant. Students who feel they are ready can line up and come to me for practical exercises. Pay attention to order. Cirilla immediately stood up to perform her duties, and Penelo also stood up to help her. Levin himself walked to the closet. There were already many little wizards lining up in front of him. Most of them were upperclassmen, but Levin was surprised to find Luna among them. This also caused the other little wizards to whisper, "Isn't this the crazy girl? She is so overestimating her abilities. She is only in her second year." Not all wizards are named Levin Green. Even after being educated by Levin before, there are still some little wizards who don't like Luna, but they don't dare to do it openly, and it can no longer reach the level of school bullying. It was difficult for an upright official to take care of household affairs. Levin didn't say anything, he just gave Luna an encouraging smile, and then Miao Xiyuan pointed at the cupboard door. The cabinet door opened silently, the old TV appeared again, and Sadako climbed out of it horribly. The appearance of Sadako startled the wizards who saw her for the first time, until Levin activated thought concealment to isolate his own thoughts and just miss the appearance of the Dementor. The next moment, Boggett was immediately misled. Pa, with a sound, it turned into a Dementor. Its hooded face turned toward Levin, and a glowing, scabbed, rotting hand grasped its cloak. The lights around the classroom flickered and went out, until Levin's daylight technique brought light again. The Dementor came out of the box, preparing to make Levin approach. But Levin misled it again. Under the influence of command technique, the Dementor's will was distorted, targeting the little wizard in front of him. Although Boggart's transformation is an illusion, it also has the power to turn the imaginary into reality, and it is quite a bit like the magic of the illusion system, shadow evocation. Such Dementors can certainly arouse a little fear in the little wizard. Several senior wizards failed almost immediately. Facing the Dementors, they couldn't recall any happy memories at all, and naturally they couldn't even summon a silver-white mist. There is always a difference between actual combat and practice. They could only obediently receive a piece of chocolate from the table next to them, and then team up to receive spiritual healing from Iguan. As another 7th-year wizard was so frightened that he couldn't hold his wand firmly, he withdrew from the queue in dejection. It's finally Luna's turn next. Facing the terrifying Dementors, Luna's always dazed expression became serious, and the hand holding the wand trembled slightly. As the Dementor floated towards her under Levin's control, Luna recited the spell. Call the gods to protect you. Failed to use for the first time. 0. Please give me flowers. She shouted one after another, calling God for protection. Calling God. The Dementors were approaching her quickly, and were about to arrive in front of her. But Luna stood there stupidly, lowering her head slightly, her disheveled light blonde hair blocking her face, making her expression unclear. Levin was about to declare her defeat and control the Dementors to leave temporarily. The top of Luna's wand changed, and dry silvery white gas emerged, even brighter than other successful little wizards before. The gas gradually dissipated not long after it left the wand. But it was this force that made the Dementor take a few steps back. But he was also irritated by this and rushed towards Luna's face. Then, like a puppet, it turned around obediently and put itself back in the closet, waiting for the next challenger. Levin quickly stepped forward and supported Luna with his hands to prevent her from losing strength and falling. After the contact, he discovered that Luna's robe was soaked with cold sweat. As the young wizard who had the closest contact with the Dementors, she could no longer practice. So, Levin helped the girl and brought her to the corner where Iwu was. 0. As Iwu's ditty played, the girl gradually returned to her usual self, at least on the surface. Levin didn't notice that while he was taking care of Luna, Cyrilla, Zhang Qiu, and Penelo all looked at him with meaningful eyes. Well, maybe we should call it a night, Levin announced, returning to the podium. This spell is still a bit too difficult. Even if Iwu is here, I shouldn't let you face the Dementors directly now. Levin said with some self-blame, at least I should wait. You can successfully cast the complete Patron Saint and then start actual combat training. It's okay, Levin, I was just shocked, don't worry about it. The Dementors won't give us time to prepare, will they? I still feel that actual practice can help me improve more. Am I the only one who thinks the female ghost named Sadako is scarier than the Dementors? The little wizards all spoke to comfort Levin. But Levin insisted on closing the closet. In a blink of an eye, the course time is coming to an end. Levin clapped his hands and asked everyone to return to their seats. Tonight's training was very successful. I found that most of the people were able to summon the prototype of the patron saint. This is all the result of hard work, because the family has worked hard. To reward everyone for their efforts, I contacted the house elf door in the kitchen in advance and prepared some surprises for everyone. A hearty late-night snack. As he spoke, he held up his magic wand. All the desks rose into the air to form several rows of long tables in the classroom, and the little wizards were automatically pushed to the long tables by their chairs. The table was piled with mountains of cakes, puddings, chocolate frogs, and other sweets, as well as bottles of iced juice and pumpkin juice. The little wizards cheered and pounced on the sweets. Iwu monopolized a plate, and the fear he had felt was instantly forgotten. After having their fill of wine and food, the Ravenclaws lined up and happily returned to the lounge under the leadership of Penelo. This group study was great. I feel like I've learned a lot. Levin actually provides late-night snacks. I will never miss this kind of study group. Hopefully next weekend comes soon. The little wizards have gained a lot, are in high spirits, and are full of expectations for the next training. The news that Levin Green started a study group and taught the Patronus Charm within Ravenclaw quickly spread throughout the academy. Young wizards from other colleges expressed their envy, and many people specifically asked Ravenclaw's classmates whether this study group could still accept people. Harry Potter secretly stopped Levin in the library. Levin, you Ravenclaws are learning the Patronus Charm together, right? After a few hesitant greetings, Harry finally got to the point. Levin immediately understood what he meant. Harry also wants to learn the Patronus Charm. Perhaps because of the publicity given by Malfoy's loudspeaker, he had always been quite concerned about being stunned by a Dementor on the train. Before Harry could say anything else, Levin stopped him in advance. Yes, but due to limited resources, we stipulated from the beginning that the study group is only open to Ravenclaw students for the time being. After all, the venue and the resources are all provided by the people in Ravenclaw, otherwise I would have invited you to participate. Worried that saying this was too 640 blunt, Levin added, but if Professor Flitwick's application to Principal Dumbledore is approved and we can get more help, we may recruit people from other colleges. I will remind you then. It would be a bit unkind if Harry refused again, so it would be better to explain it in advance. That would be great if Gryffindors also had such a class. It's a pity that I have never heard of any Gryffindor seniors who can learn this spell. Harry said dryly, and then thought of another thing. By the way, about going to Hogsmeade next weekend. You know, it is impossible for my aunt and uncle to help me fill out the application form, and Professor McGonagall is not willing to help me fill it out. She thinks we shouldn't go to Hogsmeade. I originally wanted to use the invisibility cloak to go secretly, but there are too many Dementors outside the school. I wonder if you have any way for me to get around them. This kid, Levin, always feels that he has a tendency to develop into a troll in the past few years at Hogwarts. When I encounter something I don't understand, my first reaction is to ask Hermione for help. If Hermione didn't understand it, or if it was clearly a problem that Hermione couldn't help him solve, he would come looking for him. He was really undecided and went to Ravenclaw Tower in the west to find Buddha Levin. But after all, they are friends who have known each other since elementary school, and Levin cannot ignore it completely. He thought for a while and said, "This is not difficult. On the opening day, you go directly to the Weasley twins and just say I asked you to go, and they will help you make arrangements." Thank you, Gwen. Hearing this, the expression on Harry's face relaxed obviously, and he planned to say goodbye to Levin. Wait. Levin stopped him. Harry turned back in confusion. Actually, Harry, if you want to learn the Patronus Charm, there is a better candidate. Levin reminded. Who is that person? Harry looked at him curiously. In addition to Levin's group, there are other minor wizards in Hogwarts. Patronus Charm? It's Professor Remus John Lupin. Levin recommended the candidate in the original timeline. He was among the people who expelled the Dementors on the train. Harry nodded casually and left. He thought Levin's suggestion was a bit unrealistic. As a reckless Gryffindor, he had long developed the habit of never approaching the professor when encountering problems. Professors at Hogwarts have very heavy teaching tasks, so how can they have time to teach him? Levin also guessed his choice, shook his head indifferently, and continued to read his book. Even if he doesn't listen to his own advice, Oldby will prompt him to find Professor Lupin sooner or later, so he doesn't want to worry about it. The day finally came to head to Hogsmeade. Levin found that everyone got up earlier than usual today. When he arrived at the auditorium for breakfast, he found that there were many more little wizards here than before. Everyone was wearing clothes that were convenient for traveling and discussing today's travel plans while eating. The upperclassmen continued to reveal their knowledge about Hogsmeade to the lowerclassmen, and they often win a lot of exclamations and envious looks. Levin sat down in his seat and soon heard Cyrilla's voice. Levin, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I just ate it not long ago. He turned around and involuntarily spanked the girl's body. The two have obviously been getting along day and night for several years, but when Levin looked at her like this, two red clouds appeared on Cyrilla's face today. The girl lowered her head and shyly tucked a strand of police hair behind her ear. A delicate silver earring appeared on her small and cute earlobe. At first glance, there was not much difference between Cyrilla today and usual, but Levin keenly discovered that she had many special details all over her body. For example, her eyebrows were specially drawn, eye makeup was applied, there were traces of rouge on her pink lips, her hair was braided carefully, and she had never seen her wearing earrings before. In terms of clothing, although Cyrilla is wearing the same clothes she has seen before, she has also undergone changes in details. For example, the shoulders are opened wider, slightly revealing her round and white shoulders, and the collar is also pulled down a few inches. Levin is particularly surprised that she, who is usually carefree, actually dresses up specially today. Even though she didn't dress up and put on heavy makeup like most people, she just modified the small details. But the changes in these details made her less sassy and cool than before, and more gentle and seductive. Levin already understood what the other party meant without using telepathy. It's hard to be so shy just by looking at him. So, Levin wisely leaned into Cyrilla's ear and whispered, "Today's light makeup suits you very well. It makes my eyes shine. This earring also matches you very well. I like it very much." After listening to Levin's praise, Cyrilla did not speak, and even the expression on her face did not change much. But Levin could feel the joy of being recognized and understood in the other person's heart, and he moved closer to Levin. At this moment, a disappointing voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere. Hey, what are you muttering about when you two meet? Put me aside." Levin turned around and saw that it was Penelo. This Cyrilla's best friend said to Levin as if she was taking credit, "Thank me, her dress today was all recommended by me. This slender head didn't even know how to put on makeup at the beginning, but I taught her step by step. It's been a long time since she even changed the clothes herself. The effect is pretty good, right?" Levin didn't answer, but secretly gave Penelo a thumbs up. Although her best friend was suspected of stealing his girlfriend from him before, this assist is really good now. "Shut up, Penelo." When the efforts behind the scenes were exposed, Ciri immediately became angry and covered Penelo's mouth angrily. "Okay, if you don't want to say it, don't say it." Penelo smiled and skipped the topic of makeup and looked at Levin seriously. "Hey, Levin Green, I know that you have a good relationship with many girls, but for the sake of dressing up specially for Cyrilla, how about leaving her with a world of two at least today?" "Oh, you didn't tell me." Levin didn't even answer. Penelo was interrupted by the shy Ciri again. But Levin still gave a positive answer. "Don't worry, I will do it 1.1. But as Penelo said, the girl who wants to spend time with Levin in Germid is not Ciri. On the long table in Ravenclaw, Zhang Qiu winked at Levin, as if to say, "We agreed at the beginning." Levin could only nod to her. Over at Gryffindor, Hermione happily ran to Levin after finishing her breakfast. Miss Know-It-All is dedicated to studying, but is a little slow in terms of emotions. But as a woman, her instinct still made her subconsciously exclude Levin from meeting more female friends, and also prompted her to want to stay with Levin for a while longer. Naturally, she would not stay in Hogwarts in order to accompany Harry, who was unable to go to Hogsmeade. She thought so, as in the original book. Levin realized that if he didn't make good arrangements today, he would definitely encounter an unprecedented Shura field. Levin immediately looked at the little Iwu next to him. "It'll be up to you then." Iwu. After breakfast, several people walked to the foyer excitedly. "Students who want to go to Hogsmeade Village, please gather here and take this road." Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly came from outside, and the originally chaotic crowd began to move under her command. Everyone slowly walked out of Hogwarts Castle and lined up in front of a huge cast-iron gate. Before heading to Hogsmeade, each student's application form signed by their parents is checked to prevent anyone from sneaking out. Administrator Filch stood inside the gate, checking a long list. He stared at every face vigilantly, not letting anyone who shouldn't go out slip out of the gate of heaven. I saw him tyrannically snatching each student's application form, and with his vulture-like eyes, He kept looking back and forth between the application form and the students, racking his brains to make things difficult. This made many students in line feel a little uncomfortable. "You have to stay here, don't you?" Suddenly, Levin heard Draco Malfoy's sharp noise again. He lined up in the queue with his followers, Crabbe and Goyle, and sneered at Harry, who was not far away. "I don't dare to pass those Dementors for fear of being stunned again, right?" Malfoy said, and once again exaggeratedly performed the bridge section 05 where Harry fainted, causing a burst of ridicule from the little snakes. Penelo and Shirley glanced at Levin in surprise and found that he had not made any move and even held back Hermione, who wanted to make a move. Malfoy also saw Levin in front of him and immediately sneered subconsciously. But when he discovered that Levin had not made any move, he immediately became enlightened. "Look, our savior has already broken up with Levin Green. It's so pitiful. He has no friends and can only stay alone in the castle." Harry ignored Malfoy and didn't go to find Levin. He just walked up the marble stairs alone and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Hermione glanced at Levin in confusion, and Ronald continued to scold Malfoy angrily. But Malfoy had turned to Levin. "You finally figured it out, Levin Green. You are not the same kind of person as them. You have to know that smart people like you can't get along with those stoneheads. You should have an identity like us, make friends with more people, so that you will have a bright future." Malfoy crossed his hands on his chest and began to preach to Levin a little proudly. The arrogance in his words was really annoying. After hearing his words, Shilly already touched the arcane sword in the bag. It seemed that as long as the other party said one more word, he would be ready to strike with a sword. It was Levin who seemed indifferent to his words. This made him even more proud. "You have nothing to say, right? Is it because my words touched your heart?" Levin shook his head, showing a helpless expression, and at the same time drew out his wand. "You never seem to think before you speak. I am giving you a chance to make amends." His actions made Malfoy pale a little, but he still insisted. "If I were you, I would be very careful. There is no benefit in being the savior's backer all day long." As soon as Levin thought about it, he understood that he was referring to Sirius, but he was still a little surprised. What he said at the beginning of contacting the other party, as well as his arrogant and awkward character. Levin could tell that this was actually Malfoy trying to show his kindness. Although Levin didn't pay any attention to this alms-like overture, he had even decided to restart Malfoy's nightmare that had been interrupted for a month. But this still couldn't stop his curiosity. Why would Malfoy do this? He was severely punished by himself last time. Children of this age would not even think about pleasing their enemies, even in the most arrogant way. Could it be because of his father Lucius Malfoy's wishes? But with the relationship between Lucius and Levin and Lucius's wisdom. If this is what he really means, then he really doesn't care about the fate of the Malfoy family. At this moment, Filch's urging voice sounded. "You guys, do you still want to go to Hogsmeade?" Malfoy glanced at Levin, gave up the fight with Ronald and the others, and walked out of the door surrounded by Crabbe and Goyle. The Malfoy family has been a family that is good at assessing situations since a long time ago. Luna came over at some point and revealed the secret in Japanese. Levin suddenly understood, then smiled bitterly. It can only be said that the Malfoy family tutors are really very pragmatic. In fact, what Urfa said is partly correct. Because they went to the same elementary school, Levin and Harry's relationship was very good when they first went to school. But with the different courses after branching, his relationship with Harry actually became weaker and weaker. If it weren't for Hermione in the middle and their many adventures together, they might have become ordinary friends by now. At least this semester, he and Harry haven't had any special contact with each other for a long time. The last time they got together was when they went to comfort Hagrid in the first week of school. Especially this time, after Levin refused Harry to join the study group, the two seemed uncomfortable meeting again. "Did you secretly help Harry go to Hogsmeade?" Walking on the way to Hogsmeade, Hermione suddenly said. She finally figured out what was wrong with Levin and Harry in the previous confrontation. In fact, Levin admires this about Hermione. After treating him as the object of her adoration, Hermione always had unconditional trust in him. And this kind of trust comes with reason. Specifically, when faced with Levin's decision-making, he will always choose to obey it immediately, even if his choice seems unreasonable at the time, and then find out the reason afterwards. Just like just now, Hermione and Harry were obviously good friends, but when Levin grabbed her, she immediately gave up her quarrel with Malfoy. Even if Levin's choice at that time was to compromise with Malfoy and give up Harry's suspicion. This is what smart people do. Really smart people, when encountering a leader issuing an order that seems unreasonable, will usually choose to execute it with reservations and then evaluate the rationality of the order afterwards. If it is later proven that the leader is right, then it proves that the leader is a smarter person than him, and it is right to do as he says. If it turns out later that the leader was wrong, then just give up on the leader decisively. On the other hand, Ronald, when he saw that Levin did not stand with him immediately, he immediately showed his face to Levin. Of course, Levin also believes that Ronald will definitely apologize to him after figuring everything out. But no matter how much you apologize afterwards, it won't be as heartwarming as Hermione's all-round trust beforehand. For such Hermione, Levin naturally did not hide her intentions and nodded naturally. Yeah, you are not the weird uncle and aunt who don't understand him. With them here, it is impossible for Harry to get an autograph, so I just let him find help from them. Sure enough, the Levin she admired was not such a heartless person. Hermione was instantly happy, but she still had questions to answer. Everyone said that Sirius's target is Harry. Even Professor McGonagall disapproved of him going to Hogsmeade. It would be very dangerous for you to let Harry out. 880 Hermione was very confident. Everyone says, is that right? Levin shook his head and commented, sometimes you can't just look at things at face value. If Black's target is Harry, then why didn't he do it the year before last, when we entered school? Prison break. Levin's question left her speechless. At this time, Penello on the side analyzed. Maybe it took him a few years to think of a way to escape from prison, or in other words, he only learned about Harry this year. Hermione nodded. Penello's statement was also possible. Levin somewhat admired the wisdom of the female student council president. She almost guessed half of the truth. But what Black got was not news about Harry, but news about the traitor Peter Pettigrew. If you say that, you don't understand the media very well. The boy who lived in roles in Hogwarts is reported once and is news, but the boy who lived in roles in Hogwarts story has been reported for 3 consecutive years, and no one has reported it at all. I will read it. In fact, the news about Harry's enrollment 3 years ago did appear in the Daily Prophet and Wizarding Weekly. After hearing Levin's analysis, the two women nodded in agreement. Levin continued, in addition, we have to consider the existence of Dementors. With Dementors around, the longer the prisoners stay in Azkaban, the weaker their bodies and minds will become, and the escape will be very difficult. Therefore, if a prisoner has the idea and ability to escape from prison, he will choose to escape as early as possible instead of procrastinating until he loses his escape 5. Levin and others walked for a while, crossed a stone bridge, and finally entered Hogsmeade. As the only pure wizarding village existing in the Een Kingdom, Hogsmeade Village is also the most famous attraction in the Een Kingdom. Of course, Levin thinks this so-called only pure wizard village is just a gimmick. If you really want to find a pure wizard village, you can actually find a few. For example, Irondale, which Levin has been to before. But most of those villages don't have a few households, and they don't have the bustling business atmosphere of Hogsmeade. Perhaps in order to deliberately create that quaint and mysterious feeling, most of the buildings in the village are medieval huts with white walls and black tiles. The height is not too high, and few are more than 3 meters high. To use a nicer word, this kind of design is called classical. But to put it bluntly, it means sticking to the old ways and refusing to embrace modernization. But it is a wizard's village after all. The power of magic makes the place full of dreamy atmosphere, and a few people were quite excited to visit it. Especially when passing by a shop that constantly exuded a sweet and greasy fragrance to the surroundings, the 4 of them stopped in unison. Honeyduke's Candy Shop. Levin's eyes lit up when he saw the name on the store sign. To him, this store can be said to have been famous for a long time. Whenever the little wizard at Hogwarts wants something sweet, it's what he mentions. Their signature candy, BB candy, is the favorite of Dumbledore and Old B. It is said that Lauby orders at least 10 kilograms, or even dozens of kilograms, here every year. Of course, Levin wasn't the one who wanted to go here the most. Levin. It smells so good. I want to go in there. I want to buy lots and lots of candies. I want more than one. Who smelled the fragrance, jumped directly on top of Levin's head and said impatiently. After hearing this, Levin looked at his companions beside him. How about we go in? Let's forget it. Halfway through his words, Levin suddenly changed the subject. Because he saw with his own eyes a large group of young wizards from Hogwarts rushing into the Beduke candy shop like crazy, immediately overcrowding the not-too-small shop. If that doesn't work, why don't we start from the other end of Hogsmeade? Levin suggested instead. The experience he accumulated from visiting various amusement parks and zoos in his previous life is very useful. A few people are naturally necessary. Along the way, Levin and others saw various magic shops, including Zoko's Joke Shop, which sells joke props, Twirling Witch Sports Necessities selling Quidditch supplies, Pippin's Potion Shop that sells potions, Rare Birds and Animals Store that sells pets, Mrs. Snelling's Hair Shop for perms, dyes, and haircuts, Finya Wizard Clothing Store for customized clothing, Davy's Bands, which sells groceries and secondhand goods, Literati Lives in the Brush Shop and Masterpieces and Scrolls selling stationery, Magic Radish and Cornus and Poisonous Mushrooms selling herbal medicines, 2 bars, the 3 broomsticks and the pig's head, and a Lady Puttifoo's tea house. Several people continued to move forward, but in the end they were disappointed to find that not only Beduke, but other shops here were also occupied by little wizards. It feels like a group rush to buy. When passing Mrs. Snelling's hair shop, Pinello said enthusiastically that Hermione was obsessed with studying all day long, so it was time to dress up and change her hairstyle. Change your appearance, maybe Levin will like you more, Pinello said in the little girl's ear. So, as if she was under a confusion spell, Hermione followed Pinello into the hair salon in a daze. Before leaving, she even winked at Xiangwen. Levin nodded knowingly, but his eyes fell on Mrs. Puttifoo's tea house. Unlike other stores, although people enter this store from time to time, it is generally relatively deserted. How about we go there first, sit down, drink some tea and chat? Levin pointed to the sign of the store. Oh, it's actually this store. Cyrilla looked in the direction Levin pointed and couldn't help but scream. The fair cheeks suddenly turned red again. The girls squirmed for a while, then whispered. Okay, you can go wherever you want. Although he didn't understand why she suddenly acted like this, her shy smile looked very attractive in Levin's eyes, making him breathe quickly. Then let's go. After the two actually entered the tea house, Gwyn instantly understood why the girl was like this. The tea house was filled with mist, and almost everything was decorated with pink ruffles and bows, giving it a girlish look. The most important thing is that all the people sitting in the tea house are couples. The mist in the tea house blocks people's sight very well, allowing lovers to do some private things without paying attention to the surrounding eyes. For example, holding hands, sticking together, whispering, etc. What's more, they even started kissing right there. For example, the couple slightly closer to the entrance. They were wearing Hogwarts uniforms and were obviously their classmates. Levin could even call them by name. But what they did today was far wilder than in school. They hugged each other passionately and nibbled on each other's faces without any scruples. Levin and Cyrilla could hear a series of tsk sounds from the distance between them. Levin could clearly feel Cyrilla grabbing his hand subconsciously. The corners of the boy's mouth turned up involuntarily. Judging from Cyrilla's reaction, she obviously knew what this tea house was about. But she followed Levin in without objection. Even when Levin asked to come here, she seemed happy. Maybe Cyrilla wasn't averse to him doing the same thing to her? With this in mind, Levin took Cyrilla and chose a remote round table to sit down. During the entire process, Cyrilla's body remained stiff, and she was at the mercy of Levin like a puppet. "What do you want?" said Mrs. Pudiff. She was fat, with glossy black hair in a bun, and struggled to squeeze between 2 tables. 2 cups of black tea, add milk and sugar, and 2 servings of strawberry mousse. The food here was served very quickly, and Waywin pushed the strawberry mousse in front of Cyrilla. Try it quickly. The mousse cake in this store looks good, but I don't know how it tastes. The sweet and fragrant cake successfully relaxed Cyrilla's nerves. She took a small bite with a spoon and her eyes suddenly lit up. It tastes pretty good, at least it's not too greasy. So, the 2 happily shared a piece of cake. When he finished the last bite, Gwyn suddenly said, "Ciri, you seem to have some cream on your lips." "Oh, really?" Cyrilla heard this and hurriedly tried to wipe it off. She didn't want her, zhao, to be seen as a glutton in the eyes of boys. But Levin held her hand. "Let me do it." As he said that, he stepped forward under Cyrilla's unexpected gaze. He didn't even reach out, but just pecked it with his mouth. The non-existent cream suddenly disappeared. Cyrilla let out a scream, and the blush on her face had spread to her neck. She never knew that Levin would be so proactive and bold. But Levin is far more mature and proactive in this regard than she thought. Seeing that the girl was so shy, Levin struck while the iron was hot and sat directly next to her. Next, Mrs. Putif discovered that silver mist actually rose from a certain corner of the store, almost forming a wall of fog, completely separating the inside and outside scenes. "What a powerful wizard," she murmured, but even powerful wizards cannot escape the temptation of love. As she passed through the silver mist, she could vaguely hear various tsk sounds coming from inside, as well as the girl's half-crying, half-moaning voice. After more than half an hour, Levin and Cyrilla left Mrs. Putif's tea house. Cyrilla was dissatisfied with her messy upper body clothes and kept complaining, "You are too barbaric. You are about to pull the threads of my clothes apart. Also, this kind of place is it so delicious? The rouge is stuck to it." Seeing that Levin had no reaction to her words at all, he just kept humming. Cyrilla got angry, grabbed his shoulders, and forced him to look over. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Why don't you say anything?" Levin shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's nothing, I just feel like spring has arrived." Cyrilla looked up at the sky, then at the surrounding trees, and complained, "What are you talking about? It's obvious that winter is coming soon. My spring is not the same spring as you think it is." After leaving this sentence, Levin stopped explaining to Cyrilla, who was trying to ask questions, and continued walking to Mrs. Snelling's hair shop with a smile. At the entrance of the store, I happened to meet 2 people and 1 dragon coming out after getting their hair done. Seeing Cyrilla in front of her, Penelo couldn't help but admire. Tsk, she is indeed a girl who has experienced the nourishment of love. She is different from before. You, stop talking." Although everyone knew some of the things, but being told in public still made Cyrilla extremely embarrassed, and she started to quarrel with her best friend. But looking at the way she pulled her hair and pulled her face while fighting, she didn't look like a master swordsman or a female witcher at all. 2:30 at this time, Levin's attention was attracted by Hermione. She looked nothing like Hermione at this point. Mrs. Snelling did something to her hair. It was no longer matted, but became smooth and shiny, draped neatly on her shoulders. The face has also been carefully taken care of. The dark circles under the eyes caused by the stress of studying have disappeared, and the slightly protruding front teeth have also been reduced a bit. More importantly, my temperament is different, as if I have removed more than 20 thick books from my body. What do you think I look like now?" Hermione asked sheepishly. Without waiting for Levin to answer, she hurriedly added, "I didn't want to do so much, but Mrs. Snelling kept recommending it and Penelo kept recommending it, if you don't like it." Before she could continue, Levin covered her mouth. "No, I like it very much. Hermione looks completely new today." Seeing that Levin liked it, Hermione felt happy for some reason. At this moment, Iwu next to him also jumped into Levin's arms. "There's me and me. Levin, they cleaned my whole body carefully and polished every one of my scales. Look." With that said, Xiaolong proudly stretched his neck to Levin's eyes. letting him admire the large scales on his neck, and then complained, "Unfortunately, I want to add some decorations to my tail, such as a blue fluffy tassel or something," but they refused. The aunt told me that their tassels are to be placed on their heads. I don't understand. Who would put a blue tassel on their head? Xiaolong's words made Levin angry and funny. It took him a long time to explain clearly to her the difference between a wig and a tassel. At this moment, Penelo stopped her. At this time, the female student president had messy hair and looked embarrassed. She smiled and said to Levin, "By the way, Levin, I'll borrow your Cyrilla for the time being. You won't mind, right?" Levin looked at Cyrilla, and the girl immediately crossed her arms and said warily, "That's it for today. You don't want to come again." Levin shook his head with a smile and said to Penelo, "Okay, you can take her away, I allow it, only for today." Penelo chuckled, "That's good, then don't disturb us for now, it's girls' time next." After saying that, he and Cyrilla walked towards the Fingya Wizard clothing store. Levin waved his hand and reminded, "Remember to meet in the square at 5 o'clock. Then he looked at Hermione, "Then, let's go shopping together." Hermione is also looking forward to visiting the wizarding village of Hogsmeade with Levin. The amazing glimpse just now was not enough for her, a Muggle wizard, and could not satisfy her curiosity at all. Therefore, for Hermione, who is full of curiosity and has not yet entered the age of love, Levin's date plan is different. The two naturally ran to Honeyduke's, which they had missed before. It just so happens that it's close to noon and everyone hasn't had lunch. We can solve it here. At least Levin and Cyrilla still had a few pieces of cake in the tea house, but Hermione's stomach had been empty since morning. At this time, Honeyduke's had already been snapped up, and there were not many people. From this point of view, Levin's strategy of off-peak tours was correct. When the two walked into the store, they saw rows of shelves filled with the most delicious and juicy candies, large pieces of creamy almond candy, sparkling pink coconut sorbet, honey-colored toffee, hundreds of neatly arranged chocolates, and a large vat of BB's multi-flavor beans. The centerpiece is the signature here, a large bucket of sizzling bees candy. Then, they saw another wall with special effect candies. Chuebo Super Bubblegum can fill the room with bluebell-colored bubbles that won't burst for days. And the strange, crunchy, and fragile buttercup mints. The small, black pepper urchin can make anyone who eats it spit out fire. Ice mice will make your teeth squeak after eating them. Toad-shaped mint ice cream, you will really feel like a toad is beating in your stomach after eating it. There are also thin and crispy feather candies made of sugar filaments and explosive-filled gummy candies. Each one looks tempting. Hungry, Hermione plans to try the signature dish here, the sizzling honey candy. This sweet honey candy tasted really good, and both Levin and Hermione ate a lot of it. But the one who eats the most is Iwu. After being summoned by Levin, the little guy had never seen so many sweets at once, and his mouth was stuffed. Halfway through eating, Iwu suddenly stopped chewing, his expression froze. Because she felt her legs lift off the ground, she was floating. "This candy is so amazing, have you seen it? I actually flew up, but I clearly didn't flap my wings. What's going on?" Hermione also felt very strange. Why is the little dragon doing this? This is the effect of eating too much bee honey candy. Levin explained that this effect comes from Billywega pins, one of the raw materials of bee honey candy. I remember this material. Hermione recognized it immediately. We learned it in first grade. It was one of the materials for the sobriety agent. Yes, but the sobering agent only exerts part of the properties of the sting needle. Levin nodded and told her, actually, the billywig sting is derived from the billywig bug. It is an insect native to Australia. If you are stung by it, you will feel dizzy, and then you will feel dizzy. It will float. I see, no wonder the dragon can float. Hermione said that she had learned a lot. So next, Levin could only hold Iwu's long tail like a balloon and walk around the candy store. Soon, Hermione saw another strange scene. A wizard who appears to be Hufflepuff eats a red candy, and then fire erupts from his nose and mouth. "Oh my God!" Hermione exclaimed, pulling on Levin's sleeve and curiously asked, "How is it done? Doesn't he feel hot?" Levin observed it carefully and came to the conclusion, actually, it's not a real flame, it's just a red smoke. As he spoke, he frowned and relied on his level of alchemy and potion to analyze. I think dragon blood may have been used in it. No, that one is too expensive. It should be salamander blood, as well as fire ash snake eggs, horseradish, more specific ingredients. I just can't figure it out. I need to buy some and do some research before I can give an accurate answer. Oh, God, kid, please don't do this. The boss of Honeydukes, Ambrosio Frum, stepped forward and said with a wry smile, "It's really amazing. Just by looking at it, you told me most of the recipes that I have been trying for a long time. This is a trade secret." Sorry, boss, I'm just doing potions research with Hermione. Levin apologized. Is the potions research of little wizards and wizards at Hogwarts so hardcore now? This thin, somewhat bald man looked at Levin and suddenly said, I recognize you. You are Levin Green. You have received a first-class medal for killing the Chimera. You were also included in the dragon-slaying mission during the summer vacation. No wonder you can tell the difference between Pepper Naughty. I've heard many young wizards at Hogwarts mention you, and they all say you're a genius, and you certainly deserve your reputation. Hermione was a little surprised by Boss Frum's compliment. She didn't expect that her close friend was so famous in the wizarding world that even the owner of a store would recognize him. Then she looked at Levin's admiration. Although Levin had promised that it was just an act of research, Frum still handed over 2 large jars of pepper to the little naughty boy. Pepper Naughty is my latest product. How does it taste? Frum asked, shaking the candy at them. Levin and Hermione were not polite. After thanking them, they opened a can and each ate one. Then, they began to spray flames at each other, like 2 real fire dragons. The temperature of the fire was not very high, it just made Levin's nasal cavity feel warm. It's still far behind the real breath in chimera form. But then again, apart from Levin, how many wizards in the world have actually experienced breathing? In addition to the special effects, Pepper Naughty itself also tastes good, sweet, and spicy, and tastes like popping candy. In fact, it is not difficult to create various interesting effects through magic potions. The difficulty lies in how to make the pastries taste more delicious while maintaining the special effects. In fact, Ambrosio Frum is a potion master himself, but he specializes in food potions. When he was a student, he was very popular with Horace Slughorn, the potions professor at the time, and was invited to become a member of the Slug Club. Even his first job was introduced by his mentor Slughorn. It tastes great, and this is indeed a successful product. I can already foresee its future success, Levin praised. I'd like to thank you for your good words. Frum laughed heartily, and Levin's compliment made him very happy. In fact, more than half of the little wizards this morning bought my Pepper Naughty. Seriously, Mr. Green, have you ever considered cooperating with me after graduation? With your level, you can definitely develop all kinds of delicious candies. Frum suggested half-jokingly. This sounds familiar. When Levin was working in Diagon Alley, his bosses also said this to him. Of course, I don't even need your salary, as long as you teach me how to make these pastries and candies. Levin naturally responded jokingly. You don't want to steal from me and open your own store, do you? Frum doubted. That's not true, I don't lack the money. Levin waved his hand and said sincerely, I just want to learn how to do it for the people around me, such as her. After saying this, Levin looked at Hermione. At this moment, Hermione seemed to be suddenly interested in the pink coconut sorbet on the shelf, staring at it seriously. But Levin could sense that the corners of the girl's mouth turned up secretly. Frum didn't notice the flirting between the two and said with a wry smile, What a pity. Even if you are willing to come, our small shop cannot afford to hire a genius of your level. Alas, you dragon-slaying warrior. Forget about slaying the dragon, we haven't had lunch yet. Levin complained. Okay, what do you want to eat, my treat today? Frum said generously. Levin and Hermione ate a piece of pumpkin pie, 2 cauldron cakes, a plate of iced mice, several chocolate cauldrons, several licorice wands, and drank 2 cans of sherbet. In fact, a lot of it ended up in Iwu's stomach. But even a large piece of cauldron-shaped cake and a licorice wand couldn't make her float down. There was no other way, so Levin and Hermione could only hold IU in hand after eating, drinking pumpkin soda, and wandering around the streets of Hogsmeade. I really didn't expect you to be so famous here. As the two of them walked, Hermione sighed. It was just the first time you met, and Frum gave us so many sweets. He was so nice. Actually, it's not as good as you think. Levin ruthlessly revealed the girl's fantasy. He did this to please me, because I can easily identify his sweet recipe, and he was trying to seal my mouth. Woolen cloth. Is that so? Hermione was stunned. But after thinking about it, he nodded. Okay, in the adult world. I'm not surprised. While passing by Zuko's joke shop, Gwen saw the Weasley twins. Zuko's joke shop is a favorite place for Hogwarts students when they go to Hogsmeade Village for shopping because it sells many materials for pranks and tricks, which can satisfy the whimsical ideas of little wizards. Items for sale here include dung bombs, burp candy, frog egg soap, and nose-biting teacups. The twins' entrepreneurial idea also came from Joko Widodo's joke shop. It's just that their current level is not enough to develop a prank product as qualified as Joko, so they asked Levin to help during the summer vacation. Levin guesses they came here to purchase goods and find inspiration. The two were about to leave when they saw Fred suddenly holding his stomach and saying something to George. Then Fred left, leaving George alone. Unexpectedly, after turning the corner, Fred immediately straightened up and trotted towards the intersection without any sign of diarrhea. At the intersection, Levin met Ravenclaw's chaser, Angelina, who was waiting impatiently. Levin was stunned, and Hermione was shocked. Neither of them expected that Fred would actually date Angelina without telling George. Elm-headed George seemed unaware of this and was still picking and choosing in the joke shop. Levin even suspected that by the time George discovered Fred's relationship, the two of them might even have children. The matter of the twins was just a sideshow in the trip to Hogsmeade. After the two of them browsed the village, Hermione was also a little tired. So Levin took her into the Three Broomsticks bar to rest. As soon as Levin entered the bar, he saw several familiar people. Oh, it's Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Hagrid. Good afternoon. Levin and Hermione came up to say hello. At this time, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Hagrid were sitting at the bar, and there were several other people next to them, who were chatting. After seeing Levin speak Hermione, the two professors happily asked him to sit next to them, and Hagrid hugged them enthusiastically. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Green. Levin turned around and saw that it was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. The other person was sitting further inside, and his entire body was blocked by Hagrid's huge body. No wonder Levin didn't see him. Good afternoon, Mr. Fudge. Levin nodded politely. The two of them were old acquaintances, and Fudge had awarded him 2 awards. The first time was the Order of Merlin, first-class medal, and the second time was an internal commendation from the Ministry of Magic, in order to thank Gwen for participating in the dragon operation. Bring us 2 butterbeers and 2 sandwiches. Levin calmly ordered the order from the tavern proprietress, Ms. Rosmerta, as if the people around him were ordinary people. Hermione, on the other hand, was so nervous that she was speechless when she thought that she was drinking with professors and the Minister of Magic. Ms. Rosmerta is a young woman with a graceful figure and a beautiful face. He quickly took the 2 people's orders. But she did not leave, but sat at the bar and chatted with everyone. Did you know that the Dementors have raided my tavern twice? Rosmerta's voice was filled with obvious anger. Those guys scared away all my customers. What a pair of do-it-yourselfers. Business is bad, Minister. 1-0. Rosmerta, dear, I'm the same as you. I don't like them either. Fudge explained in a panic, but this is a necessary precaution. In fact, they are very angry with Dumbledore, because he won't let them enter the castle grounds. I don't think they should be allowed in, Professor McGonagall said sharply. How are we supposed to teach when these horrible things are floating around? Dementors have attacked students more than once. Flitwick also said angrily, if it weren't for Mr. Green's help both times, our students would have been greatly harmed. Connolly, you should be grateful for this, my student. Okay, Mr. Green has indeed made a lot of contributions to the Ministry of Magic, Fudge said dryly, knowing that he was wrong, but Black. He changed the topic to Sirius again. A few people didn't worry about Levin being around and broke a lot of explosive news. Because in their impression, Levin was qualified to understand this with his abilities, and even Hermione got the benefit of the doubt. Girls don't behave when they get an advantage. They pretend like they don't exist, and listen to gossip while drinking butterbeer. You know, I still can't quite believe it, Ms. Rosmerta recalled, that Sirius Black was one of those people who fell into bad shape. I mean, I remember when he was a kid at Hogwarts. If you had told me at that time what he would become, I would have said he drank too much. You don't know half the truth, Rosmerta, Fudge said stiffly. Few people know the worst thing he did. The worst? Rosmerta's voice was full of curiosity. Do you mean it's worse than killing so many people? Do you remember who he was best friends with? Fudge asked. Of course I remember. Rosmerta smiled slightly. Sirius Black and James Potter, a good pair, they are inseparable, right? They always make me laugh. Levin ate his food silently, but suddenly glanced at a corner of the bar. You would think that Black and Potter are brothers. Professor Flitwick interjected in agreement. Inseparable. They then talked about their closeness and about James Potter's choice of Black to be the keeper of the Fidelity Curse. Professor McGonagall sighed. Who would have thought that between two people with such a close relationship, Black would actually betray Potter in the end? At the end of the sentence, Hinatus calm McGonagall actually got a little choked up. Hermione was almost dumbfounded. She could already imagine what Harry would think after knowing all this. Given his character, he would probably angrily try to cause trouble for Black. Should I tell him about this? While she was struggling, several people chatted a lot more, mentioning how Blake was captured and Peter Pettigrew. About an hour later, the professors and Fudge left the bar. Just as Hermione was about to pull Levin away, she found Levin leading him to a corner of the bar and suddenly said to the air, "Come out. Harry, I know you're here." Then she saw Harry Potter, who was wearing an invisibility cloak and his face was red from holding back, and Ronald, who was huddled with him and was filled with righteous indignation. They all heard what they just said. "Harry, how are you?" Seeing Harry holding his breath, Hermione quickly expressed concern. To be honest, she was angry for Harry when she thought about everything she just heard. Having betrayed his best friend and ruined Harry's family, it was really too much for someone like Sirius. And Fudge and several professors were also very outrageous. Why should they hide such an important matter from Harry? Perhaps due to Levin's influence, Hermione also began to no longer blindly believe in professors, but blindly believed in the authority of the Ministry of Magic. After all, following Levin, she witnessed the boy break the inherent impressions and records of the wizarding world countless times, and his self-created spells surpassed many of the established rules of the wizarding world for thousands of years. Since even the common sense and rules in textbooks can be broken, what about those authorities? After all, authority is also a human being, and living people are always more likely to cause problems than dead rules. Faced with the concern of his companions, Harry held back for a long time before saying, "Sirius, I want to kill that person." But Levin poured cold water on him. "Harry, I understand your 193 anger about the hatred of your parents. But please calm down first and don't think about revenge immediately. Even if Sirius really betrays your parents, with your current strength, he will come to you. They will definitely be counterattacked." Levin didn't tell the truth. After all, he was just talking without evidence. This kind of statement can only be regarded as speculation. Compared with the truth jointly certified by several professors and the Minister of Magic Fudge, it is still far less convincing. Hearing this, Harry opened his mouth to Levin, but nothing came out. He knew very well in his heart that Levin was right, but he just couldn't get over that hurdle. Ronald, on the other hand, was aggrieved for Harry. "I'm sorry, Levin, I misunderstood you this morning. I didn't even know you helped him come to Hogsmeade." He apologized first, and then said angrily, "But in this matter, can't you help Harry? With your ability, even the basilisk is no match for you, so it shouldn't be too difficult to catch a Sirius." No matter what happens, you should let Harry join your study group so that he can have some self-protection. Ronald, how can you talk like that? Before Levin could speak, Mr. Hermione was angry. Levin has already said that the study group was established by the entire Ravenclaw. How could he make the decision alone? Don't do anything like this. It's embarrassing for him. There was another sentence she didn't say. Even I didn't apply to join the study group. Levin patted the girl's hand comfortingly and said to Ronald, I have mentioned some things to Hermione before, and I will tell you now. According to my personal opinion, there must be something fishy behind the fact that Sirius betrayed Harry's parents and now escaped from prison in order to kill Harry. At least I don't think it was for Harry. As for the power of self-preservation, I have told Harry before. Whether it is the Patronus Charm or other skills, Teacher Lupin will be very happy to teach you. Speaking of this, Levin sighed. Now that we've talked about it, I don't mind giving you any more tips. Whether it's about Sirius or Lupin, it's the same. Since you are so interested in Harry's parents, why don't you learn more about what happened back then before making any assertions? Speaking of this, Levin's tone became stern. Finally, Ronald, I think you should understand something. We are indeed friends, but I can't help you solve all your problems unconditionally. I think you should try to learn to solve some small troubles on your own. With that said, he turned around and walked away. When Hermione saw this, she immediately chased after him, took Levin's hand and said pitifully, I'm sorry, Levin, but Ronald said some stupid things to you. He's just too much of a friend. Levin waved his hand. This is not your fault. Why do you want to apologize? As he spoke, he said with emotion, perhaps this is Gryffindor-style friendship. When we have a good relationship with you, they will easily sacrifice their lives for you. But once they doubt you, they will be the quickest to fall out with you. Because of his recklessness, his fallout is even faster than that of Slytherin. Speaking of this, he recalled Harry and Ronald's experience in the first semester when points were deducted, and in the second semester when they were suspected of being the heirs of Slytherin. Hermione heard this and immediately said categorically, I will never doubt Levin. Of course, I firmly believe this. Levin stroked the girl's hair soothingly, and then said considerately, if you are worried about Harry, you can go back to see him first. I am just angry with Ronald and will not vent my anger on others. That's very kind of you. Hermione was immediately moved by Levin's understanding and couldn't help hugging him, standing up on tiptoes and kissing his face. The next moment, she realized that she was a little impulsive and hurried back to the bar with a blushing face. Seeing that Hermione had left and he was alone again, Levin didn't think about finding Siri and Penelo. He remembered that there was a girl waiting for him in Hogsmeade. Levin immediately started searching in Hogsmeade and soon found Zhang Qiu in the Spin-Witch Sports Necessities store. At this time, the Huxia girl was standing with her friend Marietta, admiring the most conspicuous display cabinet in the center of the store. There was a broom in the display case, which was more beautiful than any flying broom he had ever seen. Levin walked up and patted the girl on the shoulder. Zhang Qiu turned around, and Levin could see that the girl's originally bored expression instantly turned into surprise. It's you, Levin. I thought you weren't coming. Since I have promised you, why don't I come? Levin showed a chic smile, not mentioning that he came here because Hermione had something to do temporarily. So, what are you doing now? Marietta and I are watching Firebolt. Speaking of this, the girl immediately became excited. This is the fastest broom in the world, designed by the famous broomstick designer Randolph Badmore. Produced by Levy and Badmore, the Irish national team ordered 7 of them at once. Speaking of this, she was a bit fanciful. If I could ride this broom in the Quidditch Cup, I would be able to sweep all the chasers. Seeing Levin and Zhang Qiu chatting about Quidditch, Marietta yawned out of boredom. Qiu, since the person you are waiting for has arrived, I will go back first. In order to wait for him with you, I walked around Hogsmeade for 2 more hours in vain, and I was exhausted. With that said, she left the sporting goods store. At this time, there were only 2 of them in the sporting goods store. Because of Marietta's words, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. I'm sorry, Zhang Qiu, I didn't know you waited so long. You know, there were some things before. Levin was a little embarrassed. From this point of view, he'd almost let the opponent's pigeon go. But Zhang Qiu's smile was still bright. It's okay, I can understand. After all, after choosing you, I was mentally prepared. She said she understood, but her tone still contained a pitiful sadness, which made Levin feel a little guilty. But since he has chosen to have both, he must endure this kind of thing. Looking at the firebolt in the display case, Levin suddenly had an idea. He asked Zhang Qiu to wait for him here and then went to the counter to find the store owner. Soon, he took a carefully packaged firebolt and handed it to Zhang Qiu. This is... The girl couldn't believe it. Levin put the broomstick in her hand. You saw the firebolt. Consider it an early Christmas gift. But this is too expensive. Zhang Qiu couldn't put it down, but she quickly shook her head and refused to accept it. This broom costs 400 to 500 galleons. Asterisk 500 galleons, Levin replied, but I only paid 400 for each one, because I bought 3 of them at once, almost emptying his inventory. 3. Zhang Qiu was a little surprised. Why did you buy so many firebolts? Of course it's for writing. The Quidditch season this semester is about to start, so it would be perfect to use it to compete. Levin said, calculating for her, I'll have one for myself, one for Cirilla, and I have a chance for you, but it's a pity that you don't want to accept it. Cirilla also has one? Zhang Qiu grasped the key. That's right. Levin nodded, and she will definitely accept it. The industry will never refuse my kindness. After hearing the news about his love rival, Zhang Qiu gritted his teeth and said immediately, Okay, I'll accept it. Really, that's great. Levin pretended to be surprised, but he was not surprised at all. Everything was as he expected. Girls' jealousy can also have miraculous effects if used properly. After crossing the psychological threshold, Zhang Qiu immediately happily admired the firebolt in front of him, from the golden serial number on the top of the broom to the completely smooth and streamlined tip of the broom. Finally, she carefully handed it to Levin. Can you keep it for me first? The girl said reluctantly, I really want to keep carrying it, but it's too ostentatious. How about you give it to me when you get back to the lounge? It's not that troublesome, just think of it as an additional service. Levin handed her a small handbag. This homemade product can hold about 1 cubic meter of items and 10 firebolts. There is killing. Looking at the surprised expression of the other party, Levin compensated. Although it has a large capacity, the cost is actually not as high as you think. To me, it is just a spell. I can charge as much as I want, so take it. After that, he forced it into Zhang Qiu's hands. Zhang Qiu numbly accepted the handbag and put the firebolt and the previously purchased goods in it. She suddenly realized that she didn't really understand the boy around her. I was attracted by his appearance at first and fell in love with him because of his tacit understanding on the court and his willingness to sacrifice his life to protect each other. But my understanding of him is limited to his strength and his many achievements, but I don't know why he can make such a big handbag casually, why he is so rich. When I was with him, I thought it was my one-sided emotional contribution. 09, but now it seems that all I can give is emotion. There seemed to be a sad barrier between the two of them. Levin seemed to see through the girl's confusion and gently hugged her shoulders. Don't think too much, Zhang Qiu. My living habits are like this. There is no need to compare with me, just like you don't need to compare with Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. It's relatively the same. If you really feel sorry for yourself, just study hard. The girlfriend I look forward to is not only an emotional sustenance, but also a career helper. Yes, I will. Zhang Qiu nodded obediently. She thought of Cirilla, and then of Hermione, who had indeed given their own twists and turns in Levin's legendary experience. In this case, I can't be worse than them. In order to become a woman worthy of Levin Green, the girl secretly encouraged herself in her heart. Next, the two took a tour of Hogsmeade. Levin took Zhang Qiu to sit for a while in Mrs. Pudiff's tea house and finally went to Honeyduke's for shopping. The owners of the two stores were quite sensible and did not expose the fact that Levin brought different girls with him twice. It seems we have to move a little faster today. In Honeyduke, Zhang Qiu. Why? Levin asked. Because of this. She pointed to the door of the candy store, where a notice was posted. Ministry of Magic Order. Customers, please note that unless otherwise notified, Dementors will be patrolling the streets of Hogsmeade from sunset every day. This measure is to protect the safety of the residents of Hogsmeade and can only be lifted after Sirius Black is arrested. All customers are therefore requested to finish shopping before sunset. This notice didn't exist when Levin came here last time. He probably sent it after meeting Fudge in the bar. The two looked at each other and immediately accelerated their purchases. When he went here with Hermione before, he didn't buy many desserts, just to save them to drink with Zhang Qiu. He still remembered that Zhang Qiu was the one who loved sweets the most among the three girls. Not only did Levin spend a lot of money buying boxes of snacks, but he also ordered a batch of fruit preserves and asked the store owner to mail them to Hogwarts. Finally, the two met Cirilla and Penelo in the square in the center of Hogsmeade. The two of them were a little surprised by the change of Levin's female companion. But they're both Ravenclaws, and they are also very familiar with Zhang Qiu. They even know that Zhang Qiu covets Levin. The four of them each had their own secrets, but returned to Hogwarts happily on the surface. Soon, it was Ravenclaw's Quidditch training day again. When the team members discovered that their Ravenclaw team had 3 more firebolts, everyone went crazy. "I can't believe it!" After hearing the news, Roger Davis squeezed into the crowd and said hoarsely, "This is the firebolt, the broomstick that all junior masters dream of." But Levin, Cirilla, and Xiuzhang actually each had one. "Can I touch this baby of yours?" Roger's voice trembled with excitement. When Levin handed the broom to him, Roger held it in his hands as if it were some unique treasure. So, in the following days, Roger Davis seemed to be inspired by the firebolt with all his enthusiasm, and with crazy energy, he led his team members to train as hard as ever in the wind and rain. But none of the team members complained or were tired. As long as they saw the firebolt streaking across the sky, everyone seemed to see the sparkling Academy Cup waving to them. Even when they returned to the castle, the 3 of them walked the entire distance surrounded by Ravenclaws. Everyone agreed that the firebolt deserved such treatment. After learning all this, other colleges exploded. Malfoy's face turned pale. His father would never buy 7 firebolts for Slytherin. A firebolt costs more than all the broomsticks in Slytherin put together. Gryffindor suffered a major blow. After Ravenclaw had Levin, the gap between them and the Eagles became wider and wider. However, Ravenclaw, who owned the firebolt, did not show their fangs on the field for the first time. The first game is Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. On the morning of the game day, the wind was howling and the rain was falling harder than ever. The corridors and auditorium were too dark, and more torches and lanterns were lit. The wind blew even more fiercely on the court, and the players all staggered when they walked to the court. The captains tried to boost their morale, but the wind blew them back several times when they opened their mouths. In the rumbling thunder, even if the audience cheered for them, they could not hear it. However, a Quidditch match won't be cancelled because of something as trivial as a lightning storm. When the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff team members took off, they even gave the audience the illusion of death. This was definitely a difficult duel. In the howling wind, the spectators in the stands could not hear the commentary or see the game clearly. Only the occasional flash of lightning could give them a glimpse of the situation in the 680 stadium. Even the spectators were having a hard time, and the players who were walking around the court felt even worse. They were frozen stiff, and it became increasingly difficult to hold on to the broom. Except for Levin, everyone sincerely hopes that no matter who it is best to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible and end this game. Only Levin, relying on eagle vision and dark vision, could penetrate the layers of rain and fog and watch this unique competition without any hindrance. As a burst of thunder sounded, followed by forked lightning, the situation became increasingly dangerous. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the stands, and Levin saw an unexpected figure on the opposite stand, the silhouette of a huge black dog covered in shaggy hair. The silhouette was clearly reflected in the sky. It was staying on the top floor of the stands. A row of empty seats. They found the golden snitch. Levin heard Zhang Qiu scream excitedly. However, something strange happened. There was a timid silence on the terraces around the track. Although the wind was still as strong as before, it forgot to roar, as if someone had turned off the sound of the wind. Then, an eerily familiar chill hit Levin. He immediately realized what was happening. The Dementors are coming. It's Dementors. They're in the sky. The players are in danger. Get him back. Levin heard Penelo yell, as if to prove her words. The next moment, Harry's figure trembled in the sky. Then suddenly it fell from the sky. In the audience, hundreds of little wizards saw this scene. Large numbers of Dementors suddenly floated down from the sky, a dense black mass, darker than the dark clouds on a thunderstorm day. The biting chill from the soul caused countless little wizards to let out ear-piercing screams. Oh my god! It's really a Dementor! How did they come? Harry! He fell from the sky. Help! For a time, the entire Quidditch field was in chaos, with screams, cries, curses, and all kinds of sounds. In this case, Levin had no choice but to stand up and look at the Dementors floating in the sky, preparing to meet the enemy. Although he had already learned about this plot in the original work, he still couldn't suppress his anger towards the Ministry of Magic when he experienced it personally. This matter boils down to negligence on the part of the Ministry of Magic. They carelessly sent out the Dementors to carry out the capture mission, but they did not consider their food issues at all. In Azkaban, there are stable food sources everywhere. But what do you do when you're out on a mission? You can't order takeout, right? So, when a hungry Dementor encounters a place like Hogwarts where food is everywhere, it's no wonder that nothing happens. It was certainly the Dementors' fault that they attacked the young wizard. But the Ministry of Magic should have known about the Dementors' temperament. The Dementors, are not sensible, and you, the Ministry of Magic, are not sensible? Sure enough, today they suddenly smelled the joy permeating the Quidditch field. Coupled with the excuse of hunting down Sirius, the Dementors naturally couldn't hold back. As for Harry, his safety does not need Levin to consider, because someone is more worried than him. Even Professor McGonagall didn't have time to take action, and Harry's fall had slowed down. Levin glanced at the Slytherin stands out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, Snape, who had a gloomy face and was wearing a black raincoat, pointed his wand at Harry. He was the one who had cast the shock-absorbing speed-up, just now. Immediately afterwards, Miss Hooch, as the referee, flew over on a broom and caught Harry in the air. The Dementors who lost their target were very angry. But soon, they have a new target, all the students in the Quidditch field. Levin noticed that Snape raised his wand and wanted to cast a spell, but in the end he hesitated and did not do it. He was probably worried that his stag Patronus would die if someone saw him. However, he actually does not need to become a citizen, because the crisis at hand is exactly the practical course that Levin has prepared in advance. It is also the best advertisement for a study group. How could he tolerate that this organization that recruits a small circle is limited to Ravenclaw? All Ravenclaws, please calm down immediately and sit back in your seats. I will ensure your safety. Please believe that Dementors are not afraid of us. Levin's sonorous voice resounded throughout the stands with the blessing of Phantom Sound Technique, immediately shocking the little eagles. Ravenclaw's chaos immediately eased a lot. Those headless eagles seemed to have found their backbone and followed his instructions one after another. Levin glanced at Penelo. The female student council president was trying to maintain order just now, but few people responded to her. Now, after getting Levin's signal, she immediately started to perform her duties, and this time the eaglets cooperated a lot. Order in a state of emergency requires extreme violence as a security guarantee. Then, Levin said loudly, "All members of the study group, please stand up, take out your wand, and prepare to listen to my command. Today is an extra practical lesson." Wow! In the entire Ravenclaw stand, almost half of the young masters stood up. The study group has had 3 classes so far today. Many of the group members have learned the Confundus Charm, and most of them can at least catalyze a stream of silver mist. Levin has proven his teaching ability. As the classes progressed, Levin, as a teacher, established absolute authority in their hearts. Now that they heard Levin's order, no little wizard hesitated, as if they were facing just a fake boggart transformation. However, Levin knew very well that among the half-hearted people under his command, only a few of them could actually release the Patronus Charm under such harsh conditions. But for this to really happen, it would be a huge blow to people's confidence. Fortunately, Levin has a plug-in. It's up to you now to make them happy. Wrap it around me. He jumped on top of Levin's head and suddenly asked, can I sing that new song you filial piety to me? Of course, it's up to you. Carnival Dragon is not only a dragon, but also a great performing artist. In the young dragon state naturally has the expectation to develop in this direction. Therefore, learning various arts and music is also one of her daily pastimes. As the owner, how could Guan not support Xiaolong's acting career? So he often taught Xiaolong the works of later generations, which made her very satisfied. For example, this one. My broken wooden box is full of withered flowers that cannot be put down, light and soil and fresh wishes. If you can fly, go to a high place, cast a dream net, and collect the echoes of love. Iwu's tender and crisp children's voice, matched with the beautiful melody, resounded under the dark sky, as if lighting up a vibrant paradise in the endless darkness. The eaglets seemed to see elves with only knee-height surrounding them, singing and dancing. The emptiness and darkness brought by the Dementors were refilled with the purest joy of childhood, and the purest joy of childhood emerged spontaneously. Then, come with me, Guardian Guard. Levin recited a spell, and a silver adult carnival dragon condensed from the tip of his staff, fluttering its wings and flying towards the black crowd of Dementors. This carnival dragon patron saint is not the mini image shown in group teaching, but is really the size of an adult carnival dragon, with a length of 10 meters and a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters. Compared with the Dementors, it's a huge beast. Therefore, even if it is the only patron saint facing hundreds of Dementors, it still looks full of momentum. The appearance of the patron saint of the carnival dragon inspired the little wizards of Ravenclaw. They followed Levin and chanted the spells one after another. Guardian Guard. With the blessing of Iwu's song, nearly half of the little wizards successfully cast a spell to create a patron saint, and most of the others also successfully sprayed a stream of silver mist. Suddenly, the entire Ravenclaw stand turned into a zoo, with swans, rabbits, foxes, deer, eagles. Various patron saints circled in the stands, and then followed the wings of the carnival dragon and rushed towards the Sephora pheasant. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this silver ocean. Facing the impact of the patron saints, the Dementors almost collapsed at the first touch. The carnival dragon at the head opened its mouth and let out a silver breath. The dragon's breath swept past, scaring the Dementors and fled in all directions. However, 2 Dementors still had no time to escape and were covered by the dragon's breath. Decompose and disappear. The breath of the Patronus of the Rapture Dragon can actually kill Dementors. Dementors who have never had the concept of death can actually be killed. The scene on the Quidditch pitch not only shocked the professors who knew about Dementors, but also frightened other Dementors. They finally gave up hunting, refused to stay in this terrible place, and flew out of the stadium. The Dementors near the Ravenclaw stand were dispersed. But it's not over yet. Levin controlled the carnival dragon patron saint and flew towards other stands, followed closely by the little eagle patron saints. In the stands of Ravenclaw, those little wizards who failed to summon the patron saint were also inspired by the scene. They chanted the incantation over and over again, and new patron saints continued to appear and join the ranks of others. Just as Levin thought, in addition to spells and emotions, the key to casting spells is confidence. Only wizards who believe they can cast spells successfully can cast spells successfully. In the case of collective spellcasting, the success of peers can easily build the confidence of the participants. The legion of patron saints is getting bigger and bigger, and the Dementors are fleeing faster and faster. As the patron saints pass over the stands one by one, the little wizards who were originally panicked suddenly felt waves of warm power, and their panic was dissipated a lot. And Iwu's ballad also reached its climax. Is it you? On the way home, the moonlight illuminates the flower stamens. Is it you? Play ancient chords, drive away nightmares, and accompany me to sleep. Is it you? Weave the rainwater above your head into blue eaves. We have made an appointment. When we all grow up, we will take risks again and pursue the spread of dreams. Who crossed a sea of flowers? Who is coming towards me? Who still remembers my unfulfilled wish? As the singing gradually slowed down, all the Dementors fled. Like a parade, the patron saints, led by the carnival dragon, circled the field amidst the cheers of the little wizards, and then dispersed one after another. At this moment, even the dark clouds in the sky dissipated partially, revealing a ray of sunshine that represented hope. Even 50 years later, the little wizards present will not forget this scene. A group of young Ravenclaw wizards, led by Levin Green, actually summoned an army of patron saints, faced and defeated the Dementor army, and saved everyone. In the face of this legendary victory, even the results of the Quidditch match seemed insignificant. No one cares that Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory caught the golden snitch and Gryffindor's captain would burst into tears on the pitch. No one cared that Harry Potter was safe and sound. He was just fainted and sent to the school doctor's office. Everyone was grateful to the Little Eagles for saving them from the shadow of the Dementors. Think about it. When a little wizard is almost swallowed by coldness and despair, the sudden overwhelming silver light, and the joy and warmth that comes with it, will be firmly remembered by him, and appeared in his dreams countless times. Everyone envies the Little Eagles for being able to personally participate in this legendary battle. You know, such deeds, even 50 years later, are enough to be the best talking points. As for Levin, who organized all this, he is even more popular among the Xiaojiang masters. A group of ordinary little wizards, after taking a few lessons from him, can defeat hundreds of Dementors together. If this kind of thing had happened before, no one would have believed it. Levin's study group instantly became a circle that everyone flocked to in Hogwarts 840. His preconceived idea was successful. But when people looked for him, they found that Levin was no longer where he was. At this time, Levin was moving quickly in the Forbidden Forest. In order to speed up, he summoned Laurie from the Demi-Lane. This unicorn has already signed a mounting skill contract with Levin so that he can summon it at any time. At this time, he appeared in the Forbidden Forest precisely to track down Sirius. The unicorn's hooves beat quickly, Levin controlled the power of the druid, and the vegetation in front of him made way for Laurie. Blake, who transformed into a black dog, was really cautious and left almost no trace along the way. But this was a joke in Levin's eyes. Every time he goes forward, Levin will stop, hold on to the tree with his hand, and use plant talk to get Black's news from the tree. These seemingly senseless trees actually record all information nearby, and Levin easily got Blake's direction from them. After all, the forest remembers everything. Following Blake's path and bypassing the Acromantula's territory, Levin came all the way to the Whomping Willow at Hogwarts. The branches on the thick trunk of the Whomping Willow creaked as if in a strong wind, whipping back and forth like a whip to prevent Levin from getting close. Levin observes the Whomping Willow. According to the traces he got, the big hole between the tree roots was probably the passage leading to the Shrieking Shack. He wanted to rush over, but a thick branch whipped menacingly in the air, forcing him to step back. After noticing Levin, the branches of the Whomping Willow twisted like crazy, as if they never knew how tired they were. Levin does know the way to enter the Whomping Willow in the original novel. There is a special knot on the tree. As long as you hold it down, the Whomping Willow will immediately stop dancing, as if it has turned into stone, and even the leaves will no longer shake. Even if one of the many people on the Whomping Willow knows which one it is. And Levin doesn't need to go to such trouble. He is a druid. No one knows how to get along with plants better than he does. With just one command plant, Levin easily made the Whomping Willow stop obediently. What Blake regarded as a foolproof measure completely lost its effect in front of Levin. After canceling Larry's summons, Levin walked up to the Whomping Willow and climbed into the hole unhurriedly. Seeing that this place is relatively narrow, in order to avoid getting disgraced, Levin instantly transformed into the Chimera Badger form. So, I saw a big black and white badger head crawling along the tree hole, and then slid along the soil slope into the bottom of a very low tunnel. If it were a human being, it would have to bend down in this low tunnel and walk very far. For ordinary people, this is really a kind of torture. But it was just right for the badger Levin transformed into. The tunnel continues to extend forward. After walking for about 5 minutes, the tunnel began to slope upward. After walking a few steps towards Ajva, it turned a corner. Soon, Levin saw a glimmer of light, a small exit. Levin returned to his human form, then cast advanced invisibility on himself, then held his breath and quietly walked in. Sirius Black should be inside. At the other end of the hole was a messy, gray room, where the wallpaper had fallen off the walls, stains were everywhere on the floor, every piece of furniture was broken, as if someone had broken it, and the windows were all boarded up. This is the Screaming Shack. But no trace of Sirius was found. Crunch. Levin took a step forward and discovered that the floor of the shack, which had been in disrepair for a long time, was really good at restraining stalkers. No matter how light his steps are, his weight is here, and it will make a sound as long as he steps on it. In desperation, Levin waved his magic wand, and a disc made of condensed magic appeared under his feet, carrying him floating in the air. This will do. In the floating state, Levin was completely silent, moving forward in the shack like a ghost. At this time, there was another creaking sound. Of course, Levin doesn't make this sound. It could only be something else. Levin tightened his grip on the wand and controlled the force field disc to float in the direction of the sound. Then he found a big black dog with his butt sticking out, hiding behind the door and squatting on him. It was completely unaware that Ewan was behind it. As a result, the black dog was in bad luck. Levin just waved his hand, and clumps of vines grew under the black dog's feet, binding it tightly. Then, Levin lost his invisibility and appeared in front of the black dog. Seeing the enemy appear out of thin air, the black dog could only stare at Levin viciously, with his mouth wide open and grinning at him. Hot saliva dripped onto the ground, and there was a sour smell. Levin suddenly frowned. "I think you need to brush your teeth properly." He thought for a while, pointed with his magic wand, and a piece of broken wood turned into a large brush. Then with another call, a large ball of water appeared in the air, and Levin forced it into the black dog's mouth. Then, the big brush was inserted between the black dog's lips and teeth under the desperate gaze, and he also washed it. By the time he finished brushing his teeth, the black dog was so tortured that he couldn't even open his mouth. Finally, Levin pointed his wand at the black dog. Reveal true face. This is a 7th level spell of the protection system. Levin learned the spell after he obtained the Arcanist professional level. Its effect is to force the shapeshifter to return to their natural form, whether it is an ordinary shapeshifting spell, a simple disguise spell, or a complex spell. Animagus. The next moment, the black dog turned into an embarrassed man. It was so thin, its waxy skin clinging to the skeleton of its face, and it looked like a skull. If the eyes hidden in the deep, black sockets didn't shine, he would almost be a corpse. The top and bottom were dirty, but the mouth was clean, which looked very funny. Sirius Black. Levin looked at him seriously. "I got you." Changing back to his original form does not release the vines from their restraints. Under the heavy binding, Sirius could only hold himself up with difficulty and stared at Levin, full of surprise and vigilance. He didn't expect that he had escaped the Auror and the Dementor, but he would have fallen on this young man who was at least 14 or 15 years old. Feeling the strong restraint all over his body, Sirius wisely gave up the idea of direct confrontation for the time being and looked around calmly, looking for opportunities to escape. Jiao said fiercely, "Congratulations, kid. You captured Sirius Black, the most notorious prisoner in Azkaban. When are you going to take me to collect the bounty?" "The small bounty alone does not motivate me to work for the Ministry of Magic." Levin took back his wand and looked directly at the thin, haggard man in front of him. "I came here specifically to find you." Sirius didn't understand what Levin meant, but he soon found out. A name slowly came out of Levin's mouth. Peter Pettigrew. Upon hearing this, Sirius's pupils shrank and he struggled violently, but the strong vines firmly dispelled his impulse. Only then did he calm down again. But his deep-set eyes were full of madness. "Where did you know this name?" Blake asked word for word. At the same time, various thoughts flashed through his mind. Since the strange little wizard in front of him did not intend to hand himself over to the Ministry of Magic, and he knew that Peter Pettigrew. There is only one truth. The other party is here to kill me. Maybe he is a relative of Peter, or maybe this little wizard's family died in the big explosion 13 years ago, and now he is looking for revenge. After all, only he and Peter know what happened back then. Thinking of this, Sirius looked desperate. But Levin thrust a newspaper into his hands. Blake took a closer look and saw the front page of the Daily Prophet. That was not the issue with his wanted order and bounty, but an earlier one, the one in early July. It said that the Weasley family won the annual award and planned to use the money to travel to Egypt. It also included a family photo of Weasley. In the middle of the family portrait is the youngest son, Ronald, with his pet rat spotted on his shoulder. The mouse is missing a finger from its right front paw. Blake's chest rose and fell more violently. If he hadn't been tied up, he would have pounced on him immediately and tore off the photo from the newspaper. But now he could only stare viciously at Ban-Ban in the photo, as if he could eat it alive. Then he looked at Levin and his tone softened a lot. "Boy, how much do you know?" "It's much more than you think," Levin said in an ethereal tone. "I saw it from your Marauder's map." At that time, I was very surprised why there was always a next to Ronald's name. Peter Pettigrew, I later determined its true identity, a rat, an illegal Animagus like you. Then things get very interesting here. Why does a hero in the eyes of everyone, a recipient of the first-class medal of Sir Merlin, turn into a pet mouse and hide among the friends of his best friend's son? The Dark Lord is obviously dead. It has been more than 10 years. What is he afraid of? Maybe you can give me the answer. In fact, although Levin also borrowed the Marauder's map from the Weasley twins, he knew about Peter from his previous life. The reason why I say this is just to find a reason for my own intelligence source. He is a liar, a coward, a coward. He betrayed our trust. Sirius shouted, his voice hoarse and angry. He is the real secret keeper. He is the betrayer. He killed James and Lily. I guess so. Levin nodded, but calm down, Blake. Maybe I can help you catch him. Why? Blake looked at the little wizard. Although he already believed that the other party was not here to catch him, his experience of being betrayed still made Black vigilant. Because Black is an ancient pureblood family, the one with the most complete inheritance and the best development among all the 28 holy families, this was the case until the rise of the Dark Lord. Levin smiled slightly and revealed his purpose. I guess this ancient family has a rich accumulation, and you are its only heir. Sirius Black immediately understood what the boy meant, relaxed a little, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "The wealth of the Black family." No, I don't need the Black family's money. Levin waved his hand, denying Black's superficial thoughts. I have countless money myself. I am not interested in money, and I never care about money when I make friends. After all, no one is as rich as me. What Levin said is true. Since he got the Philosopher's Stone, he has never been short of money. Today, there are still more than 100 kilograms of gold hidden under his tower. Blake looked at the boy and believed what he said. As the heir to a large family, even if he had been imprisoned in Azkaban for decades, he could tell at a glance that nothing in the other party's outfit was cheap. Such a little wizard is qualified to say that. But this left Blake a little confused. Then what do you want? Apart from money, he really couldn't think of anything worth plotting against the Black family. But Levin immediately made his superficiality clear to him. What I want is knowledge. Levin said seriously, specifically, all the treasures accumulated in the history of the Black family, especially all the books. Even after obtaining the Arcana Master profession, he doesn't need to worry about learning magic at all. 0. Please give me flowers. After all, you can learn all the core arcane magic by leveling up. But this does not prevent him from pursuing more knowledge in other aspects. Understanding and collecting knowledge is addictive. In the collection of books in the magic world, there are a large number of unique copies, personal records, and magic books that cannot be copied. There is no library that can contain most of the books, not even Hogwarts. This means that a collection collected through the efforts of generations of pureblood families should contain many things that cannot be seen from the outside. You want these? Blake still couldn't believe it. He even felt that the other party wanted a little less. As expected of a Gryffindor, the wild boar can't eat fine chaff. But if you let me go, I can definitely find a way to catch it myself. Blake still didn't want to take revenge in vain. But Levin ruthlessly exposed his illusion. No, you can't. After Halloween, you have been alerted. Hogwarts has put a tight defense on you. You can't bypass all the checkpoints and enter the Gryffindor lounge to capture Peter Pettigrew. They don't know the truth. You are a wanted criminal in everyone's eyes. Dumbledore will capture you, Professor McGonagall will capture you, Snape would like you to die, and Professor Lupin will regard you as an enemy. Even your dearest friend will capture you. James' son, Harry, also thinks you are an enemy who betrayed his parents. You see, no one is on your side, and you want to break through their obstacles and find Peter Pettigrew deep in Hogwarts? What's more, he could blow up a street of muggles back then, and now he can blow up Hogwarts. Even directly kill Harry Potter. You have to know, Harry and his master Ronald Weasley live in the same house. In the dormitory, they have been eating and sleeping together for more than 2 years. The more Levin spoke, the lower Blake's head dropped. Poor Sirius, Ewan stabbed his fragile heart again and again. Finally, Black gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal. Okay. I will believe you once. If you can successfully bring it over, I will give you all the books and treasures of the Black family. Then, the deal is done. Levin nodded, waved his hand to loosen the vines, and his tone became much calmer. Then, as an ally and Harry's friend, I suggest you take a good rest here and don't act recklessly. You need to be alive to make Peter Pettigrew pay the price, and you need to be alive to complete the deal. After that, he took out a large box of chocolates from his pocket. I bought this in Hogsmeade some time ago, and now it's cheaper for you. If you can stay here patiently, I will bring you supplies every once in a while. After that, the boy waved his hands and screamed. Black was left alone, sitting in the corner in a daze. After returning to Hogwarts from the Shrieking Shack, Levin went to the school infirmary to visit Harry. Along the way, everyone he met said hello to him and took the initiative to greet him with enthusiasm beyond words. There are also many little wizards asking him how to join the study group class. Levin always excuses himself by saying that there are currently insufficient venues and resources, and he needs to apply further to the principal. Finally, he said to them, if you really can't wait, you can ask your dean or Dumbledore himself to make suggestions. If more people make suggestions, maybe the study group can be upgraded to an extracurricular club sooner. Levin is doing this to put pressure on Dumbledore through the mouths of the young wizards. After Professor Flitwick applied to Old V, but received no response, Levin wanted to understand what was going on. Isn't it because Old Dang 2 is too conservative and suspicious? He would not get used to Dumbledore like this. He just wanted to show him the voice of the people. In the school infirmary, Levin saw Harry lying on the hospital bed and Ronald, who was watching over him at the bedside. Hermione was doing her homework on the small table next to her. When she saw Levin arriving, she immediately came up to him in surprise and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ronald's weirdness. Levin, I didn't expect you to come to see Harry. You still remember having him as your friend. Hermione pursed her lips and retorted with a serious face, Wake up, Ronald. Levin just came a little late, and he didn't feel sorry for Harry. He is the hero who drove away the Dementors. Since this semester, Hermione has found that she and Ronald have had more quarrels. Not just because of the conflict between her pet cat Crookshanks and Ronald's pet rat Scabbers. It also stems from the fact that Ronald is always targeting Levin, whom she likes. Harry, I wish you a speedy recovery. Levin ignored Ronald's tit-for-tat confrontation with Hermione and gave Harry a box of sizzling honey candies. Thank you for coming, John. Harry opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he just took the candy. Harry actually wanted to tell Levin how he felt at this time. Again and again he saw the black dog, the ominous figure Sybil Trelawney had spoken of in Get Out of Class. There were also Dementors, and Harry was troubled by his overreaction to them. He felt that these words were impossible to express to Hermione and Ronald, because he knew that Ronald could not make any effective suggestions except panicking and worrying about him. As for Hermione, she was wise enough, but she didn't believe in divination and scorned the so-called unknown. Only the Levin Buddha in his mind seems to be able to solve all problems. But now Harry found that he couldn't say some words, which made Harry feel quite heavy. He also realized that he and Levin were gradually estranged. In front of Levin, a psychic with powerful psychic powers, Harry's little thoughts could not be hidden at all. To Levin, Harry is a good friend, both in the past and in the present. But they're just friends. As for Ronald, some of his tempers were completely ignored by Levin. Maybe it was just the rebellion and circumstances of a young man, but Levin didn't need to coddle him at all. The kind of friendship in typical hot-blooded boy comics where people break up with each other, then gradually realize each other's strengths, and finally come to their senses and get back together, is not suitable for him. So for Ronald, he completely ignored it and just opened his mouth to enlighten the savior. Harry, I have said before that Dementors have different effects on different people. The more painful the past experience, the easier it is to be affected by Dementors. This is why you fall off the broom. Then, he spoke out his previous suggestion again. In addition, Harry, I insist that you still find Professor Lupin. Whether it is to learn the Patronus Charm or to talk about your worries, you will find that he will be better than you. Much friendlier than expected. Levin, you can't let Harry join you. Ronald, I'll find Professor Lupin. Before Ronald could finish his words, he was interrupted by Harry. He opened his mouth wide, but in the end nothing came out. Next, the atmosphere between the four people became awkward. Ronald was dissatisfied with Levin and Hermione, and Levin and Hermione didn't want to talk to Ronald. As for Harry, he wanted to talk to Levin some more, but he gave up because he was worried about Ronald. Finally, Hermione couldn't stand the atmosphere and pulled Levin out of the school doctor's office. The next morning, the atmosphere in the entire auditorium was completely different. Ravenclaw's eaglets were unanimously welcomed by several other houses when they entered the auditorium. Especially the members of the study group, no matter whether they successfully used the Patronus Charm yesterday or not, they were greeted with waves of cheers and applause. This made them all proud. The applause was most intense when Levin took his seat. Regarding the Dementor invasion, the impact has already been fermented. Not only Hogwarts, but the entire magical world of Een Kingdom was shocked by this incident. This is unprecedented, a large-scale attack by Dementors on the Net Master. Even the Daily Prophet, which always sides with Fudge, scolded him bloody in the newspaper. We have no way of knowing whether one day Dementors will force their way into the homes of ordinary people like they broke into Hogwarts. We don't know if the Dementors are still under the control of the Ministry of Magic. According to the news from Jaina, the Ministry of Magic was inundated with howling letters last night, and they had to set aside a room to destroy them together. At this moment, Professor Dumbledore suddenly stood up. Okay, everyone, be quiet for a moment. I have one more thing to say. His voice rang in the auditorium, attracting everyone's attention. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said to everyone, "Yesterday there was a Dementor riot on the Quidditch pitch. Fortunately, in times of crisis, the young wizards of Ravenclaw, led by Mr. Levin Green, took action in time, thus avoiding possible casualties. Therefore, I will add 300 points to Ravenclaw Academy." After Dumbledore finished speaking, thunderous applause resounded in the auditorium. The little wizards from any academy all applauded vigorously together. Even Slytherin is no exception. No one wants to experience a scene like last night again. Just being approached by a Dementor makes the pain unbearable. After a while, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the applause gradually subsided. The principal continued, "Patronus Charm is a very difficult magic that is difficult for ordinary wizards to learn. I heard that the reason why these young wizards from Ravenclaw can collectively use Patronus Charm is because they participated in the study group organized privately by Mr. Green. I was very touched by this. Mr. Green's selfless dedication and their eagerness to learn are very commendable. Recently, many young wizards have asked me whether I can give more support to Mr. Green's study group and make it open to the young wizards throughout Hogwarts. To be honest, I have already started to consider this matter, but the scene proves that Mr. Green's study group is indeed of great significance. Therefore, I announce that Hogwarts will make an exception to provide more support to the study group, including providing venues, equipment, and other support. The study group you are looking forward to will be officially upgraded to a club. Bob bang bang. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the applause from the audience became even more enthusiastic. There are too many young wizards looking forward to joining the study group, not only to gain the ability to protect themselves, but also because the scene of fighting the Dementors is so cool. In fact, Levin's study group was not as effective as they thought. At that time, the little wizards were able to release so many patron saints, which was purely due to Levin's extraordinary performance with the blessing of various buffs. One is naturally Iwu's song. The Carnival Dragon's joyful banquet can induce happiness in people's hearts, allowing little wizards to fill their hearts with happiness without deliberately recalling it, providing the best conditions for casting the Patronus. If they were on their own, facing the dark clouds of Dementors looming over the city, few would be able to successfully create happy memories that could sustain a patron saint. The second is collective action. Seeing that so many companions have successfully used the Patronus, other little wizards will not be discouraged even if they fail, because the Patronus curse has become something that everyone can do in their hearts and in magic in this world. Believing can create miracles. In short, this is a living advertisement that Levin deliberately created, and this advertisement successfully became an instant hit at Hogwarts. When Levin was surrounded by excited little wizards, he saw Dumbledore's complicated expression looking at him from the audience. It can be said that the reason why Dumbledore agreed to this matter was completely forced by Levin's influence on the public opinion of the entire Hogwarts. This white wizard has experienced the Dark Lord twice in his life, so he has to be wary of those little wizards who are very talented at a young age, because everyone is afraid that he will go astray. Especially when Levin started a study group, the sense of déjà vu was too strong. When Voldemort was still Tom Riddle, didn't he also entangle a group of like-minded young people to study magic together? The only difference is that Levin teaches the Patronus Charm, while Tom studies black magic. But who can guarantee that Levin will not teach black magic in the future? 1.6 Therefore, Dumbledore, who is conservative in thinking, has been suppressing Professor Flitwick's application, just to suppress Levin's small group within a certain range. It's a pity that something like this happened now, and he couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. Even he couldn't make excuses. After all, leading everyone to use the Patronus to expel the Dementors. The intention is too high and buff is too correct. Standing up, protecting the weak, leadership, white magic against dark creatures. I suspect that Levin will create a new Death Eater or something. No one will believe it. Please, the first magic they learn is Patronus Charm, the white magic of white magic. If Levin was really a dark wizard, he would have been swallowed up by the maggots sprayed from the wand the moment he used the Patronus Charm. In short, Dumbledore has no choice but to find excuses to suppress Levin anymore. In terms of strength, Levin can protect himself in front of him. In terms of relationships, Levin has many of his own people in the Ministry of Magic. In this case, as long as Dumbledore cherishes his feathers, there is no way to suppress Levin from this level. When it comes to righteousness, is there anyone who is more righteous than Levin now? Today's Levin doesn't have to be as low-key at Hogwarts as before. His time has come. After breakfast, Levin wanted to leave the auditorium, but as soon as he left his seat, he was surrounded by a group of little wizards. Levin, Dumbledore has agreed to expand your study group. You have a new venue and support from the school, so will the study group be recruiting further? Levin, can we join your training class? The little wizards surrounded Levin and asked all kinds of questions. Levin looked around. The people standing here cover almost all colleges, including Slytherin. Levin alone knew Astoria Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and the Carows sisters among them. In response to their request, Levin agreed, no problem. If you want to join, please sign up with Ms. Penelope Cravat so that we can make statistics and prepare lessons. We will notify you of future training-related issues." His words drew cheers from the little wizards. Levin could feel that at that moment, their attitude towards him changed. They became more respectful, and they said goodbye to Levin, just like they would treat a professor. "Levin, it seems that our Ravenclaw's reputation far exceeds that of Gryffindor and Slytherin." Beside him, Penelope's face was slightly red, and she seemed to be in a very happy mood. It seemed that she was the one recognized by the young wizards. As a Ravenclaw prefect for a long time, she had to admit that the key figure that allowed Ravenclaw Academy to overturn its original marginal status and overpower Gryffindor and Slytherin was the boy beside her. Everything changed after he entered school. The female student council president took Sherry and went to register the little wizards. On this side, Harry Potter found Chi-09. It would be nice if Dumbledore had announced this earlier. Harry said regretfully, "I also wanted to join your class, but I found Professor Lupin last night, and now he is teaching me the Patronus Charm. Don't want to live up to his guidance." "It's okay, Harry. Professor Lupin is a professor with real talents. You will learn a lot from him." Levin heard this and persuaded with a smile. One-on-one teaching is always much more effective than large class teaching. It's too late for others to envy you. What's more, Levin knew better that Harry's biggest concern was not Lupin, but his best friend, Ronald. Levin's study group, no, it should be considered a club now. Hermione will definitely join. If Harry also joins, what will Ronald do? Harry wouldn't want his best friend to feel left out. Since the school has given authorization and provided venues and resources, it must make good use of them. The venue is a large abandoned classroom located in the corridor on the 3rd floor of the astronomy tower. Every night for the past few days, Levin gathered a group of strong men in Ravenclaw to help him clean and decorate the classroom for club use. Naturally, they included Cirilla, Penelope, Zhang Qiu, and other Levin's close friends, as well as several roommates such as Steve. Even Luna joined them, and she even recruited someone from Gryffindor. Gryffindor's Hermione is naturally regarded as a strong man. "So, this is obviously your Ravenclaw's business. Why do you have to ask me to help?" Hermione couldn't help complaining while using Scribe to help Levin copy the teaching materials. "What do you mean, this is all Ravenclaw's business? Don't you want to be a part of it?" Levin looked at the girl fiercely, as if he would eat her alive if she even said a word of rejection. Hermione stuck out her tongue and said coquettishly, "Really? You are sure that I will come to find you, right? You Ravenclaws have been in so much limelight recently, and Ronald is going to call me a Gryffindor traitor. Already. What do you care about what he said?" Levin shook his head and said seductively, "How about it, if you come to help these days, I will allow you to participate in the management of the club." "Really?" Hermione's eyes lit up, and then she asked worriedly, "But wasn't Senior Cravat responsible for the previous management work? What will she do if I join?" "Of course I'm not asking you to replace her, but to succeed her." Levin explained, "What I mean is, Penelope will graduate after this school year, and the club will definitely need to find someone else to manage it. How about that? Want to try a challenge?" "Of course. Leave it to me." Hermione's interest was immediately aroused, and she immediately began to think as a manager. "Levin, have you thought about how the club will organize classes then?" she asked Levin excitedly. "What, do you have any good suggestions?" Although Levin had already had an idea, it was rare for Hermione to be so enthusiastic, so he planned to give the other party some room to develop. "After your study group was established, I probably observed your courses. There were about 50 or 60 people in your study group before. They were crowded into a large class and 10 people could manage it. But after the enrollment expansion, the number will be doubled several times at least. If there are hundreds of young wizards, if the original teaching method is followed, the effect will become very poor." Levin knew as soon as he heard it that the girl had grasped the key issue. "It turns out that you have been secretly following the study group. Even we know how many of us there are. Why were you so coy when I invited you just now?" Levin teased. Before Hermione could speak, he continued to ask, "Then what do you think we should do? Look at our college. Classes are divided into levels according to age. I think this is worth reference. Hermione seriously suggested, since the number of people in the club is no longer suitable for collective teaching, why not divide the young wizards into different levels? What about teaching content in a targeted manner? After hearing Hermione's suggestion, Wynne couldn't help but nodded. Hermione's thoughts coincided with his. So after arranging the classroom, Levin called Penelo and Cyrilla, plus Hermione, and the four of them seriously discussed the next teaching plan. The four of them discussed until midnight, and Hermione returned to Gryffindor alone. Levin, Cyrilla, and Penelo took a walk toward the Ravenclaw Tower. I never expected that your study group would become an activity that all the little wizards yearn for. Looking at the boy in front of her, Cyrilla sighed with emotion. This is indeed a surprise, isn't it? I'm very happy, that's right. Levin said, waving his hands gracefully, but it's not correct to say it's a surprise, because after the study group started, I firmly believed that my course would definitely develop to the only difference in this step is the length of time. Is this the confidence of a genius? Penelo looked at Levin in surprise, his eyes full of admiration. In addition, this is not my study group alone, but our common club, Levin added. Ciri, without you, I would not be able to teach so many little wizards by myself, and Penelo, this the club cannot do without your day-to-day management. You are right, Levin, participating in the establishment of this club will be my proudest achievement in Hogwarts. Penelo looked at the boy and said with emotion. The three of them suddenly fell into silence. I don't know how many minutes later, Penelo's voice sounded, with a little melancholy and confusion. Shilly, we will graduate this year. Graduate. Levin is a little confused about this topic. He doesn't understand why the other person is nervous. Will the headmistress of Hogwarts still worry about losing her job after graduation? Shilly, your relationship with Levin is so good. You have already decided on your job after graduation. Although this was a question, Penelo's tone was full of certainty. I'm going to be an Auror. Cyrilla gave the answer. This was what they had discussed before. Jaina has been focusing on increasing her influence in the Ministry of Magic, which is a time when there is a shortage of manpower. Just one Tonks wasn't enough. No matter how much he was promoted, being a squad leader would be a big deal. After all, if his qualifications were there, no one would be convinced if he was forced to move up. So she urgently needs Cyrilla to help after graduation. So, what kind of job do you want me to do? Penelo asked. She looked at Cyrilla at English. Levin could tell from her determined gaze that she valued their opinions. Levin thought for a while and said, as a friend, I would say that I hope that your future job will allow you not to work too hard, not to worry about money, and not to bow down to power. The most important thing is to do a job that you feel comfortable with. Interesting work. A complicated smile appeared on Penelo's beautiful face. Thank you for your blessing, Levin. No wonder you can make one girl after another fall in love with you. She sighed. But you should understand that this is not the answer I want. Looking at the girl's firm eyes, Wynne sighed. Okay, I'm afraid of you. If you must do this, then become an Auror with Cyrilla. Jaina will take care of you. Is it Jaina? Levin could see Penelo's 10 real expressions. It seems that she has noticed this matter for a long time. This female student council president is indeed very wise in some aspects. When did you notice this? Levin asked curiously. After I learned that you accepted the invitation from the Ministry of Magic to participate in the dragon-slaying mission. Penelo said and explained, you are a proud little wizard. From what I know about you, you are definitely not the kind of person who would do anything for a little honor. People who work as thugs for the Ministry of Magic, unless you have friends or allies in the Ministry of Magic 300. Then I discovered that the ones participating in the mission with you were Deputy Director Jaina and Miss Tonks. As early as last year, I heard Miss Tonks' name from Ciri. It seems that the relationship between you is very good. But Miss Tonks alone is not enough for you to join such a mission. She is not qualified for her position. Based on the travel cards Sheely gave me during the summer vacation and the reports after the dragon-slaying mission was completed, I made a guess that you and your group had actually completed the mission long ago. But you never returned to the Een Kingdom after that, and you just stayed in vacation there. And Deputy Director Gianna being able to vacation with you shows that the relationship is much better than imagined. Penello's series of analyses and conjectures amazed Levin. This girl is really suitable for working in the Ministry of Magic. Then he heard the other party say, "Levin, Shirley, do you think I am very utilitarian?" Without waiting for their answer, Penello gave his own answer. "Yes, I am very utilitarian, but for a wizard like me who comes from an ordinary family, if he wants to achieve success in the magic world, he must find the right supporters. Levin, Shirley, I'm not such a genius. I'm just an ordinary witch. At most, I work harder than others, but a little achievement is not enough for me to break through the shackles. Break out a world. All I can find is you. Don't worry, Penello, we won't blame you." Levin patted her shoulder comfortingly. Cyrilla also said firmly, "Yes, Penello, you still have us by your side." Moonlight is flowing. Like water, it quietly spilled into the corridor through the window. Penello's eyes were shining brightly, and he suddenly reached out his hand and held Levin in his arms. Then he gave Cyrilla a hug as well. "Thank you, I will not let down your friendship." Levin was a little stiff, and he felt the infinite affection contained in this soft body. In a blink of an eye, it's time for group learning classes again. More than 100 little wizards gathered in the new classroom. When everyone arrived, Penello began to issue a test form to everyone. Due to the large number of young wizards participating in the group, no, it should be said that there are too many young wizards in the club, we have initially decided to divide the teaching into classes and formulate study plans according to different groups. The division of groups is based on your spell level and willingness to learn determines. Next, everyone fills out this test form first, and then follow Miss Cyrilla to the test. The test results will directly determine which group you are assigned to. According to Levin's plan, the young wizards who join the club will be divided into approximately 3 groups. The first class will be dedicated to teaching the patron saint curse, which was also the original requirement for them to establish a study group. The second class will teach some basic dueling spells, such as disarming curse, stun curse, iron armor curse, confinement curse, etc. The main purpose is to give the little wizard a certain ability to protect himself. It was the role of the duel club back then. The third class is an expansion class, which is also Levin's ultimate goal after upgrading the study group to a club. In this class, Levin decided to teach some of his unique magic theories, namely arcane magic theory, and teach some arcane magic. To this end, Levin even redefined the study time of Class 3, completely staggering it from Class 1 and Class 2. Members who can join this class must complete the courses of the first class and the second class before they are eligible to learn advanced content. Being able to pass the first 2 classes, such a little wizard is considered outstanding regardless of talent or hard work. These people will also be the core strength that Levin is preparing to win over. After all, it is different from the well-known scattered spells such as the Patronus Curse, Disarming Curse, and Iron Armor Curse. Arcane magic is a whole magic system that can be explored and learned infinitely. As for specific spells, only Levin can teach them here. In this way, the core group members' loyalty and dependence on the club and himself will be greatly increased. Learning the arcane magic system will greatly enhance their understanding of magic. And the countless arcane magics in Levin are like a huge treasure house, tempting them to delve into it. As long as you have such an idea, you will never be able to leave the club again. This kind of loyalty and dependence can even reach lifelong binding. Levin is able to directly establish an entire community of interests in this way. In the future, whether these outstanding talents join the Ministry of Magic or become self-employed, they will be able to expand Levin's influence in all aspects. This will help Levin build a larger force. Whether it is a floating city or a boundary-piercing gate, it cannot be built by 1 or 2 people. The content of the test was very simple and the speed was also very fast. In less than half an hour, more than 100 little wizards completed it in different classes. The largest group was the first group, with about 80 people. Weiwen divided them into 4 parallel groups. There are about 50 people in the second class who want to learn dueling magic. Most of them are members of the original study group, but some are new young wizards who are more interested in dueling magic after joining. They are divided into 3 groups. As for the third class, it has the smallest number of people, with only a dozen people. But they're undoubtedly the most qualified among this group of people, and most of them are 6th and 7th grade teachers. Many of them will definitely work in the Ministry of Magic after graduation. As long as Levin's teaching is successful enough, they will naturally become Jaina's supporters after joining the Ministry of Magic. Now that everyone has been divided into groups, we should study hard and unite and help each other. In each class, we will have group competitions every once in a while. The system is similar to the Academy Cup. The group that makes the most progress will receive Levin's reward. Each group will be assigned a teaching assistant and a group leader. The teaching assistants for classes 1 and 2 will be students from class 3, the group leaders will be from this group, and the teaching assistant for class 3 will be Miss Cirilla. The group leader needs to cooperate with the teaching assistant and be responsible for helping and supervising the learning of group members. The current candidates for assistant coaches and team leaders are only tentative, and we will determine the final candidates based on future performance. By encouraging competition and cooperation to promote a learning atmosphere and assigning more responsibilities to outstanding students, Levin fully learned the best aspects of the Hogwarts system. For this series of arrangements, the little wizards have no meaning. Penelo took out another stack of forms he had just completed and announced loudly, "Next, I will announce everyone's class group and make sure that the wizards in the class group can freely communicate with their classmates. Class will officially start in 5 minutes." When Penelo announced the grouping time, the little wizards could just visit the classroom decorated by Levin. "Look at these books." Looking at the bookshelf on the wall, a young Ravenclaw wizard said excitedly, "How did they get so many books?" Hestia Caro of Slytherin took her sister and stroked the spines of rows of thick sheepskin-bound books. Common spells and solutions, outsmarting dark magic, self-defense spells collection, fighting fire with fire. Wow! She looked back at her sister, her face shining. Seeing these hundreds of books finally convinced her that they were right to join Levin's club. "Flora, that's great. We have everything we want. If we really listened to those stupid heads in the academy, if so, we would have missed too many things." From what she said, it seemed that there was a sharp disagreement within Slytherin about whether to join Levin's club. Interestingly, if the professor assigned them to read these tomes, they would never be as interested and active as they are now. "We didn't have these things in our previous classrooms." Steve Corford looked excitedly at the various instruments such as speculums and detectors placed on the table. "These are useful when practicing stun spells." Kevin Entwistle kicked the cushion with his feet and said excitedly. Parvati Patil of Gryffindor was introducing a wooden golem to several junior students. Levin taught a defense against the dark arts class for a period of time last year, and he used this thing in class. Can you imagine? Not only will this puppet not be destroyed by ordinary spells, but it can also avoid spells on its own, which is simply amazing. Zheng Qiu was examining the magic patterns on the borders of bookcases and shelves, trying to decipher its function, but ultimately failed. Song Zheng asked the idle shopkeeper beside him, Levin, what do these magic patterns you put on it mean?" "That's the rune of Exorcist Barrier. It will be triggered when a spell attacks the shelf. It is used to prevent the magic spells from flying around during their practice." The little wizard's chat and discussion did not last long, and Penelo completed the grouping. Soon, the classroom became quiet. Penelo distributed the training plan prepared by Levin and asked the assistant coaches and team leaders to organize the little wizards to practice. After all, many of them don't even have a solid grasp of the most basic skills and have no way of learning more advanced spells. Some first-year wizards are even practicing the most basic levitating spell to become familiar with the wrist-waving movements when casting spells. There are also some middle and high school students who appear to be messy when practicing the disarming spell. Many people's magic spells, such as Nose, were unable to disarm their opponents, only forcing them to take a few steps back, or even missing them altogether. The whole classroom was filled with noisy chanting, and magic spells and wands were flying everywhere. Many missed spells flew to the surrounding shelves and were firmly blocked by the Exorcist Barrier. On the contrary, the class practicing the Patronus Charm at the other end of the classroom was much more harmonious. Suddenly, the classroom door was opened. After seeing the person coming, the little wizards gradually became quiet. Principal Dumbledore. Many people couldn't restrain the excitement on their faces. Does the principal support their club so much? I'm glad you are so enthusiastic about learning magic. Dumbledore smiled and waved to the little wizards. Then he looked at Levin. Mr. Green, please allow me to interrupt your lecture. I wonder if you would like to chat with me, an old man. As he spoke, he winked mischievously at Levin. Many little wizards couldn't help but laugh. Levin smiled and nodded. But he understands that everything is not as harmonious as it seems. What is supposed to come will come. After explaining a few words to Cyrilla, Pinello, and others, Levin followed Dumbledore to the principal's office. They came to the stone monster. Chiffon cake. Dumbledore said the password, and the monster separated to the left and right, revealing the spiral staircase at the rear. Climb the stairs and enter the thick wooden door of the principal's office. He had been to Dumbledore's office before, which was a very beautiful round room with pictures of the previous headmasters of Hogwarts hanging on the wall. They were all sleeping, their chests rising and falling gently. Levin sat across from Dumbledore's desk, looked at the reluctant principal, and waited quietly for the other party to talk nonsense. Perhaps we could have something to drink to soothe our throats before we talk. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a kettle and 2 cups flew in front of him from the shelf on one side. The kettle was filled with sherbet, and under Dumbledore's control, he filled it up for the 2 of them. One of the filled glasses floated to Levin reluctantly. Dumbledore raised the glass and invited the other person to drink together. Levin did not refuse and picked up the wine glass. However, his psychic powers never stopped observing Dumbledore for a moment. Professor Dumbledore looked kindly and looked at Levin with a smile, as if he was sharing candy with a child. But Levin could vaguely sense the inner struggle of Old B. Levin only took a small sip before putting the cup down, and Dumbledore didn't force it. First of all, I'm very happy that you took action to protect your classmates that day. Dumbledore said gently, your Patronus charm is great, much better than I expected. Levin understood that he was referring to the breath-killing of Dementor 077. But he just shook his head and said modestly, Principal, this is what I should do. Smart, brave, and humble, every move of the young man in front of him shows his perfect student style. But in Dumbledore's view, although this little wizard was only a 14-year-old boy, his purpose was more complicated than that of many adult wizards. This reminded him of the information he had collected recently. When Levin was in his first year, he met the new Auror Nymphadora Tonks through some unknown means and had a close relationship with the Tonks family. In his second year, he met her boss, Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Jaina Proudmoore through Tonks. What happened next showed that he also had a very close relationship with Deputy Director Proudmoore. After the dragon-slaying mission and a series of subsequent events, Jaina Proudmoore became increasingly powerful in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Nymphadora Tonks was directly promoted to squad leader within 3 years of joining the Auror office. The noblewoman they brought back from South America, Catrona Prester, not only became famous among the famous families in the wizarding world, but also made outstanding achievements in the Department for the Management and Control of Magical Creatures. She was directly transferred from the Bureau of Fire Dragon Research and Restriction. The consultant was promoted to director. Unknowingly, this little wizard, who was born as a Muggle orphan, had created such a network of connections within the Ministry of Magic. He did not delve into the conspiracy. Dumbledore changed the topic. Levin, do you know why Voldemort had to kill Harry? Levin looked at Dumbledore and shook his head. Of course he understood that this matter was, to put it bluntly, a murder caused by a prophecy. Dumbledore stood up, went to a black cabinet next to the Phoenix Perch, and took out a shallow-bottomed stone basin. Levin had seen a similar thing, a pensive, from the secret room under the Forbidden Book area. He placed the pensive on the table, then raised his wand and pointed it at his temple, pulled out a few silvery, spiderweb-like thought fibers and stuck them on the wand, and then put these thought fibers into the stone basin. He sat back behind the desk and watched his thoughts swirl and float in the pensive. After a while, he sighed, raised his wand again, and picked the silvery substance on the tip of the wand. A figure emerged from inside, wearing a shawl. Her eyes looked particularly big behind her glasses. It was the divination professor, Sybil Trelawney. She opened her mouth and spoke in a harsh, hoarse voice. "The man with the power to conquer the Dark Lord approaches. Born in the 7th moon to a family that has defeated the Dark Lord 3 times. The Dark Lord marks him as his nemesis, but he has energy that Heimoda does not understand. One must die at the hands of the other, because both cannot live, only one survives. The one who has the energy to conquer the Dark Lord man will be born at the end of the 7th month." Professor Trelawney, who was slowly spinning, was lost in the silver thread below again. The office was quiet. Dumbledore, Levin, and all the portraits, no one made a sound. Even the phoenix fell silent. Dumbledore said, "The man who had only one chance to conquer Lord Demon forever was born nearly 16 years ago at the end of July. The boy's parents had defeated Voldemort 3 times. You are referring to Harry Potter, right?" Levin revealed the other party's purpose. "You want to tell me that it is true that Harry is the savior of the wizarding world?" Dumbledore nodded and stared into Levin's eyes. "I know that you were friends with Harry before joining Hogwarts. At Hogwarts, you have shared hardships many times. You have to understand that as the savior, he will face tremendous pressure, far greater than anyone in the wizarding world. Voldemort will use all means to deal with Harry, and he needs your help. After all, you want me to be Harry Potter's nanny and tool." Levin was very dissatisfied, but he did not directly refute. "Actually, Professor Dumbledore, I also have some research on prophecy magic." Dumbledore rested his elbows on the table, put his hands together, and supported his chin with the back of his hands. He looked at the little wizard in front of him with interest. His glasses reflected white light under the moonlight. "Many people say that prophecy is illusory and that divination requires talent. But in my opinion, the essence of prophecy is the collection and review of world information, which should have a set of systematic techniques and methods." Levin said, "My own views on the prophecy school. Sounds a bit like the theory of numerology." Dumbledore commented, "The specific technology is more complicated than digital divination." Levin explained, "But you are right. The real prophetic spell should be like digital divination, which is completely controllable, reproducible, and can be studied systematically. In my theory, the world is actually composed of countless intersecting world lines. Every choice you make creates a new world line all the time. The prediction of the future is essentially information about the future of a certain world line. This information will appear in the prophecy, which can only confirm the possibility of it happening, but it does not mean that the future will really follow the path of that world line." "But prophecies still have a role, don't they?" After listening to Levin's theory, Dumbledore was still very calm. "For example, when we know a prophecy, we can make some preparations to deal with the most likely to come. Destiny. But the opposite is also true. The more you believe in prophecies, the more likely they are to come true." Levin shook his head. "By the way, according to my information, Harry is not the only boy who meets the prophecy conditions. Neville is also one of them." "Yes, you're right. Neville is also the child of destiny." Dumbledore agreed, but it was Voldemort who made the final choice. He was the one who chose to kill Harry, and he was the one who chose to believe this prophecy. That is to say, in your mind, the fate of these 2 boys and these 2 families is determined by Voldemort's thoughts?" Levin pointed out pointedly. Dumbledore had fallen into his logic trap. But old Dengtu remained very calm, as if accepting this fact was no big deal. "It's just Voldemort's choice," he said. "Yes, that is to say, only the strong can control their destiny, while the weak are controlled by others." Levin expressed his opinion. This is not only his own opinion, but also a conclusion deduced through Dumbledore's logic. Because of this, there will be no savior in destiny. Everyone's savior is only himself. If I am dissatisfied with reality, I will continue to strengthen myself and then put in my own efforts to turn the imperfect story into the way I expected it to be. In the rhetorical confrontation, not only did the other party fail to convince, but the other party created logical loopholes, which in turn deduced the other party's point of view. Dumbledore's eyes couldn't help but cast a haze. This is the first time he has been refuted by others in a battle of ideas. Looking at the high-spirited young man in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the past and someone in his memory. That was his closest companion in his youth. He had to admit that compared to Voldemort, that person and the boy in front of him were more imaginative. They are equally handsome, equally talented. The same power of admiration. The same confidence and pride. Yes, they're so similar. Except for one thing, Grindelwald is a pure blood, while the other party is born as a muggle. The old man sighed and wanted to comfort him again. Levin, you can't think like this. Everyone in this world wants to be the protagonist, but that is a thorny road, and not everyone can get a successful ending. Sometimes, following the path of fate, your life, it will be much easier. Easy? Haha, Levin sneered. Professor, you actually think that I live to be relaxed? Does this look down upon me too much? Dumbledore shook his head. He still underestimated the other party's arrogance. If you insist, the old man paused, then continued, I just hope you can leave Harry and not affect him or interfere with his destiny. When Finn was surprised by Dumbledore's choice, actually asking him to leave Harry. He was so sure that his plan could guarantee that Harry could win the confrontation with Voldemort. He knew very well that since he came to the world of Harry Potter and brought a series of visitors from Otherworld, the destiny of this world has been greatly changed. Professor, I think that instead of asking me to take the initiative to leave Harry, you should try to get Harry to leave me. He sighed faintly. To be honest, during this period, I also feel that the number of times Harry has come to me to solve troubles too many, and his poor little brain is already developing into a troll. Dumbledore's expression was gloomy. This was also what he was worried about, but he still nodded and said, Harry, I will find a way. But now, the problem lies with you. Seeing that the old bee did not give up, Levin couldn't help but waved his finger. Professor Dumbledore, don't you think you are going too far? As an educator, you actually instigated the young wizard to alienate his friends in person. Harry and I have been in elementary school since childhood. The friends I started with are my most beloved relatives and friends. So I have to pay more? So, do you want galleons in return? Dumbledore looked a little disappointed. He didn't expect Levin to be so superficial. No. Why is this another person trying to bribe me with financial resources? As I said before, I am not short of money, and I have never been in trouble with money. What do you need? Dumbledore asked curiously. As a Ravenclaw, of course I need knowledge the most. If you agree to let me borrow the books in the restricted area at will, including of course the ones you took to the headmaster's office, then I won't have time to find Harry Potter. Dumbledore couldn't help frowning when he heard Levin's conditions, especially when he mentioned the books he got from the restricted book area to the principal's office. He looked at Levin and tried to persuade again. Mr. Green, I think you should change the conditions. There is so much about dark magic in these books that they won't be useful to you. Of course, Levin would vigorously refute this view. Knowledge is knowledge, Professor. There is no distinction between justice and evil in knowledge. There are just people. The reason why the founders and past principals put these treasures in the restricted book area is it's just so that little wizards can have equal access to this knowledge, not for you to shelve it on the shelf. What's more, you have met my patron saint. Saying that, Levin whipped out Tazakamura. Call the gods to protect you. The silver carnival dragon instantly appeared in the principal's office. Levin did not let it shrink, but showed its complete posture. It's almost like stuffing a Hesidian black dragon into the principal's office. As a result, the space around Levin was completely occupied in an instant, and everything on the shelf and table was swept to the floor. Dumbledore's phoenix fox was even more frightened and flew everywhere. Dumbledore himself looked shocked at first. He had never seen such a huge power of positive emotions. No wonder it could kill Dementors with one breath. Then his expression softened. He knows very well that a person who is completely immersed in black magic cannot cast a Patronus. It is not only a sign of strong magical ability, but also represents the protection, love, and hope in the heart of the caster. 0. Please give me flowers. In this way, the boy in front of me has much more love and hope in his heart than ordinary people. He didn't know that there was a special profession like psychics in the world. They could shape and influence the hearts of others and themselves. The reason why Levin's Patronus is so large is that it is infused with a large amount of spiritual power that transforms into positive emotions. Dumbledore thought for a while and finally made a decision. Okay, I will put the books in the principal's office back to the bottom of the restricted book area, he said softly. In addition, Mrs. Pings and I will not go to the restricted book area to check again at night. 00. Levin understood what Dumbledore meant. So he also promised, then, I will not actively interfere in Harry's affairs and let him fend for himself. After the decision was made, Levin left the office. Through this conversation, he has seen Dumbledore clearly. The White Wizard who once saved the world is now old, and he no longer has much energy to deal with one accident after another. His energy has been completely focused on cultivating a savior and defeating the Dark Lord. He will no longer be an obstacle to Levin's progress. On the way back to the Ravenclaw lounge, Levin recalled the conversation just now, and his heart was full of ridicule. Professor Dumbledore, you can't see my strength with your eyes only limited to this world. Let us see, do you want to fulfill Harry's destiny before I change the world? In the days that followed, Dumbledore never interfered in the club's affairs again. And Levin also officially gave the club a name that many people found strange. Erudite Society. In fact, he first thought of the Genius Club, but this name is too straightforward and most of the members are not worthy of this title. On the contrary, the Extensive Knowledge Society, which believes that mediocre people can also pursue wisdom, is more suitable for the tone of the club. After all, Levin opened this club to bring wisdom to mediocre people. As time passes week after week, Christmas has arrived. Christmas morning in the tower. Levin was woken up by Iwu. Early in the morning, he left Levin's bed and dove into the pile of gifts, sticking his butt out, wagging his tail, and tearing at the Christmas gift wrapping with his paws. As the most popular dragon in the entire Hogwarts, as she calls herself, Iwu has received a lot of Christmas gifts, dozens of them, most of which are various snacks. There are also some weird gadgets. For example, a dragon uses a teething stick. Levin looked at the sender and saw that it was from Hagrid. This hybrid giant has always been brooding over the incident where his fire dragon Norbert was given away 2 years ago. Now that Levin has raised a little dragon that won't grow up, it has almost made up for his original dream. Therefore, Hagrid has always been very kind to Iwu and will prepare a lot of snacks for her every time they meet, including his sticky fudge and stone biscuits that are so hard that they will fall off your teeth. Levin would give Iwu a teething stick now because he expected it. In addition to gifts from wizards, there are also gifts from special friends. For example, Fox and Larry. As the two most intelligent magical creatures on campus, AI 103, Wu and Fox have a good relationship, at least much better than their masters. Fox's gift was one of his tail feathers, which came with Dumbledore's Christmas gift to Levin. As for Larry, a small basket of fresh mulberries was delivered, which she picked herself and carried them into the tower early in the morning. Of course, the feather was confiscated by Levin and treated it as a Christmas gift from Iwu. As for the mulberries, when Levin saw them, there were only a few mulberry leaves left. If the little guy didn't have a black and purple mouth, he might not even know that this happened. Levin's gift to Iwu was a blue tassel woven from unicorn fur to decorate her tail. The tassel is enchanted with various illusion magics. When waved, it will not only make a pleasant sound, but also leave a blue phantom. It looks very cool and is suitable for the playful and active Iwu. Great, Levin, I've always wanted a tassel like this. After receiving Levin's gift, Love let out a burst of cheers. She couldn't wait to put the tassel on her tail, skipped out of the room, and went to show off to Larry. Levin naturally received more gifts than Iwu. Especially this year, he also formed the Extensive Knowledge Society, and many of his junior teachers gave him Christmas gifts. A lot of chocolates and greeting cards from the little witches. Levin opened them as usual and put them all aside. After all, it is something that enters the mouth. It would be terrible if someone mixed some magic potion like love potion in it. This is not unfounded by Levin. Such poisoning incidents have happened many times in the history of Hogwarts, so much so that every Christmas the teachers have to repeatedly remind the students to be careful. Friends who are familiar with Levin will choose to give him some books, or alchemy and potion materials. They knew that such gifts were never too much for Levin. The Weasley twins' gift was a trial jar of diarrhea candy. This is a prank prop they tried to make, but it was never successful because it could not cover up the strong smell of potion. After all, no one would eat smelly candy, so there's nothing wrong with it. Levin finally understood that the twins sent this to him, nominally as a Christmas gift, but actually looking for improvement solutions. This is really good at shutting wool. Luna's gift was an invitation to a party organized by his father at Lovegood House during the holidays. Zhang Qiu gave him a red scarf, which she knitted by herself. In the month before Christmas, she spent every day studying the magic of knitting in the library, and finally managed to save one in time for Christmas. Although Levin doesn't have a high need for warmth, this piece is woven delicately enough and is great as an accessory. Hermione's gift was a bit interesting, a copy of the Charter of Wisengamot Powers with the magical seal of the Hogwarts Library on it. But according to the letter she sent, her Christmas gift should be a copy of Quidditch teams of Great Britain and Ireland. Based on the information he had previously received from Onyxia, Levin had already guessed what was going on. It is estimated that the little witch was too busy at work and used the wrong group. He could already imagine Mrs. Pance's face when Hermione returned a copy of Quidditch teams of Great Britain and Ireland to the library. Of all the gifts, Levin hated Dumbledore's gift the most, a copy of Harry Hart, a must-read for wizards who don't dare to do bad things. This book has been on the bestseller list. The main content of this book is to help wizards avoid having a hairy heart, that is, becoming a cold, hard-hearted wizard. It seems that Old B is still worried about the restricted book section. If it weren't for the gift Fox gave to Iwu, Levin would have refused to accept his letter. As for Cyrilla, Tonks, Jaina, and other close friends, they did not care about Christmas gifts. Because this Christmas, they have decided to spend it together. After inspecting the gifts, Levin ate some of last night's leftovers and then plunged into the alchemy workshop in the basement. What was placed in front of him now were 2 arcane swords belonging to Levin and Cyrilla, a large pile of fairy silver, and a few feathers of his beloved bird. In fact, Levin has always wanted to further transform Arcane Sword 2.0 so that it not only has the ability to enchant the sword, but also has the function of a wand. On this basis, he also plans to apply a transformation spell to the Arcane Sword so that it can switch between sword form and wand form. But he has been facing a problem all along. The main material of the Arcane Sword is metal, while the material of the wand is wood. The two are very different and difficult to combine. Until this semester, he learned about the function of fairy silver in a book. Fairy silver refers to a magical metal forged by fairies and made with fairy magic. It is actually the same thing as mithril in many worlds. Although this material is metal, it has quite strong magical adaptability. Adding it to the arcane sword can not only greatly enhance its enchanting ability, but also give it the adaptability of the wand. So at the beginning of the semester, he kept trying to find ways to get some fairy silver. But the goblins hide their unique products very well, and Gowan has never been able to get too many. He even thought about smelting Gryffindor's sword in the headmaster's office. Until recently, Onyxia bought 10 kilograms of fairy silver from a pure-blood family. Now, he can finally build the Lishu Sword 3.0 he planned. With a wave of Levin's wand, he ignited the fire in the workshop, and in the jumping flames, the large piece of fairy silver floated into the furnace. The fairy silver was melted and deformed by the hot furnace, and slowly melted into liquid, flowing slowly in the fire. Immediately afterwards, Levin placed the 2 arcane swords on the furnace and slowly replaced the original metal components in the Ormy swords with fairy silver through alchemy. During this process, Levin made a hole in the hilt of the arcane sword, dug out a long fine hole, and put Iwu's feather inside. This is the material used as the core of the wand. As a carnival dragon, Iwu is a natural arcane spellcaster, and his magical adaptability is far beyond that of ordinary magical creatures. Using its feathers as the core of the wand, the effect will naturally exceed traditional materials such as phoenix feathers, unicorn tail hair, and dragon heartstrings. Not only that, as a creature of Elysium, the carnival dragon can also call upon the magic power of nature. At the same time, it also has the innate ability to mobilize other people's emotions and make people happy. Therefore, its feathers serve as the core of the wand, which not only increases arcane spellcasting capabilities, but also enhances Levin's druid spells and psychic abilities. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. After completing the replacement of the fairy silver, Levin cast Transform All Things on the arcane sword, guided it to slowly deform into the shape of a wand, about the length from Levin's wrist to his elbow. Then carve fine magic patterns on its surface. These magic patterns can increase the user's caster level when casting spells and comprehensively enhance the effects of spells. Different from the wooden wands in this world, in order to protect the entire wand body from damage and ensure the smooth flow of magic power, the wand can only rely on the inherent properties of the material and cannot be further enchanted. Mithril is different from wood. It not only ensures that Levin's magic power flows smoothly in the wand, but also does not have to worry about the entire wand being damaged, because it itself is refined the day after tomorrow. Finally, Levin took out the Philosopher's Stone and invoked the power in this strange object to permanently fix the transformation of the 2 arcane swords. In fact, he can completely use the power of Transform All Things to make this change permanent. But in this way, the power of transformation itself may interfere with other functions of the arcane sword. It would be better to sacrifice the Philosopher's Stone and use the power of the strange object to permanently fix the deformation effect from the outside. In this way, Arcane Sword 3.0 is completed. Under normal circumstances, it would be a beautiful mithril wand, not only stronger than Levin's original wand, but also traceless, so there would be no need to worry about being tracked by the Ministry of Magic. And when necessary, it can transform from a small wand into a sharp sword at any time. Not only is it convenient, but you can use the two-handed sword technique freely when swinging the sword without worrying about casting spells. It is a combination of casting spells and killing people. Arcane Sword 3.0 is completed. Looking at the gorgeous and exquisite wand in his hand, he kept changing between the wand and the long sword. The more Levin looked, the more satisfied he became. This is the equipment he wants. He looked at his new wand and suddenly had the idea to customize a special container for it. The wand is usually stored in the container. When you want to use it, no matter how urgent the situation is, you just need to raise your hand and the wand will appear in your hand. You don't have to worry about scrambling to find the wand. In addition, he also needs to link the wand and the container with a chain so that he does not have to worry about the wand being removed due to the disarming spell or other reasons. To meet the above conditions, this container equipment should preferably be a hand equipment, such as a wrist guard. After listing this series of requirements, Levin immediately thought of the hidden blade in Assassin's Creed. The hidden sword contains a blade that can be retracted from the wrist guard or gauntlet. Through a sophisticated mechanical structure, the user only needs a slight movement to trigger the blade to automatically pop out. Of course, this mechanical device is still too bulky for wizards. Wizards have many wrist-waving movements when casting spells, and this design will affect the success rate of spell casting. But wizards have wizards' methods. In fact, many mechanical structures can be replaced with magic runes. Hidden blade, or the main body of the hidden blade, Levin chose to make it from basilisk skin. There are so many skins from that big guy, and more than 95% of them are still in the storage room and cannot be used up. After being magically tanned, Levin made it into a wristband, then inserted a groove about 10 centimeters long into the inner part of the wrist to place the wand, and used a space extension spell to extend it to more than 30 centimeters. After all, the length of Levin's wand is based on the length from Levin's own wrist to elbow. If he didn't use the space expansion charm and just hid the wand in the wristband, the end of the wand would have to touch Levin's elbow joint. Immediately afterwards, He used the remaining fairy silver to weave a chain, connected the end of the wand to the wrist guard, and fixed a zero-ring trick on the wrist guard, projection object, and carefully adjusted the strength. To outsiders, Levin is wearing just an ordinary wristband. But as long as Levin has a thought, this trick will eject the wand and just fall into Levin's hand, which is both hidden and convenient. Finally, Gwyn laid a stored gem on his wristband. This gives the bracer the ability to store 3 spells of level 6 or lower. After triggering, the magic will be transmitted to the wand through the mithril chain and released. Relying on this exquisite mithril chain, Gwyn turned the wrist guard into an extension of the wand. In the future, if Levin wants to add certain functions to the wand, he can consider adding it to the wristband. After all, the wristband is much larger than the wand in terms of surface area and volume, and can carry more functions. In order to prevent him from discovering that he had changed his wand, Levin also created a silent phantom to ensure that in the eyes of outsiders, Levin's wand was no different from before. Neither the material has been changed, nor the mithril chain visible. Levin happily put this set of sleeve wands on his arm and repeatedly tried the functions of taking it out and storing the wand, and it was indeed convenient. Levin tried casting several spells on the dummy in the practice room, and they were indeed much stronger than the original wand. The spell storage function of the wrist guard is also very powerful. When Levin turns the wand into a long sword, he can attach a 5-level rainbow ray to it without spending any time casting spells. In addition to upgrading the arcane sword, Levin also has another job, which is to create permanent elixirs. The 6 crucibles in the workshop are brewing permanent elixirs with 6 properties. This is certainly not because Levin gathered all the materials he needed so quickly. So far, Levin has chosen 2 of the power elixir ingredients, the hearts of all types of fire dragons, to be collected. The materials for the agility elixir, the ocelot's claws, can be easily obtained through Onyxia's relationship, but compared to Chimera, Quetzalcoatl, and the planned dragon, the ocelot transformation is still a bit weak. At present, Levin is still considering other options. For the material for the intelligence elixir, Levin tentatively chose Phoenix, which is the easiest to obtain. The materials for the charm elixir are still missing. However, this does not prevent Levin from making a batch of ordinary versions of permanent elixirs. Since Onyxia joined the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, it has been much easier for Levin to obtain some rare magical animal materials. This batch of ordinary versions of permanent elixirs are not for his own use, but are provided to close allies such as Cyrilla and Jaina. Now Levin has established the Education Society in school with great fanfare. Naturally, the strengthening of teammates cannot be left behind. Soon, the elixirs were made, and Levin bottled them into categories. The day's work was considered over. After activating the self-purification magic of the workshop, Levin left here. At this moment, the sky outside has become gloomy. Only then did Levin realize that he had been working for a whole day without even realizing it. Only then did he feel a strong sense of hunger, and he wanted to swallow a cow. When he came from the basement to the living room on the first floor, he realized that there were already many people here. Jaina, Tonks, and Onyxia have all reached the tower through the fire. Jaina and Tonks were sitting comfortably on the sofa, chatting and spanking with Cyrilla. Onyxia ran around the living room, chasing Ayu, her eyes shining, and she kept shouting, "Ayu, little guy, for the sake of your own kind, just let me touch it." She looked like ***T. The little dragon flapped its wings, jumping from one sofa to another and then onto the table. From time to time, he turned back and stuck out his tongue at Onyxia, but would not let her touch him. "Luan Luo, you big bad dragon, don't even think about touching me." Xiaolong ran and taunted. Sure enough, even if they are both giant dragons, chaotic good and chaotic evil are still at odds with each other. When Levin stepped into the living room, everyone's eyes turned to him. "Hey Levin, you've done well today. If Siri hadn't said that you've been elusive these past few days, we would have thought you were captured by the dragon." Tonks teased. Unexpectedly, Levin didn't even speak, and the other two people complained one after another. You're overthinking, Tonks. Even I can't capture the little guy. What other giant dragon can do such a thing? Iwu will not kidnap Levin. Who is the good little dragon? The good little dragon is Iwu. Sorry. Tonks couldn't help but stick out her tongue when she heard this. I forgot that you two are friends again. After that, she looked at Levin and said with emotion, in the blink of an eye, we have known each other for 2 years, and I never thought that the talented little wizard who saved my life in the wild turned out to be hiding so many secrets. To be honest, until now, every time I think of the identity of Cat Lana Dragon, I will be moved by the magic of the world. Maybe this is the fickleness of things. Levin walked to the sofa and sat down next to Tonks and Cyrilla. Jaina had already stood up and went in the kitchen to bring a large plate of dessert and placed it in front of Yuan. Levin must be hungry after working in the workshop for so long. Let's eat something first. The plate is filled with various foods such as crucible cake, lemon sorbet, butter toast, bacon, etc. Levin's appetite suddenly whetted, and he wolfed it down, saying while eating, Gianna, you're nice to me. You know I'm hungry. Unlike these guys, you just watch. Tonks and Cyrilla both smiled sheepishly when they were cued. They were indeed not that good at caring for people. Iwuda rubbed embarrassedly at Levin's feet. Onyxia, on the other hand, said plausibly, Hey, little guy, you think too well. Not only did you enslave the Black Dragon Princess and let her work for you, but now you still expect her to care about you. Why don't you live in this world? Where is Isara's dream? Knowing that you're enslaved, you still dare to speak nonsense. I think you are the one living in Isara's dream. Levin frowned, put down his cold soda, and reached into his pocket. The next moment, the Black Dragon Princess instantly transformed from human form into a black cat. Levin Green, how dare you? What am I afraid of? Levin curled his lips nonchalantly and continued to eat. But Iwu is happy this time. Facing Onyxia in cat form, she instantly switched roles, from the one being hunted to the one hunting. The two giant dragons started their second dragon spin in the living room again. Finally, Levin had enough to eat and drink. Jaina took the food away, and Cyrilla wiped his mouth thoughtfully. Sure enough, after being complained about, the girl took the initiative to take care of others. When Gianna returned to the living room, Wei Wen announced loudly, Aren't you curious about what I've been busy with during this time? Now, it's time to show you some special Christmas gifts. As Levin waved his wand, the permanent elixir for 5 people was neatly placed on the table. Jaina looked over, Cyrilla put down the cup in her hand, Tonks concentrated her attention, and even Iwu and Onyxia stopped chasing and looked at the sudden appearance of bottles and jars in surprise. These are... Tonks couldn't help but ask. Permanent elixir can comprehensively improve the user's strength, physique, agility, intelligence, perception, and charm. Look at this elixir of eternal eagle majesty. It can improve the user's character, persuasiveness, leadership skills, and physical attractiveness. There is also this bottle of elixir of eternal cow power, which can strengthen the user's muscle strength and bring vitality to the world. This bottle of eternal cat elixir can increase the user's hand-eye coordination, limb flexibility, reaction, and balance abilities. Levin introduced his achievements today in detail, including these magical potions and 2 arcane swords 3.0. The pride in that tone was just like that of an insurance salesman. Several people looked at the delicate vial in front of them. You looked at me and I looked at you, and they all couldn't believe it. So, is there such a powerful potion in this world? Tonks covered her mouth in shock. I do know that the Witcher's green grass ceremony can achieve similar effects, and can even awaken a small amount of magic power for ordinary people. Unfortunately, the mortality rate is too high. Ciri recalled the magic potion in the Demon Hunter world, but could not find it. Such a useful medicine. Even Jaina, a mage from the high magic world of Azeroth, praised the permanent elixir. This kind of elixir is a very precious treasure in Dalaran. I have never used it anyway. Onyxia was a little curious. Is this magic potion also effective on giant dragons? Of course, but the higher your corresponding attribute is, the lower the bonus you will receive after taking the potion. Levin said, if it were you, the effect of the strength potion would be minimal. The endurance potion may only have a small effect. As he spoke, he pushed the crystal bottle forward. Everyone take a bottle of each kind and use it slowly when you go back. Does Iwu also have a share? The little dragon stretched out his head on Levin's shoulder and looked at his master expectantly. Of course, I said, everyone has a share and the same goes for you and Oni. Even I have a copy. In Levin's arms, the black dragon princess, who transformed into a black cat, glanced at her master, her eyes full of complexity. She has been working for this master for almost half a year, from the time she traveled to the time she was caught to now. She has had many opportunities to get to know each other, but she has never been able to see through him. The only conclusion that can be drawn is that this is a very complicated person. Although he looks like a child on the outside, he is very mature and smart on the inside, and has his own ideas. Among this group of people, he is obviously in a dominant position and is the core of everyone. Even the eldest Gianna often has to follow his advice. But let's say he is mature, but you can often see his childish side. For example, he always acts like a child, acting coquettishly towards Jaina and Tonks, and always thinks of himself as his younger brother. And these women are obviously adults, but they all fall into his trap, and it doesn't matter that all the advantages are taken advantage of. Another example is his various childish bad tastes. Typically, you turn her into a cat and jerk her off. Ordinarily, there are many cruel but effective punishment methods for disobedient prisoners, and she herself knows and has practiced many of them. In comparison, the punishment method of turning her into a cat is too inappropriate, and it is really unbearable to watch. What Onyxia still doesn't understand is Levin's endless methods. So far, she has seen magic levels beyond her age, mysterious psychic abilities, and druid methods beyond her expectations. In addition, there is also a top level of alchemy, and now a powerful potion technology is added. In short, it seems that he would not be able to do it without him. No wonder this boy still has his own arrogance even when facing her, the Black Dragon Princess. As for Levin's knowledge-gathering habit and amorous feelings, they are nothing to Onyxia's eyes. After all, in the eyes of the dragon, greed is natural, and having multiple spouses is the privilege of the strong. But now Onyxia has seen another side of Levin. He is really willing to give to his own people. Even she, the prisoner, was not forgotten. If it were me, I wouldn't take out such a precious potion. Onyxia thought this way. Although he is still a prisoner. Although he still had to work for his career at the Ministry of Magic every day. Although she was treated like a cat just because she annoyed him. But if you think about it carefully, as a prisoner, your treatment is actually pretty good. Being able to obtain such a precious potion shows that in the eyes of the boy, he is considered a close person / As a prisoner, she actually enjoys quite a lot of freedom. At least she has never seen anyone allow a domestic leader to work and pursue a career outside. In fact, I actually quite enjoy working as a civil servant in the Ministry of Magic and traveling among the upper echelons of the wizarding world to build a network of connections. Even if he turns into a cat, the treatment is not too bad. At least the way the boy plays with the cat is very comfortable. Levin didn't know that his mere act of donating medicine triggered Onyxia's many thoughts. If he found out what the Black Dragon Princess was thinking at this time, he could only sigh inwardly, is this Stockholm Syndrome? After Levin gave away Christmas gifts, everyone also gave gifts to each other. What Jaina gave Levin was a water elemental ring, which can summon a super large water elemental when used. Cyrilla's gift is a large bottle of wave sword oil. When applied on the blade, it can greatly increase the slashing damage. It is considered a specialty of demon hunters. Onyxia gave Levin a large bottle of dragon blood, a full 2L. I heard that you want to use dragon blood to make potions. When giving the gift, the Black Dragon Princess said awkwardly, "This is what I have saved in the past 6 months. It is much better than the dragon blood of those low-grade mixed bloods. Even though it's only 2L, the humanoids don't have much health, so it's really hard for Oni to save them." Jaina added with a smile. Then he was scolded for talking too much. Among them, Tonks' gift was the most special. Those were 2 Hamish McFarlane signatures. Hamish was once the captain of the Montrose Magpies and one of the most famous Quidditch stars in the entire Een Kingdom. After retiring, he served as the director of the Department of Magical Sports and Sports. I met him during a mission this year. After some friendship, he gave me these 2 signatures at that time. Tonks explained. But that's not the point. I know you are not fans of any Quidditch, Li Zhao, star, but Hamish is the leader of the Een Kingdom in this Quidditch World Cup. Which players from the Een Kingdom can participate in the World Cup? It's up to him to choose, and it just so happens that he is very disappointed with the chasers of this year's Een Kingdom team, so I strongly recommend to them the Little Wizards on the Hogwarts Quidditch team. As he spoke, he winked at Levin and Siri. Hamish promised me that he would make an exception and go to Hogwarts after Christmas to watch a few wizarding games, so if you are willing, remember to behave well and don't let me embarrass myself in front of my friends. When Levin heard this, he looked at Siri and nodded. Joining the Een Country Quidditch team and participating in the World Cup was something he never thought would happen. But since Tonks has secured this opportunity for them, they must seize it. Cirilla really likes this sport, and Levin also enjoys the experience of cooperating with each other on the Quidditch pitch and playing tricks together. It would be great to be on the World Cup stage with Cirilla. Moreover, this is also the fastest opportunity to gain fame in front of wizards all over the world. After exchanging gifts, everyone started talking about Levin's establishment of the Erudition Society in school. Speaking of which, there are indeed a few outstanding 7th-year graduates in the Erudite Society. Many of them plan to work in the Ministry of Magic after graduation, Levin said to Jaina. If you are willing, I can recommend you to them. So, you plan to use the Erudition Society to select the team at Hogwarts so that they can be used by us as soon as they graduate, right? Jaina nodded. This is indeed a great method, equivalent to the best talents in the Een Kingdom are all under our control. Even the so-called Dark Lord couldn't do this, because he can't provide as much advanced magical knowledge as I can. Levin said confidently, the little black magic he masters is not enough. What's more, he doesn't have many sisters who are high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic. Levin continued. When Tonks heard this, she couldn't help but puff up her chest, feeling proud to be able to help Levin. In that case, Tonks, I will arrange for you to be responsible for the recruitment of the Auror office next year. Jaina made a decision immediately. Let them follow you then. No problem. Tonks nodded seriously. And I, when talking about this, Oni 697 Kashia also volunteered. I also need some helpers in the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures. Remember to recommend a few talented young people in this area. Wizard to me. Of course, how could we forget our Miss Catlana? Levin stroked the black cat's head. Onyxia shook her cat ears impatiently and continued. Also, my gold is not enough recently. You have to give me another batch. Didn't I just give you 5 kilograms of gold last month? Why is it not enough? What kind of expensive antiques did you buy? Levin couldn't help complaining after hearing this. If we follow the previous progress, that little gold will certainly be enough. Onyxia said matter-of-factly, but it's different now. You are establishing the Erudition Society. He is recommending graduates again. He is obviously planning to do something big, expand his power everywhere in the Ministry of Magic, and place his own people there. Doesn't that cost a lot of money? After all, if graduates follow us, we must give them a good future. This requires us to exchange the money for certain key positions, or simply use it as a subsidy for them. Levin heard what Onyxia said and felt that Onyxia's words were reasonable, so he approved her payment. He knew very well that if he wanted to quickly expand his influence in the Ministry of Magic and the wizarding world, he couldn't be stingy with money. With the Philosopher's Stone, there is absolutely no need for him to guard useless treasures like a dragon. Not even the real dragon Onyxia herself does this. Only by converting wealth into corresponding status, influence, and power is the best way to deal with it. After all, wealth is the primary and greatest power that a wizard can control besides personal strength. This is not just for muggles, it also applies to wizards. In addition to expanding our power within the Ministry of Magic, we also need to start in other places. For example, we need to find ways to control speech. When talking about expanding her power, Onyxia became a little excited and no longer bothered to cover up her darkness. Faced with this, he began to make suggestions for Levin. Unfortunately, the most influential daily prophet is controlled by the Ministry of Magic, Jaina said to the Black Dragon Princess. She did not think the other party's idea was too radical. In my capacity, I want to maintain good relations with them. It is not difficult to establish relationships and even penetrate some influence, but to completely bribe and control it requires. Levin instantly remembered Rita Skeeter, the chief reporter of the Daily Prophet, who he had worked with before. I still have the handle that he is an illegal Animagus. Maybe I can continue to cooperate with her if I have the opportunity in the future. With her style, it is difficult to use it to flatter one's own people, but if it is used to deal with other people, it can also be called a good knife. The Daily Prophet is a key cooperation partner of the Ministry of Magic, and it is indeed difficult to control. But it's still possible to control just one Rita Skeeter. Otherwise, how about we start a new media ourselves? Tonks, Aya, suggested anyway, we have enough money and just recruit a few more suitable practitioners. No, setting up a new media that is completely geared towards us is too conspicuous. Onyxia rejected her idea. The Black Dragon Princess knew nothing about manipulating public opinion, otherwise she wouldn't have done it. It will be done to the point that public opinion alone has divided the upper and lower classes of Stormwind City and even prompted the stonemasons to kill the queen of Stormwind City in the conflict. I think it is best for us to acquire a well-known newspaper and magazine that has been established for many years. This is Onyxia's opinion. Levin suddenly thought that the invitation attached to Luna's Christmas card might be an opportunity. When it comes to newspapers that have been established for many years and are somewhat famous, I have a choice here. Levin suddenly said, a friend of mine in Ravenclaw, Luna Lovegood, her father Xenophilius Mr. Lovegood, is the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler. Maybe we can make this magazine work for us. You're so lucky, Levin. Onyxia's eyes lit up. Since we have such a good relationship with friends, everything will be easy to operate. With this relationship, we can completely collect it without leaving any trace. Under my command, it will be better if we don't let it see any close relationship with us, so as to influence public opinion. Gianna recalled the information about the Quibbler and nodded. I think I've heard of this magazine. The content of that magazine seemed to mainly describe some non-existent creatures and some strange stories. At the time, I thought about searching for some information about visitors from Otherworld through this magazine, but later I realized that most of the things described in it were baseless, and it was just a waste of time to read it. After recounting her experience of being cheated, Gianna commented, the Quibbler's reputation among mainstream readers is only average, but it also has a considerable number of loyal readers, which is indeed convenient for us to cooperate with. For the next period of time, several people have been talking about how to use the advantages of the Erudition Society to maximize their impact on the entire magical world. Gianna proposed that she could sponsor some outstanding graduates to start their own businesses and control more resources in business, but Levin rejected this plan. It's not the right time yet, Levin said. The current magical world is still too stable, and all walks of life are developing very smoothly. If you end up at this time, if you want to make a difference, the price you have to pay will be very high. The opportunity will come next year or the year after that. At that time, the Dark Lord will revive and the entire Een Kingdom magic world will fall into chaos. That will be the best time to buy at the bottom. Yes, that's it. Levin didn't notice that the black cat in his arms was looking at him complicatedly again. It's this kind of confidence, this certainty about the future and his strategic strategy that makes everyone willing to listen to him, even that Jaina is no exception. The little guy in the state is indeed very charming. Onyxia, a patient with Stockholm Syndrome, did not notice that her eyes were already a little moist at this time. A few mornings later, after Levin had breakfast, he said goodbye to everyone. After leaving home, Levin immediately activated teleportation and headed to Lovegood's house. The next moment, Levin appeared under a hill. Looking up, a weird house stood alone on the top of the mountain, like a huge black column, with a ghostly moon hanging in the afternoon sky behind it. That was his destination today. It was indeed the loved house, but as soon as he arrived at the door, Levin saw something strange. The courtyard door was locked with a hand-painted sign. Block 1, the Quibbler Editor-in-Chief, X, Lovewood. Piece 2, pick your own bunch of mistletoe. Block 3, don't touch the airship Lee. The courtyard door creaked open as Levin pushed it open, and the winding path was filled with all kinds of strange plants. One bush was covered with the little orange radish-shaped fruits that Luna sometimes wore as earrings. Levin saw that the knotweed was among them and hurriedly stayed away from the withered roots. He did not want to anger this plant and be attacked by the tentacle-like vines. 2 old crabapple trees bent by the wind stood guard on both sides of the front door. Their leaves had fallen off, but they were still covered with small red and large mistletoe corollas decorated with white beads. A small owl with a slightly flat head, a bit like an eagle's head, peered at them from a branch. Levin took out the Christmas gift for Luna from the storage space and held it in his hand. Then he knocked on the heavy black door. The door was embedded with iron round nails and had an eagle-shaped door knocker. In less than 10 seconds, the door opened. A man wearing a blue velvet coat and trousers and a silk vest appeared in front of Levin. He looks a bit eye-catching, with normal white hair hanging on his shoulders. He wore a floral silk belt and a pointed wizard's hat tilted on his head, with long colorful ribbons hanging on his shoulders. There was a gold chain hanging around his neck, with a strange symbol flashing on it, which looked like a triangular eye. He saw the invitation in Levin's hand at a glance and smiled brightly. Hello. I am Xenophilius Lovegood, welcome. Hello, Mr. Lovegood, Levin said, extending his hand. I'm Levin Green, Luna's classmate at Ravenclaw. Of course, I'm also a loyal reader of The Quibbler. Xenophilius Lovegood's smile bloomed even brighter. Welcome, Levin. You are our first guest today. Thank you, Luna, Before Levin could finish speaking, the excited Mr. Lovegood quickly informed Luna of her location. She's in that charming little garden, greeting the goblins, who are everywhere, so adorable. Few wizards understand how much we can learn from clever little goblins. Oh, their correct name is garden engineers. Before Levin could sit down, he had to follow the enthusiastic Mr. Lovegood to the garden behind the house. Levin found Luna at a glance. Luna was too conspicuous in the lifeless and withered garden. She wore a bright yellow robe, and a big sunflower in her hair. Once you get used to these bright colors, you will find that the overall effect is actually pleasing to the eye. At least there are no more little buds hanging on her ears. Dad, Levin is here too. Luna was very happy to see Levin arriving as promised, shaking the gnome in her hand and running towards them. In Hogwarts, where most people regard her as a crazy girl, Levin is a rare person who takes everything about her seriously, even her fantasies. Her other friend, Ginny Weasley, couldn't do this. The girl tolerated her purely out of kindness, but she still felt that there was something wrong with her fantasy. Luna suddenly shouted out halfway and struggled to throw the goblin in her hand far away. Then, she raised a finger and said, Dad, look, a goblin bit me. Great. Goblin saliva is particularly useful, Mr. Lovegood said, grabbing Luna's outstretched finger and looking carefully at the bleeding spot. Luna, my dear, if you feel any talent emerging today, perhaps a sudden urge to sing an opera or recite in the language of mermaids, don't suppress it. It may be a gift from the sapper. Your seat. Seeing the scene, Levin couldn't help but smile wonderfully. Others might think that both father and daughter are immersed in fantasy. Or maybe the daughter has been taught a bad brain by her father since she was a child. But all along, Levin's psychic powers have been telling him that Luna really believes in this series of fantasies. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but if you really believe it all the time, it means that Luna can indeed see some things that ordinary people can't see. Since she can't find an explanation from the existing knowledge system, she can only to paraphrase Mr. Lovegood's series of fantasies. In this regard, Levin seriously suspected that Luna might be a potential psychic user who was born with certain psychic abilities awakened. However, due to the lack of systematic psychic knowledge, it is impossible to effectively control these abilities, which leads to such a phenomenon. For example, in the original novel, Luna is always able to hit the nail on the head and easily recognize the true thoughts of others. This may be due to the most basic ability of psychic powers to sense other people's thoughts. For example, she can see harassing flies, which may mean she can see other people's minds when their thoughts are in turmoil. Another example is that she can hear the voice behind the curtain of the Department of Mysteries, which is also a manifestation of psychic power. The most important thing is that Luna is almost the one with the strongest psychic power among the little wizards Levin has ever seen. At this time, Xenophilius spoke again. Okay, I still have to prepare for the banquet. Luna, you're responsible for entertaining your classmates. He was obviously eager to make some arrangements, nodded to Levin, and quickly turned around and left. Levin's eyes fell on Luna's fingers. You really don't need to put anything on that wound. Oh, it's okay, Luna said, sucking her fingers as if dreaming and looking Levin up and down. I told Dad that most people would probably wear gowns, but he believed that you should wear sun-colored clothes for banquets and ceremonies, just to look good, you know. Levin nodded understandingly. He had long since learned not to judge other people's lifestyles. Levin handed the gift he prepared to Luna. Here, Merry Christmas. Luna took it over with admiration. It's a beautiful crystal pendant, but what did you stuff inside? Is it a moon frog? You can indeed detect the power inside. Levin was a little surprised when he heard this. This is not a moon frog, but an energy from the heart, psionic energy. Only other psionic users can detect it. This power. The crystal in this crystal pendant is a psychic crystal created by Kai when using psychic powers. Psychic crystals are one of the few crystals that can store psychic powers. This pendant stores a large amount of psychic energy. The reason Levin made it into a pendant and gave it to Luna was to test whether she was a potential psychic. If so, then she can absorb the spiritual energy in the crystal, making her psychic powers quickly become stronger until she reaches the minimum level of a psychic. At that time, she was able to see the power in the crystal. But what surprised Levin was that Luna didn't even wear the gift. She just took it and could tell it was extraordinary. This shows that her psychic talent is higher than she thought. In other words, Levin is also a psychic user? Luna understood immediately. That's right. No wonder you can also see harassment busy. Luna said happily. Even though she didn't care much about many things, she was pleasantly surprised to find someone of the same kind. The girl looked at Levin in front of her, feeling extremely happy inside. Sure enough, it feels good to be understood. We can go to the beach for a walk. Cleaning up the goblins is not suitable for you. Luna said suddenly with wide light silver eyes. Although Levin doesn't think there's anything interesting about the seaside in winter, it's still more interesting than catching gnomes in the garden. The two left Luna's house along the winding path. Luna led the way lightly, and they passed through the mountainside. I don't know how long I walked around, but Levin heard the sound of waves crashing on the shore. When I walked out of the arched cave, I saw a beautiful coast. The two of them stood on the edge of the reef, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze and looking at the waves hitting the reef. Luna stayed by his side quietly, her ethereal eyes fixed on Levin. Tell me about psychic powers, Luna said suddenly. My dad never talked to me about it. Because not everyone has this power. Levin explained, the power of the mind is very miraculous. Although everyone can learn legilimency, the truly exquisite psychic powers are not that simple. There is not one person in a million who awakens to it. 0. As he spoke, he briefly discussed the theory of psychic powers to the girl. It was rare to meet someone with such a talent who was also his friend, so Levin came up with the idea of teaching her to become a psychic. After he finished speaking, Luna suddenly said, Levin, do you want me to be like Hermione? What? Levin didn't understand what she meant for a moment, and his face turned red. He really likes the girl Luna, but she is too young. Levin felt a little overwhelmed when his thoughts were discovered in this situation. Well, I'm sorry, I was also attracted to you unknowingly. I mean, you want to teach me the same way you taught Hermione, right? Luna blinked, wondering why the boy said so many strange things. Before Levin awkwardly dug out the 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, she added, "But I'm very happy to attract you. In fact, you are quite attracted to me." Saying that, Ian hugged Kywin generously. Feeling the light and soft body in his arms, Levin felt depressed for a while. "I hunted geese all day long, but here I was pecked by the geese. I was actually deceived by a girl who was 1 year younger than me." But being able to detect his cultivation of her is enough to reflect Luna's psychic talent. "So what do you think?" Levin asked after letting go of the girl. "Hey, do you have to decide now?" Luna tilted her head. "Okay, I promise you, boyfriend." "That's not what I'm asking." Levin couldn't help but cover his head. This girl's ideas are too out of the ordinary. "I wanted to ask, why do you want to learn how to become a psychic with me?" "So, Levin is not your boyfriend anymore?" Luna was visibly disappointed, but becoming a psion is not bad either. Seeing the girl's sad eyes, Levin couldn't help but twitch. In fact, now that it was here, he didn't want to refuse. It's not that he has any weird habits, it's just that he can't bear to make the girl sad. Actually, whether it's a boyfriend or a psychic, you can choose both. After struggling for a while, he slyly threw the question to the other party. In this way, the responsibility for problems does not lie with you. But Luna just glanced at Levin and had the answer, "Okay, boyfriend, teach me to be a psion." Listening to the girl's singing voice speaking directly like this, Levin felt like he had been hit in the heart by a direct ball. He discovers that, as an unruly prodigal, as he calls himself, he has met his nemesis in the factory. In the following time, until she left the beach, Luna didn't say much. Most of the time, she just stared at Levin quietly, as if there was something very attractive about him. Then listened to Levin explain various matters about psions. I have to say that Luna is indeed amazingly savvy in this regard. By the time they left the beach, she had been able to condense spiritual energy and slightly affect the physical reality. For example, create a breeze, a little light or something. On the way back to Lovewood House, Levin didn't talk about the psion anymore, but chatted with Luna. In this process, he could feel a kind of spiritual rapport. When talking to Luna, no additional explanation is needed. The other party can understand what he is thinking. This is what psychic powers do. Levin has used it on other people in the past. Now it's his turn to experience the feeling of getting along with the spiritual wizard of 563. I have to say that this feeling is quite wonderful, and it is indeed easy to develop a good impression of the other person. At least now, the distance between the two of them is getting closer and closer. It took the two of them less than 10 minutes to return to Luna's home. When they entered the warm room, they couldn't believe their eyes. This place is different from before they left. The furniture that was originally shrouded in dust was wiped until it was shiny. The vases filled with flowers. Most of the rooms have been tidied up to the best of our ability and look brand new. Even the huge wooden clock in the hall has been scrubbed. The cast-iron spiral staircase in the center of the room that leads to the upper floor has its steps gleaming like glass. Daddy isn't here, Luna concluded after closing her eyes for a moment. She has become very proficient in using some of the psychic skills that Levin taught her. Soon they heard a crackling sound coming from the direction of the kitchen. Luna followed the sound with Levin. This might be the strangest kitchen Levin has ever seen. The room is a standard round shape, and it feels like being in a giant pepper shaker. Everything is curved to match the walls. The stove, sink, and cupboards, and all are painted with flowers, insects, and birds in bright primary colors. And Mr. Lovegood was standing in front of the stove, waving his wand. His enthusiastic expression seemed not to be making delicious food, but to be conducting a symphony with passionate melody. "Ah, you're back. It's getting late. Fortunately, I have prepared enough ingredients." Mr. Lovegood jingled all over and shouted happily. "You can go upstairs and take a look first. It will be ready soon." So, under the arrangement of Mr. Xenophilius, Luna took Levin to the second floor. The room here seems to be both a living room and a workspace. Obviously, since the second floor is not within the scope of the banquet, it has not been tidied up at all, which makes a huge difference on the first floor. In fact, in Levin's eyes, it was only neater than the unforgettable maze of clutter in his room of requirement, a room filled with stuff that had been hidden away at Hogwarts for many lifetimes. The second floor of Lovegood's house is just smaller in area. This house is in a standard round shape. There were piles of books and papers on every surface. There were exquisite models of magical animals hanging from the ceiling, all flapping their wings or moving their mouths, but Levin didn't recognize any of them, so they were obviously the figments of Mr. Lovegood's imagination. There is also an old-fashioned printing press with many magically rotating gears, half covered by a piece of cloth. There are several unbound copies of the Quibbler scattered on the floor. It seems that many of the articles in the Quibbler were written here. Levin also saw a large gray spiral horn on the wall, somewhat similar to a unicorn's, extending several feet into the room. This is the horned Snorlax's horn, Luna introduced with some pride. But Levin recognized that it was actually a poisonous horn. This thing is a Class B trading item in the Ministry of Magic. This means that there is a small risk of putting it in your home. It can easily explode if it touches anything. Levin wisely did not argue with the little girl about what animal's horn it was, but reminded her that the Snorlax's horn might explode. Then Luna accepted this setting with a face of surprise. Next, he set his sights on another very familiar stone bust. The stone statue stood on a messy curved cabinet. It was a beautiful but stern-looking witch. She wore a weird headdress with a pair of curved, golden earphone-like things sticking out from both sides, and a pair of sparkling blue. The small wings are inserted into the belt of the headband, and an orange-red radish is inserted into the other band on the forehead. Isn't this the stone statue of Ravenclaw that I saw in the Ravenclaw lounge? I didn't expect to meet you here, Rowena. However, Levin did not awaken Rowena's sleeping soul in the crown, but quietly listened to Luna's introduction. This is the interference siphon. Luna pointed to the earpiece-like thing again. It can eliminate all interference from the area around the thinker. It's a spiritual light thruster. She pointed to the small wings, which can lead to advanced thinking states. Finally, she pointed to the orange radish. This is the airship plum, which can improve the ability to accept abnormal things. It seemed to be another of Mr. Lovegood's gizmos, and Levin could tell that it was used to simulate the Ravenclaw's crown. But what would they think if they knew that the real crown was in their hands? After walking around for a while, the two of them returned to the stairs. Levin glanced absently upstairs and was suddenly drawn to the sight of his own face looking back at him from the ceiling above. After a brief moment of confusion, he realized that it was not a mirror, but a painting. Out of curiosity, he climbed the stairs. Levin, the guests seem to be here. Let's go down. Seeing this scene, Luna panicked and wanted to divert Levin's attention. But Levin was already upstairs. This was Luna's own room, and Levin saw two beautifully painted faces decorated on the ceiling of her bedroom. One was Ginny, and the other was himself. Compared with Ginny's portrait, Levin's own one is larger and more seriously drawn. Although it doesn't move like the portraits in Hogwarts, it still has certain magical powers. For example, it can breathe. There are fine gold chains around the portraits connecting them together. But after just one glance, Levin discovered that chain was actually one word, written 1,000 times in golden ink. 2.8 Friends, friends, friends. Levin felt a pity for Luna in his heart. He turned around and hugged the little girl who was a little overwhelmed. Looking around, there was a large photo next to Luna's bed. It was a young Luna hugging a woman who looked very similar to her. In the photo, Luna was dressed more beautifully than Harry had ever seen. It seems that this is her deceased mother. The frame of the photo looks very clean, without any dust, and it has obviously been cleaned frequently. Looking around Luna's room, Levin could sense the deep loneliness inside the girl. Don't worry, I will always be with you. He patted the girl's back and comforted her solemnly. Luna didn't speak, just nodded and buried her head in Levin's arms. What interrupted them was the sound coming from downstairs. Guests attending the banquet were arriving one after another. When the two went downstairs, they found that the hall was full of people and filled with a joyful atmosphere. At this time, the hall was full of people and laughing. The men's deep tones and the women's bell-like noise blended together. The most clearly identifiable of these was Mr. Lovegood's sonorous yet quiet voice, welcoming guests of both sexes to the house. Everyone gathered around the dining table, chatting and tasting the delicious food cooked by Mr. Lovegood. "Ha, Xenophilius! Your freshwater fish soup is so delicious, no wonder." Someone praised the dish loudly after tasting it. "My daughter Luna caught these all herself," Mr. Lovegood said proudly. Levin looked at Luna. The girl next to me nodded. "It's a pity that we didn't catch the big-mouthed ballfish." Her tone was regretful. However, the existence of large-mouthed, colorful ballfish is also a fantasy. At least there is no evidence to prove that there is such a subspecies of colorful ballfish. At the banquet, many people greeted Levin. They recognized Levin's identity as a first-class knight of the Merlin Siren group, and their attitude toward him was quite warm. According to Levin's observation, most of the guests invited this time are of prominent status, either rich or noble. The biggest thing they have in common is that they are somewhat interested in the Quibbler. This issue of the magazine is very exciting, and the sales should be very good. "Have you turned off the lights to print more?" Levin heard someone ask Mr. Lovegood. Mr. Lovegood immediately responded enthusiastically, "Mr. Toots, if you are willing to invest a sum of money, you can print as many copies as you want." However, the other party immediately changed the topic in the name of haha. Similar conversations happened several times during the banquet. Mr. Lovegood was selling shares of the Quibbler to everyone he invited. It seemed that this banquet was largely his stock offering. Isn't this a coincidence? Seemingly aware of Levin's thoughts, Luna confirmed his guess. "Dad's magazine has encountered some difficulties recently, so I want to ask these people to help, but I don't think most of them will agree." Levin looked at her suspiciously. "Many of them don't believe what Dad said. They only follow the Quibbler to see the jokes," Luna said with a somewhat dissatisfied look. "They come here to enjoy the pleasure of my dad asking them for help." After the little girl mastered the skills of the psychic, she became more and more able to see through people's hearts. After Luna finished speaking, as if everything had nothing to do with her, she poured herself and Levin a strange-colored drink. Levin looked at the green liquid and asked strangely, "What is this?" "My favorite drink, gill juice." Luna looked at Levin expectantly. It was the first time she shared her favorite drink with a friend. Looking into Luna's expectant eyes, Levin couldn't bear to refuse and took a sip. The taste of the drink is slightly bitter, but also very refreshing, just like drinking a glass of mint juice, very refreshing and delicious. "It tastes pretty good." Levin nodded in praise and couldn't help but take another sip and taste it carefully. Luna held her face in her hands and smiled as Levin enjoyed the juice of raw gills. When the last guest left the Lovegood house, Mr. Lovegood sighed and slumped down on the sofa. His expression was not only tired, but also shrouded in sadness. "Dad, no one is willing to invest?" Luna walked over and gently leaned her head on her father's arm. Mr. Lovegood shook his head sadly. "No, there are still one or two, but their conditions are too harsh. If they want to completely transform the Quibbler into that kind of mediocre magazine, of course I can't agree." At this moment, Levin stepped forward at the right time and said, "Mr. Lovegood, actually I know a friend who can solve your trouble." "Really?" Xenophilius looked at Levin in surprise. He knew that Levin was not an ordinary little wizard, so he valued the other person's opinions. "Of course it's true, Mr. Lovegood." Levin replied in the affirmative. "I have a friend at the Ministry of Magic, and she has always been interested in investing in a magazine. I think the Quibbler would be a good fit." "Who is your friend?" Mr. Lovegood looked at the boy expectantly. "Ms. Katrana Presto works in the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Perhaps you have heard of her name." Levin mentioned Onyxia's name. Of course, Dame Presto, I have admired her name for a long time, but I didn't expect that she has also heard of the Quibbler." Mr. Lovegood was very excited when he heard this. It seems that Katrana's reputation has spread. It has to be very fast. As expected of the Black Dragon Princess, she is very good at this. Now that the other party knows each other, it's easier to handle. In the next few days, I can arrange a meeting with you, and you can discuss the specific matters with her in detail. "No problem." Mr. Lovegood agreed eagerly. So, Levin said goodbye to his father and daughter. The next day, Levin brought Onyxia to visit. For this reason, Onyxia was exempted from the punishment of continuing to be a cat. In the living room of Lovegood House, Katrana Prester and Xenophilius Lovegood sat and talked. After a brief exchange of greetings, Mr. Lovegood went straight to the point. I heard from Mr. Green that Miss Presto is interested in investing in the Quibbler. Yes. Onyxia nodded and complimented. I know all the major newspapers and magazines in the Een Kingdom. In my opinion, most of them are quite mediocre and only talk about boring gossip. Or use sensational news to attract attention. Everything is focused on money. There is a considerable lack of media spirit to reveal the truth. Only the Quibbler made my eyes shine. Hearing this, Xenophilius immediately became happy. That's natural. I always think that publishing magazines for money is the most boring thing. But he was a little too happy. Because the Black Dragon Princess continued, however, I think the Quibbler didn't do enough, or the former, the Quibbler, wasn't worthy of its name. But I tried my best to write something special. Lovegood retorted dryly. He just thought that the other party agreed with his ideas, but unexpectedly, he was hit by the other party. No, it's not enough. Katlana continued to shake her head, or maybe your magazine has too little influence and reveals too little truth. For example, until now, people thought that sagebrush was a fictional plant. People don't believe that it was the howling monster that killed the witch in the Vale of Glamorgan and regard this incident as another werewolf murder. For another example, there is indeed a special kind of ancient race called fire dragon people, hidden in a certain corner of the world. Xenophilius couldn't help but open his mouth as Onyxia revealed one strange story after another that he had never heard before. He never thought that there would be such like-minded people like him in digging up strange stories. But what Katlana said next shocked him even more. In addition to subverting readers' perceptions and revealing the truth to them, I think the Quibbler should also sing more devil's advocate in other aspects, such as about our current Ministry of Magic and our Minister Cornelius. Fudge. I feel that the current media has sang enough praises. Even if the Dementors attacked the Hogwarts grounds before, their reports were too restrained. The Quibbler needs to go further in this regard and provide the general public with readers provide opposing viewpoints and opinions, which makes the magazine live up to its name. After listening to Onyxia's words, Xenorius couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He originally thought that as the editor-in-chief of The Quibbler, he was already radical enough in terms of media views, and the investor, who was an employee of the Ministry of Magic, was mostly conservative. After all, it comes from the Ministry of Magic. But now he realizes where he is as a radical. On the contrary, the conservative in him felt that he, a radical, was too conservative. At the same time, he also became a little excited. As a media person, who doesn't want to use his or her writing freely? So he nodded repeatedly to the Black Dragon Princess. Miss Presto, you are so right. I didn't expect you to teach me a lesson in this regard. It seems that you are indeed a person who is opposed to the Quibbler investors who share the same philosophy. I am willing to accept your investment in principle. Since there is no conflict in concept, the next step is to talk about the specific price. In order to fully control, the Quibbler, Onyxia proposed that she must maintain absolute control of the magazine. But in contrast, she was very generous in terms of price, giving Xenophilius a price he couldn't refuse, and promised that he would still serve as editor-in-chief. After all, everyone has their own career, and Xenophilius himself is the most professional media person. They just need to grasp the general direction. In addition, Onyxia also put forward several opinions on the management method of the Quibbler. You have to pay enough money to be invited to publish. Ms. Presto emphasized, not everyone is willing to work for nothing for fame, but we as a magazine must also tolerate such creators. The so-called media people do not care about money, only money. It is enough to ask ourselves. In addition, I will also provide several contributors here, and they will send some articles from time to time. You need to try to arrange for these articles to be published according to the situation. Seeing Xenophilius's reluctance, she added, the first batch of articles are about ratweed and howling monster. When the other party heard this, he immediately lost his resistance. It turns out that your contributors are also like-minded people, so that's gone. In fact, Xenophilius did not understand Onyxia and Levin's tricks behind her. Xenophilius's own strange stories, such as the Snorlax 670 and the Moon Frog, are almost all his own imagination. But the sage, the howling monster, and the so-called dragon people, actually people transformed by Onyxia with dragon blood that Levin mentioned are real. It's just that because they are all the products of alien invasions and their appearance time is too short, the wizards in this world have no research on them, so they are regarded as strange stories. Levin's plan is to first publish articles about these curiosities in the Quibbler. After the influence is fermented, their people, such as Levin himself, will go to collect sage, capture the howling monster, and then conduct sufficient research and publish the results in professional journals, such as Annual Magazine of Magical Beasts. Send an SCI to prove that these fantasy creatures really exist. When everyone realized that these new species were actually discovered by a third-rate tabloid like The Quibbler. After this back and forth, the credibility of The Quibbler was established. The Quibbler will no longer be regarded as a gathering place for speculators and conspiracy theories, but will be regarded as a home base for explorers of the real side of the world. As for those unproven fantasies, they're nothing big. It doesn't work. After all, even magic potion experiments require multiple attempts. How can discovering new species be successful every time? This is just like Ultraman, in the eyes of most people, is nothing more than a tokusatsu drama or a children's fantasy work. But one day the Baltans really appear on Earth, then everyone will reconsider the authenticity of Ultraman's existence. As for the articles Onyxia said were critical of current affairs, they do not expect to enhance their own reputation through these articles, nor do they intend to use the Quibbler to promote their own forces immediately. Before Voldemort is resurrected, all the objections about the Ministry of Magic and Fudge in the Quibbler will be foreshadowing for the future. How ridiculous and unfounded these articles seem nowadays. Then how great and prescient the Quibbler will be when Voldemort returns. At that time, it was naturally much easier for the Quibbler to guide public opinion. After negotiating the acquisition of the Quibbler, Levin stayed at the tower for nearly a week. During this time, Luna would visit every day and learn the skills of the Psion from Levin. But Levin always felt that the other parties seemed to be more interested in him. The girl was very clever and did not call Levin boyfriend openly in front of others, thus avoiding being targeted by powerful competitors. A week later, the Christmas holiday was completely over, and Jaina and others left the tower. Levin and Cyrilla also returned to Hogwarts. After receiving Dumbledore's promise, the Hogwarts library once again resumed its attraction to Levin. Although it was just his first day at school, Levin went to the library after dinner as usual. Since school had just started, the library was relatively deserted, with only a few people in the huge space. In this case, the screenwriter saw Hermione Granger, who was buried under the tall pile of books at a glance. From a distance, Hermione's hair was disheveled due to lack of maintenance for a long time, like a fluffy cat with its head rubbing against the pile of books. Levin thought of Hermione's appearance as a cat girl again, couldn't help but smile, and walked straight to the girl's side. "Are you still busy at this time?" Levin asked with concern. "Levin, you're here." Hermione looked up and saw that it was Levin, with a surprised expression on her face. Seeing Hermione at this time, Levin suddenly felt distressed. At this time, her face was pale and haggard, her eyes were red and swollen, and her eyes were bloodshot. She had obviously cried bitterly after a long period of exertion. Levin immediately pulled Hermione up and pulled her out. "What are you doing?" Hermione said angrily, "I still have work to do." But Levin was even angrier than her. "Are you still thinking about work at this time? Do you want to die suddenly in the library?" His stern tone made the girl frightened, but she still couldn't help but said weakly, "But my book. Just borrow them all." As he spoke, Levin waved his right hand, and the wand immediately flew into his hand. The books on Hermione's desk suddenly floated up, lining up behind the two of them. Didn't you have a good rest during the holiday? Levin said as he walked, I clearly remember that all the homework was completed before the holiday. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the long queue of books behind him. Prohibition of animal culture testing order, prohibited trade items, intricate Lappa Potter law. Thinking of the girl's wrong Christmas gift, Levin spoke up about her job. You want to help Hagrid win the lawsuit against the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Animals? Hermione's eyes showed surprise. How did you guess it? It obviously happened during the holidays, but you're right. I want to help Hagrid so that he can successfully defend Buckbeak. Sure enough, this is something only Hermione can do. If you think about it carefully, Hermione is indeed a great witch. Although she also has various shortcomings, such as being dictatorial when facing people who are not as smart as her. For example, if you are not good at dealing with emergencies. Like being as proud as a Gryffindor. But her intelligence is unlike most Ravenclaws. Although they both have an intelligent and studious side, Ravenclaw can sometimes appear to be too selfish and indifferent, and often likes to ignore things that have nothing to do with himself and be too grouped around when things happen. Hermione has always been kind-hearted and powerful. As long as she is sure that she is doing the right thing, she will take action and do her best to do it. Just like now, after hearing that Hagrid's hippogriff was policed, she started to prepare a defense statement for Hagrid alone. Only such people can successfully be promoted to Minister of Magic more than 10 years later. What about Harry and Ronald? What did they do? Levin asked. Hermione is not the only friend Hagrid has. Harry and Ronald should be just as good friends with him. Then he saw the girl's eyes were red again. Hermione didn't have many friends in Gryffindor to begin with. Her roommates only had a mediocre relationship with her, and the only good one, Ginny, wasn't in the same year. Harry and Ronald are left. Ronald's conflict with her has become more and more serious this semester, not only because of the pet conflict, but also because of his relationship with Levin. As for Harry, she had a conflict with her recently about gifts. Specifically, Harry received an anonymous gift of a firebolt. Professor McGonagall suspected that there might be a curse inside and wanted to open it for inspection. With Hermione's character, she naturally agreed with such caution, and then she and Harry got into an argument. Harry felt that she was unnecessary, and even suspected that Hermione was afraid that he also had the firebolt, which would threaten Raven's dominant position in Quidditch. This left her completely isolated during the holiday, and she had to fight alone to help Hagrid. Now feeling Levin's warm hands and seeing the boy's caring eyes, the last strength and stubbornness she had maintained were all gone. You. The girl cried in Levin's arms and confided intermittently everything that had happened recently. Oh, you want to beat me on the court with a firebolt? Harry is really imaginative. After sighing, Levin looked at Hermione again. Look, what did I say before? Gryffindor friendship is so fragile, isn't it? As he spoke, he stroked the girl's head and said comfortingly, Hermione, you don't need to blame yourself or feel sad, because in my opinion, you did nothing wrong. You just put forward reasonable opinions for the sake of your friends, and you just stick to what you think is right. And your help to Hagrid, what you did is more worthy of being called a friend than Harry and Ronald. After hearing Levin's words, the girl finally burst into laughter. Levin, I'm just trying my best, but until now I still don't have a clue. Hermione wiped the corners of her eyes and said with some embarrassment, Well, Hermione, I was wondering if you would be willing to listen to my idea. Levin thought for a while and asked tentatively, because what he wants to say may not sound good. After all, Hermione had been busy with Hagrid's affairs throughout the holiday, but some truths might make her feel that her hard work was completely meaningless. Of course, Levin, you know, I always value your opinion. Hermione looked at the boy in front of her, her eyes shining. This was the only peer she admired. Of course, this is because being with Levin is always so relaxed and happy, which is completely different from the feeling when being with Harry and Ronald. She was always helpful when dealing with the latter, and the two of them were always particularly impatient with her. But around Levin, she was always the one who received help, which gave this independent girl a rare sense of security that she could rely on others. This is the real reason why she always prefers Levin in her friendship with the three of them. Seeing that Hermione was in a good mood, Levin thought for a while and decided to tell his true evaluation. Actually, I personally think that it is quite unwise for you to spend so much energy on helping Hagrid write a defense statement. It is just a matter of exploiting your strengths and avoiding weaknesses. Levin's first words made Hermione frown, but she restrained her desire to argue and still listened carefully. She has always been willing to believe Levin's words. Then Levin gave an explanation. First, you are just a little witch learning magic now. You may be better than some adult wizards in spells, but you are not proficient in laws and regulations. It is quite difficult for you to rely on your own improvisation and challenge others' years of study and industry accumulation. Levin looked at Hermione's expression and found that she nodded in agreement, so he continued. Second, even if you rely on your genius mind, spend a lot of energy to understand these systems and cases, and write a wonderful defense. I believe you can do it with your genius. But you can only control yourself, not Hagrid. With that said, Levin spread his hands. We all know Hagrid. With his impulsive character, no matter how well your defense is written, he will not be able to fully display it. You can't replace him. Hermione thought carefully about Levin's words. Although they didn't sound good, the truth behind them was irrefutable. So, if you are busy like this, apart from destroying yourself, there is no guarantee that you will win the defense. Levin came to a cruel conclusion. Then what can I do? Besides, I don't know how to help him. Hermione's eyes turned red again. She just wants to do her best to help her friends. Levin patted her shoulder. Actually, you have done a good job, at least much better than Harry and Ronald. Hagrid will be very happy to have a friend like you. But that still doesn't make sense, does it? Hermione said, biting her lip. Apart from checking information and writing a defense draft, she didn't know what else she could do. Then, she looked at the boy she admired in front of her with watery eyes. Levin, you are much smarter than me. What would you do if you were me? Oh, that's easy, Levin shrugged. I'll spend a lot of money to hire the best defense lawyer for Hagrid. This is indeed a good idea. Hermione smiled bitterly, but it is indeed an idea that only you can do. After all, I am better off. Even Hagrid doesn't have the money. But there are things here that only you can do. Levin shook his finger and said mysteriously, "Oh, what is that?" Hermione asked curiously. "Of course, you asked me for help." Levin grabbed the girl's shoulders sincerely. "You have to remember that no matter what problem you encounter, you still have me as your friend, right?" As he spoke, he patted his chest proudly. "You still have me, the genius of Ravenclaw, a dragon-slaying warrior, a first-class medalist of the Order of Merlin, and the president of the Erudite Society as your backing. When you encounter a problem that you can't solve on your own, you don't need to bear it all by yourself. You can ask me for help." The girl was deeply moved by Levin's words. Thank you, Levin, you are so good to me." As he spoke, he hugged him tightly. Levin accepted the girl's hug calmly, and then said, "As for this matter, I am willing to fund Hagrid and hire an attorney. At the same time, I will also tell my friend in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and let her take action on this case." Influence. Oh, Levin, you're so kind. By the way, I also have some galleons here, although not much, but... Speaking of this, Hermione was still a little embarrassed. She knew that her few gold galleons were useless in front of a barrister who paid by the hour. It doesn't matter, as long as you do your best. Levin did not refuse her kindness. After all, she would feel better if she had a sense of participation. As the little wizards returned one by one, school also started classes. Levin soon met Hagrid in a magical creatures class. Unexpectedly, in order to make them happy, Hagrid made a bonfire full of salamanders. This class was particularly interesting. The students collected dead branches and leaves to keep the fire going. Flame-loving salamanders jumped up and down on the broken and self-heating wood. After class, Levin did not leave directly. He stayed where he was, watching Hagrid busy cleaning up the fire left by the little wizards and putting the salamander into a stove. "Your class today was great." Levin walked up and praised. "Oh, it's Levin, if you like it." Hagrid grinned reluctantly, seeming to cheer up a little. Levin glanced at the crumpled official document in his hand and asked, "Can I see it?" "Oh, of course." Hagrid handed the document to Levin. Hearing date, April 20th. You need to bring the hippogriff involved in the case to the Ministry of Magic, Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Animals, in London to attend the hearing. Levin read in a cross sentence. Hagrid is obviously a mixed-race giant, but he is as fragile as a child at heart. Just hearing Levin read the official document was a little unbearable, and tears streamed down his unkempt beard. "Oh, it's so cruel," Hagrid choked, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. "Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Animals, 590. Buckbeak is obviously not dangerous." Although Levin also likes hippogriff, even he has to admit that Buckbeak's so-called non-dangerous belief lies in hybrid giants like Hagrid or strong men like Levin. In the eyes of ordinary wizards, the hippogriff is a dangerous creature. Of course, this does not prevent Levin from helping Hagrid. "Did you know, Hagrid, Hermione has been preparing a defense script for you throughout the holiday?" Levin patted Hagrid's broad shoulder and comforted her. "Oh, yes, I know." When talking about this, the emotional Hagrid began to rub his eyes again, trying his best to suppress his tears and snot. "Hermione, how wonderful. Boy, she has done so much for me. But it's no use." Hagrid shook his head and continued sobbing. "Lucius Malfoy bribed those devils from the Dangerous Animals Committee. They all took his dirty money. If I lose the case, Buckbeak Graham." Hagrid was so choked up that he could no longer speak. Seeing that the other person was about to burst into tears, Levin quickly revealed his plan and told him, "Actually, BCC, I also have some friends in the Ministry of Magic. They are all friends from the dragon-slaying trip last year. They not afraid of Lucius Malfoy." Thank you, Levin. You're also a good friend." Hagrid wiped away tears, and hope appeared in his eyes. In the eyes of this big man, Levin, who had subdued a series of powerful magical creatures, was second only to the most reliable. "Dumbledore, but I can't let you spend money. I have some things here. You know, I collected them in the Forbidden Forest. I should be able to exchange them for some gold galleons." As Hagrid said, he began to calculate his assets. His words made Eowyn's eyes light up. Who would have thought there would be such a surprise? As the warden of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, Hagrid is not as poor as he imagined. In fact, even the cushions in his cabin are woven from unicorn hair. The production of many precious magic materials in the Forbidden Forest would be difficult for him. It can be said that Hagrid's inventory is quite rich even in Levin's eyes. The thing is, just like Levin said, it's not a big deal. All he needs to do is give his dragon maid, Onyxia, a few words to discipline Lucius Malfoy and surrender without a fight. When he told Hermione that the lawyer and relationship had been settled, the girl felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and she relaxed. The girl had to worry about Hagrid before and had to deal with 12 courses. Even with the help of the Time Turner, it was still a heavy burden. Every night, Levin would sit with Hermione in a corner of the library and study. Every time, the table in front of her is filled with various textbooks and study materials, including but not limited to arithmetic divination charts, rune dictionaries, diagrams of muggles moving heavy objects, and dense notes one after another. She no longer stayed in the Gryffindor common room to study. Levin understands her thinking very well. After all, after the quarrel with Harry and Ronald, it would be awkward to meet each other. It's better to study in the library and have Levin with you. The only thing that makes her feel awkward is that if she studies with Levin, she will always meet other girls to compete with her. The one who comes most frequently is Zheng Qiu from Ravenclaw, followed by Cyrilla and Penelo, and even Ginny occasionally comes over. But the one who made Hermione most unhappy was Luna Lovegood. Every time this girl came over, she would chat with Levin about some topics that she didn't understand, such as psionic power and so on. After asking, she found out that the other party actually had a rare talent called psionic talent. Levin saw the hunt. She was so happy that she began to teach her the skills of a psychic. Damn it, why is it that I'm not the one with the spiritual talent? February has quickly arrived, and the bitingly cold weather has not changed at all. For a whole month, Levin had an extra task besides his daily work, which was to search for Ban-Ban in the Forbidden Forest. According to Hermione, the pet rat has become very uneasy since Sirius' attack and coupled with Crookshank's targeting. As early as the Christmas holiday, Ban-Ban disappeared. Ronald always believed that Crookshanks murdered him, so the conflict with Hermione reached its peak. Now that Ban-Ban has escaped from Ronald, the difficulty of catching it has gone up a notch. According to the Weasley twins' Marauder's map, Scabbers is not in the castle because his name cannot be found on the map. According to Levin's prophecy magic, Scabbers did not escape the scope of Hogwarts. More specific information is due to Levin's insufficient understanding of Scabbers or Peter Pettigrew. Informed. But this is enough for Levin to make a judgment. Since Scabbers was in Hogwarts and not staying in the castle, he could only hide in the Forbidden Forest. So he spent a full month using Druid spells to set up sentries everywhere in the Forbidden Forest, using the plant vision in the Forbidden Forest to search for its traces for himself. This is almost equivalent to having real eyes everywhere in the wild area of the Forbidden Forest. No matter how inconspicuous Scabbers is as a mouse, where can he hide in front of Levin's eyes all over the Forbidden Forest? Sure enough, that night, while Levin was reading in the library with Hermione, he suddenly sensed the message that the detection magic in the Forbidden Forest had been triggered. Sorry, Hermione, I have something to do tonight and have to leave first. Levin said goodbye to the girl, left the library, and hurried toward the Forbidden Forest while sending a message to Sirius. Then he discovered that there was a little follower behind him. It's Draco Malfoy. This eldest young man has always been resentful because Levin rejected his previous good intentions. But because of Levin's strength, the professors all favored him, and he couldn't do anything about him. Finally, he came up with an alternative solution, just like he did with Harry in the first grade, and caught him violating discipline. Everyone knows that Levin is an excellent student at Hogwarts, but no one will believe that this outstanding student is really a good student and never does anything that violates school rules. If Levin was really a good student, he wouldn't have been able to kill the monster in the first place. Malfoy was trying to capture this. Over the past month, he heard that people noticed Levin wandering around the Forbidden Forest every night, but they never caught him. But today, he saw the other party running into the Forbidden Forest with his own eyes. So he followed quietly, he thought, preparing to capture his personal stolen goods. Unfortunately, Malfoy still overestimated his stealth skills. Not only can his skills be hidden from Levin, he can't even hide them from other young wizards. For example, Ronald Weasley. Ronald stubbornly believed that Hermione's Crookshanks killed Scabbers. He really couldn't accept the death of his pet rat, so he often searched for traces of Crookshanks in the castle, hoping to find the remains of his pet. Unexpectedly, it was accidentally discovered that Draco Malfoy was stalking Levin Green. Out of curiosity and hatred for Malfoy, he followed them secretly, trying to find out what the two men were doing. But what Malfoy and Ronald didn't know was that there were masters behind them. It was a wizard wearing a black cloak with a pale and gloomy face. It's Professor Severus Snape. He saw the Weasley boy following Malfoy and thought there was some conflict between the two, so he followed Ronald and Malfoy to make sure they didn't cause any trouble. It would be even better if we could seize the moment when Ronald takes action and score Gryffindor a few points. Levin, who was walking at the front, noticed the small train pulling up from behind and felt dumbfounded. But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't like any of Ronald, Malfoy, and Snape. Why not take this opportunity to play a little prank on them? Thinking of this, Levin couldn't help but slow down. If he had kept his original speed, he would have been fine before entering the Forbidden Forest. Once he entered the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy couldn't keep up with him. In the Forbidden Forest, Levin deliberately made some noise, then controlled his tracking direction, directly forcing Ban-Ban to the Whomping Willow and blocking it there. Then, facing this mouse, he deliberately pretended to be honest and said, "Hey, isn't this Ronald's pet mouse Spots? How did it get here?" After Ban-Ban heard this, he immediately froze in place, as if hesitating whether to run away. Its condition does not look good at this time. It was originally raised to be fat and strong, but now it has become skinny and bones. Its fur is still bumpy and has bald marks everywhere, as if it has a skin disease. It makes people feel very uncomfortable at a glance. Comfortable. While the mouse wasn't paying attention, Levin directly controlled it with a levitating spell and then led it into the hole in the Whomping Willow tree. After entering the tree cave, his psychic ability sensed Sirius's arrival, so he quietly took out a bottle of magic potion and scattered it everywhere inside the cave. It was a diarrhea potion that he redesigned after the Weasley twins sent him diarrhea candy. Compared with the diarrhea potion in the original diarrhea candy, the taste of the new diarrhea potion has been reduced to a minimum, making it easy to package into candy. As early as after the vacation, he handed the new formula to the twins. But he always kept a large bottle of finished diarrhea potion in his bag that he couldn't use. After all, normal people can't use this kind of potion. But at this time, it's the potion's turn to work. Levin still remembers that the potion he made is highly volatile in its normal state. The gas can also have effects when inhaled. At this time, the Whomping Willow has been soothed by his druid spell and will not move for a while. So the three people following Levin dug into the tree hole one by one and came to where Levin poured the magic potion. Since the potion was sprinkled on the ground, the three of them didn't notice it at all. What surprised them most was each other's presence. At least Ronald and Malfoy discovered each other. There is no way around this. Because in the deeper tunnel, Levin did not move forward. This caused Malfoy, who was following him, to be blocked at the entrance of the tree hole, unable to move forward. Ronald, who was reckless, didn't understand the situation in the cave at all and rushed in, thinking that Malfoy had already gone deeper. So I bumped into my old enemy. Two little wizards, look at me, 7, when I am missing someone. A force silenced them. It's Professor Snape, he's caught up too. He didn't want the voices of these two idiots to disturb the people deep in the corridor below. Because there was an enemy there that he couldn't wait to kill. Just as the three people above were blocked and staring at each other under Levin's design. Levin had also met Blake in the passage, who came after hearing the news. However, the atmosphere between them is not very harmonious. Give him to me. After seeing the rat scabbers, Sirius Black immediately fell into a rage and jumped on him. But the next moment, he was ejected by the same force and angle. Calm down and listen to me, Levin shouted. However, Sirius, who was blinded by the anger of revenge, did not give up. Although he didn't have a wand, he still had an Animagus, and he immediately turned into a black dog, trying to pounce on Levin again. So I was taught how to be a human being by a boy again. The same vines as last time came out from under the feet and tied the black dog tightly to the wall of the corridor until he returned to his original shape. Despite his embarrassment, Sirius Black did not beg for mercy, but kept struggling while shouting loudly, put me down quickly. Levin frowned slightly. You will get what you want, Peter Pettigrew, but not now. Didn't we agree before? The appearance of this name seemed to irritate Blake. His face was livid and the muscles on his face were twitching. You have already caught it. Why don't you give it to me? Or, you said you lied to me about your so-called trading routes. Levin couldn't help but sigh when he heard this and looked at Sirius as if he was mentally retarded. Mr. Black, please think confidently with your muscular head. If I really don't want to fulfill the deal, why should I bring it to see you? At this moment, among the three people hiding at the entrance, Ronald opened his mouth in surprise. What did he see? Levin was hanging out with the murderer Sirius Black. Also, his government is also in the hands of the other party. The other party also kept mentioning Peter Pettigrew. What is the relationship between Banban and Peter Pettigrew? Malfoy was also surprised by this. But the one who reacted the most violently was Professor Snape. At this time, he was staring closely at Sirius and Levin. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and he pulled out his wand. You two, get out of here, he said. But when the two of them were about to turn around, Snape slammed them in place again. The potion's professor scolded in a low voice, You idiot, don't move. It turns out that the Whomping Willow at this time has slowly recovered from the state of being comforted by Levin. Snape realized that letting them out at this time would always make them easy targets. Didn't you see that a few months ago, Harry fell off his broom during the Quidditch match, and his Nimbus 2000 flew all the way to the Whomping Willow, eventually turning into Nimbus 2000 fragments? Snape didn't want to try and compare his student's face with that of a broomstick, which one was tougher. It seems that you two can only stay here. Snape's cold voice sounded. But it's better this way, before you two run back and tell Dumbledore. Sirius, it's time for you to die. Eager for revenge, Snape silently used magic to imprison the two in place. Then it slid towards the direction of Levin and Blake, like a bat moving forward in the dark night. Meanwhile, Levin and Sirius' conversation continued. Okay, even if you don't want to break the contract, but why don't you give it to me? Under the binding of the vines, Sirius finally calmed down a little, but he was still angry. Leave it to you? Levin sneered. What would you do if I taught it to you? Of course, tear it up on the spot. Sirius roared urgently. Because of it, the Potter family died tragically, and I innocently suffered decades of imprisonment. This is the repayment I deserve. Are you innocent? Levin felt very ironic when he heard this. In his eyes, Sirius indeed did not betray Mr. and Mrs. Potter. But this does not mean that he is not jointly and severally liable. As a Gryffindor, he certainly has a righteous and brave side, otherwise he would not stand on the opposite side of Voldemort as 580. But relatively speaking, he also perfectly interpreted the negative qualities of Gryffindor. In this regard, he is almost exactly the same as Harry and Ronald today. It was his conceited recklessness and mistaken trust that triggered a series of tragedies. And now he showed this side in front of Levin again. Let me tell you, some of what Professor Snape said is right. Some of you are arrogant, and impulsive. Hearing Levin mention Snape, Sirius immediately gave birth. You actually listened to Snape's words. He was our sworn enemy back then. Of course he would say that. But Levin pointedly pointed out. Since you think this is wrong, let's take a closer look. All this is due to your cleverness. If you hadn't temporarily changed the Potter family's secret keeper, would Peter Pettigrew have the opportunity to betray them? If you were the secret keepers, James Potter and Lily Potter could not have been found so easily. Here, Levin did not use Mr. and Mrs. Potter, but directly named the two of them. Snape from behind was planning to get closer and give the two of them a righteous head-sucking. But when Levin mentioned his name, he was stunned. He didn't remember having such a personal conversation with Levin. But hearing Levin's words in his ears did make him feel relieved. Until he heard Levin mention Lily's name. Of course, Snape, who was watching, was not the only one who was breached by Levin. As the main target of attack, the anger on Sirius's face has turned into deep annoyance. In fact, when he was imprisoned in Azkaban, he had asked himself countless times, what would have happened if I had been the secret keeper at that time? If he hadn't been so smart and so whimsical? If he could fully trust Lupin and pay more attention to Peter Pettigrew? Thinking about it carefully, there are actually many clues in Peter's sentencing. However, he will be ignored simply because he is inconspicuous and regarded as a fool by James and Black, followers and people who make up the numbers. If nothing had happened, would James and Lily have survived? Harry didn't have to rely on others at such a young age. However, the blow to Gawain doesn't stop there. You acted smart and killed your friend. It happened, but after that, why did you start acting stupid again? Since you had the ability to escape Azkaban, why didn't you escape earlier? Do you feel that being locked up in there is atonement? Have you mistaken the person for whom you should atone? The boy's accusation hit the nail on the head. The person you should atone for should be a specific person, a victim, not your poor conscience. If you hadn't been imprisoned in Azkaban, Harry wouldn't have had that kind of childhood. Levin thought of what he had experienced in elementary school. Do you know what kind of life Harry lived since he was a child? He could only eat leftovers every day. Do you know what it feels like to have leftover food, wear unwanted clothes, be insulted and ignored every day? However, Harry still has to be grateful to that family because they took the risk to adopt him and saved him from being threatened by the Dark Lord's forces. In this gang, your trusted Dumbledore and others, no one made even the slightest effort to improve Harry's life. As Harry's godfather, you could have secretly taken care of your godson, tried to atone for your sins, and waited for an opportunity to overturn the verdict for yourself. But you wasted your good time in Azkaban, which not only tortured yourself, but also made Harry in terms of suffering. Don't you feel a little derelict in your duty? To be honest, Levin did feel pity for Harry's experience, but more importantly, he still wanted to use this series of facts to attack the arrogant Black in front of him. Every time he said a word, he used suggestion to increase the impact of words on Sirius's mind. The power of psychic powers and sharp words made every word of Levin's words like a sharp knife inserted into Blake's heart. Sure enough, as Levin continued to criticize him sentence by sentence, Blake's face began to turn pale and his throat trembled, but he did not say a complete sentence. Forget it, the above is all in the past. No matter how much I say it, it can't change the fixed facts. Let's talk about the present. Finally, Levin got back to the topic. So now, if you kill Peter Pettigrew, you are happy, you are satisfied for a while, but then? Who will prove your innocence? You are still a murderer, your atonement is still a joke. And Harry, he can only lose his last relative who was really good to him. Of course, in this case, you can't go back to Black's old house at all, let alone pay me the reward. Levin didn't say this last sentence. But the previous words alone, coupled with the silent psychic power of moisturizing things, were enough to make Sirius doubt himself. Sure enough, at this time Blake was already doubting life by Levin. The inherent beliefs in his mind began to be shattered under Levin's series of hard and soft tactics. Levin's power occupied this void and began to have an impact within him. The seeds of doubt for Dumbledore and the seeds of trust for Levin were planted, waiting for the opportunity to blossom and bear fruit. Then, Levin let go of his restraints. What, do you still want to kill Peter? Ewan asked. No, you are right. I have done many, many wrong things. I should listen to you, Peter. Just leave it to you for the time being. Seeing this scene, Levin nodded with satisfaction and further said, Well, Sirius, if I want to prove your innocence, Peter's role alone is not enough. I also need a piece of your memory as supporting evidence. Therefore, I need you to cooperate with me. Let go of your memory and think back to the beginning. At this time, Sirius naturally obeyed Levin's words. So Levin used Thought Probe on Sirius and began to read the other party's memory. Compared with legilimency, Thought Probe, combined with psychic power, can dig deeper into a person's memory and find the part he wants. In doing so, Levin not only intercepted the memory of Sirius' innocent murder, but also, there are not many opportunities to interfere with other people's consciousness openly. While intercepting memories, he deepened the hints he left in the other person's mind without leaving any trace. If his plan succeeds, Sirius will become a thorn in his side of the Order of the Phoenix, ready to deliver information about Dumbledore to him. Although the Order of the Phoenix generally consists of positive characters, Levin has realized that he and Dumbledore have a serious ideological dispute. He will no longer place hope on the good and evil of the other party. By laying the groundwork in advance, if there is any conflict in the future, he can occupy the ancestors. After finishing everything, Levin took out the silver-white thoughts from Sirius' head and put them into the bottle he had prepared before. Seeing this, Snape, who felt that the mantis was stalking the cicada, finally took action. Levin Green, I want to thank you. As Levin puts the bottle of memories into his bag, a mocking voice came. Severus Snape finally appears. What a lucky night. The old bat stepped forward slowly, pointing his wand at Levin while looking at Black, with a crazy light blooming in his eyes. I can actually see an old friend here, Sirius Black, or should I call you the fugitive of Azkaban? The taste of revenge is very sweet. How I wish the person who captured you is I. But this is not bad. It's time for you to go back to where you should be, but maybe you don't need to go back at all. Let the Dementors give you a kiss directly. After that, he looked at Levin again, barely suppressing his desire for revenge, and asked in a relatively calm tone, And you, Levin Green Ravenclaw's most outstanding student, why did you make a deal with this murderer? I have a reason. Your new dormitory will be placed in Azkaban. It seemed that Snape still had a good impression of him. At least he didn't start shouting and killing him as soon as he came up. Levin shook his head. Snape's 12 is indeed a poor man. He was bullied so much by James and the other four that he had reason to hate Black. But now that Black was still useful to him, he couldn't let Snape interfere in this matter. But Levin also knew very well that Snape would not be able to listen to the explanation at this time. So he suddenly raised his hand and pointed his wand at his potions master. Expelliarmus. Levin's actions could not be hidden from Snape, who immediately took action and tried to knock the wand out of Levin's hand. However, just as the red light of the disarming curse was about to arrive, a shield automatically appeared on the surface of Levin's body, blocking the attack of the spell. Snape had never seen an iron armor curse that could be maintained for a long time without being cast immediately. The next moment he felt the hot explosion in his A***, hitting him in the opposite direction, despite the traces of the disarming curse. It was Levin's elemental shout that was triggered. Before being inundated with flames, Snape quickly blocked the attack with the iron armor curse. But after being delayed by Levin's 2 passive spells, he had already lost the initiative. Then he was hit by Levin like a storm. Levin just waved his wand, without even reciting a spell, and a series of flashes of smoke and dust exploded in front of Snape's eyes, making him dizzy. When he barely regained his sight, he found that his whole body was tightly entangled in spider webs that had appeared at an unknown time. The sticky spider silk made it impossible for him to move violently. At the same time, he felt paralyzed all over his body and unable to move, and his brain and consciousness began to become chaotic, and his thinking ability was greatly reduced. Then he could only watch as Levin walked up to him and took away his wand. Snape couldn't understand that he was killed for no apparent reason. In fact, with Snape's strength and full firepower, he can still confront Levin. But he really didn't understand Levin's magic very well. Again, Levin was calculating mentally but not intentionally. He didn't even react and was overwhelmed by his spell. Since Levin obtained the LV2 Arcanist profession, the total caster professional level reached LV13 and unlocked the 7th level spell. His combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Everything stems from his understanding of such a spell. Spell sequence. 7-ring transformation system. You prepare a magic matrix so that you can store up to 4 spells of up to level 5. When the spell sequence is cast, it is equivalent to spell prompt. After casting, the spells in the matrix will be cast in turn. In addition, you can connect 2 or more spells in the matrix into a sequence. The spells that are linked into the sequence must be level 2 or below. In this case, you can cast all the spells in the sequence instantly. To put it simply, the first effect of this spell is to exchange a 7-level spell for the opportunity to cast 4 5-level spells instantly. To Levin, this is just a way to save magic power, no big deal. But the second effect of spell sequence is a bit unbelievable, that is, through spell sequence, 4 2-level spells can be poured out in an instant. You must know that even the super magic skill of Spell Instant Cast has a CD and must be used every once in a while, which limits the explosive output of the mage. But Spell Sequence breaks through this limitation. Although the level of 2nd-level spells is not high, they are quite threatening. Just like just now, Levin used Flash Dust, Spider Web, Fool's Touch, and Ghoul's Touch in an instant. Of these 4 spells, the first 2 belong to the conjuration system. They are physical attacks that act directly from the outside and are difficult to avoid. Apart from covering his eyes in time and keeping a distance, Levin couldn't imagine how Snape would deal with Flash Dust and Spider Web. Once affected by the first 2 spells, the latter 2 spells will become the key to containing Snape. The Fool's Touch can blunt Snape's thinking ability, while the Ghoul's Touch can paralyze him directly. In this way, Levin completely restrained Snape from the 4 aspects of senses, physics, spirit, and body at the same time, directly turning a powerful man second only to the Dark Lord and the White Lord into a cripple on the spot. Without his wand, Snape was unable to fight back for a short period of time. But Levin didn't give up. He never underestimated his potions professor. After taking away his wand, Levin took out a rope and used activated rope to tie Snape tightly to prevent him from resisting. However, maybe his thinking was too divergent. In the process, Levin subconsciously thought of the various rope arts he had seen in his previous life. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that the activating rope spell was affected by his subconscious thinking and tied up the potion's professor in an extremely ambiguous posture and method, which made the people of the island country jump straight when they saw it. Call the expert. 190, at least Sirius, couldn't bear to look at it. In short, Snape fell into Levin's hands and was left unable to move, just like what he had just done to the two unlucky students. At this time, Ronald and Malfoy were imprisoned on the ground by Snape's spell, unable to move, and their mouths were sealed by magic. The two enemies could only stare at each other. After a while, Snape's lock tongue and throat seal magic was finally released, and the two of them were finally able to talk. Suddenly, Malfoy asked Ronald in panic, "Weasley, did you bring any paper?" When Ronald heard this, his expression suddenly became complicated, and he said nonchalantly, "No, I still want to ask you." At this moment, their abdomens began to twitch violently at the same time, and their stomachs gurgled like boiling porridge. Both of them heard the sound of themselves and each other, so they turned their heads to the side at the same time, forcibly suppressing their desire to gushing out. No one wants to make a fool of themselves in front of their mortal enemy. At the same time, the two of them also thought at the same time, "Is it surprising that the food tonight is not fresh? Anyway, something interesting is going to happen." Levin Green, how dare you? Snape felt very humiliated by Levin being tied up like this. "Let me go otherwise." Professor, I think it's better for you to shut up." Levin curled his lips and pointed at him with the wand. Lock tongue and throat seal. Snape was immediately treated the same as his students. Looking at Blake's gloating expression in front of him, the old bat's face was so black that it was smoking. He was actually defeated at the hands of a child in front of his mortal enemy and was tied up like this. Just when the two of them were staring at each other in embarrassment, Levin suddenly took out a mirror and said something. Then, he took out his wand and began to cast spells. Soon, a door suddenly appeared in front of Levin. A girl with pink hair and a brown coat and uniform stepped out of the door immediately. She was followed by 6 others wearing the same uniform as her. It was the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. They followed the pink female Auror, obviously following her lead. Levin came forward and hugged the female Auror. "Your portal spell is so convenient," Tonks praised Levin. When it first appeared, they were all shocked and didn't dare to go in. Several Aurors looked at me, and I looked at you. They were all very embarrassed and did not answer the question. Suddenly a young Auror exclaimed, "Oh, Merlin's fattest pants. These are Sirius Black. What on earth is going on? And isn't this Professor Snape?" "What happened here?" asked another young Auror. "Quiet. Since the captain brought us here, we will find out the reason." Another middle-aged wizard said sternly, obviously dissatisfied with his companion's fuss. Several Aurors closed their mouths and looked eagerly at Tonks at the front. "So, where's the man you were talking about?" Tonks asked, waving her hand. Immediately, 2 Aurors came to Sirius Black and Professor Snape, pulled out their wands, and looked at them warily. Regarding Sirius and Peter Pettigrew, Levin told Jaina and them as early as the Christmas vacation, so Tonks has been waiting for news from Levin. This time Levin caught Peter Pettigrew and contacted Tonks immediately. So, Tonks took action immediately, quickly organized her team of Aurors, and got up here as soon as Levin's portal opened. After calling everyone to get ready, Levin waved his hand and summoned a gray mouse with a piece of hair missing from a corner. It was hit by Levin's monster-holding technique and could not move. Levin raised his hand to release the control, and the mouse immediately regained consciousness. It was stunned for a moment, turned around, and found itself surrounded by uniformed Aurors and immediately became confused. It took a step forward, then backed away as if it had seen a ghost. But it was too small in its mouse state and was easily controlled by Tonks, who had prepared it long ago using the levitation curse. It started screaming, twisting, and struggling. "It looks like this is it." Tonks turned around and asked. Levin nodded. "Are you ready, Tonks?" Tonks nodded. Levin glanced at Sirius again, his moist eyes suddenly burning on his face. Then, next, it's time to witness the miracle. I mean, the truth. Levin pointed his wand at the mouse. Reveal true face. Levin's wand emitted a burst of blue light, and for a moment, Scabbers stopped in midair, his little gray body twisting wildly. The mouse fell to the ground, and there was another dazzling flash of light then. It's like a quick shot of a tree growing. A head appeared on the ground, and limbs stretched out. After a while, a man stood where Van was just now, wincing and twirling his double screens. This man is very short, even shorter than Levin. His thin, light-colored hair was unkempt, and he had a large bald spot on the top of his head. His appearance is that of an obese person who has lost a lot of weight in a short period of time. His skin looked dirty, almost like patchy fur, and his pointed nose and watery little eyes had the characteristics of a mouse. He looked at everyone, breathing quickly and weakly. His eyes flicked to the door and then quickly returned. This is Peter Pettigrew. The middle-aged Auror had clearly warned his juniors to be calm, but at this moment he screamed in surprise. But no one cared about what he did, because everyone was surprised. Snape, who was tied to the ground, witnessed all this and his eyes widened in disbelief. With his intelligence, he instantly understood that since Peter was real or many of the things mentioned in the conversation between Levin and Blake just now were probably true. There was someone else responsible for Lily's death. At this time, Sirius wanted to rush forward and bite Peter to death. However, Levin had left a very deep impression on him, and after receiving a warning glare from the boy, he forcibly suppressed his anger. Peter Pettigrew looked around, trying to determine what the situation was at this time, why he was found out, and how much these people knew about his affairs. His lowered eyes moved around, thinking about how to weave lies to explain why he was still alive. But before he could say anything, Levin gave him the same treatment as Snape without hesitation. Of course, there was no art this time. Levin directly summoned vines to tie him up tightly. Facing the looks of the Aurors, Levin simply explained, "You can look at his index finger. He is not only an illegal Animagus, but he also faked his death and escaped. This alone is very questionable." Levin's words stirred everyone's memory. 13 years ago, people received the news that Sirius blew up a street and Peter Pettigrew died on the spot, leaving only a section of his finger. If we go by what Levin just said, this means that he left the finger on purpose, and he was taking this opportunity to fake his death. But why would he do this? There's a big problem here. Maybe there was someone else who blew up the street, and that person was probably the Peter in front of him. You won't believe him, right? Peter finally stopped being silent and said urgently in a high-pitched voice, "You should catch him. He and Sirius are on the same team." "Yes, he wants to kill me." The middle-aged wizard glanced at Levin, then at Tonks, but wisely remained silent. He recognized Levin's identity. This boy killed the Chimera at a young age, received the Order of Merlin, first class, and participated in the dragon-slaying mission, the one from Liverpool. Here, he has seen what a huge dragon it is. He didn't want to offend such a powerful little wizard at such a young age. What's more, these Aurors were summoned by the other party on their own initiative. In fact, he knew very well that the arrest of Peter Pettigrew had already been decided. He saw with his own eyes that it was not even Captain Tonks who decided all this, but a higher-level official. Their trip was just to go through a process. Whether Peter Pettigrew is really innocent is not something they should consider at all. Therefore, all the Aurors just stared at Peter and remained silent. Aurors just want to do as they are told, but Peter Pettigrew uses them as a lifeline. "He's here to kill me again." Peter Pettigrew suddenly pointed at Blake and screamed, using his middle finger because his index finger was broken. "He killed Lily and James, and now he wants to kill me. You are Aurors, you must help me." Black's unfathomable eyes stared at Peter Pettigrew, his face looking more skeletal than before. "No one is going to kill you as long as we are here," Tonks said, "but we need to get something straight." "Get this straight," screamed Peter Pettigrew, looking around hastily again and catching sight of the Whomping Willow. "I know he's chasing me. I know he's coming back for me. I've been waiting for this for 12 years. Did you know that Sirius would escape from Azkaban? Tonks said with a frown. Hasn't no one ever escaped before? He has dark magic that the rest of us can only dream of, screamed Pettigrew. How else could he have gotten out of there? I guess he who can't even be named taught him some tricks. Peter Pettigrew shouted heartbreakingly, and this seemed to make sense. But the middle-aged wizard thought of what happened before departure. He was on duty in the Auror office when he suddenly saw Tonks rushing in and loudly announcing that there was an urgent mission. After receiving the equipment, they left the office and saw Deputy Director Jaina reporting news to Minister of Magic Fudge in the corridor. There is good news, Minister. Someone found Sirius Black near Hogwarts. But there was an accident. The reporter also found that Peter Pettigrew was still alive. There seemed to be something fishy about what happened back then. Mr. Crouch may have made a big mistake. So, what do you mean? He would never forget Fudge's expression at that time. It was an expression that changed from astonishment to ecstasy, and finally to a calm expression of force-suppressed joy. I think the capture mission should be carried out by Aurors, not Dementors, was Ms. Proudmoore's answer. Perhaps we can learn some truths that were not discovered back then. Fudge nodded in agreement. Presumably Fudge, like him, realized the problem after hearing about this incident. Peter Pettigrew had too many loopholes. In his opinion, the truth of the matter may be just the opposite. Peter Pettigrew was the one who blew up a street and killed the Potters, and Sirius was the victim. If Sirius had been sentenced during Fudge's tenure, then the Minister of Magic will never agree to overturn the verdict. But the fact is just the opposite. Fudge's judgment on Sirius had nothing to do with him. The person directly responsible at the time was Barty Crouch Sr., then director of the Department of Legal Enforcement. Overturning the verdict only hit him in the face. Due to his outstanding contributions during Voldemort's rampage, Barty Crouch Sr. was quite prestigious in the Ministry of Magic. He was once a strong competitor for the Minister of Magic. It was not until his son was discovered to be a Death Eater that he lost his chance to become the minister. Opportunity. But even so, his prestige is still there, and he is Fudge's major political enemy. Now that the Deputy Director of the Department of Legal Enforcement is ready to attack the former director, Fudge naturally wants to follow suit. Voldemort, teach me a move? Black laughed when he heard this, even though there was an Auror pointing his wand at him. A terrible, joyless laughter filled the space. Pettigrew flinched when Black called him by his first name, as if he had been whipped. What? Afraid of hearing your old master's name, said Black. I don't blame you, Peter. Those who worked for him didn't like you very much, did they? I don't know what you are talking about, Sirius. Peter Pettigrew muttered, sweating faster, and now his whole face was covered in sweat. You haven't been avoiding me for 12 years, Black said. You've been avoiding Voldemort's former supporters. I heard some things in Azkaban. His words were so gloomy that Peter couldn't help but shudder. Peter, they all thought you were dead, or you have to give them an explanation. I heard them screaming in my sleep, saying all kinds of things. It sounded like they seemed to think that the liar has deceived them. Voldemort went to Potter's house based on your information. Speaking of this, Blake looked at Peter with blazing anger. Snape on the side also looked at the dwarf with cold eyes. It's a pity that Voldemort failed there. It's all your responsibility. Not all of Voldemort's supporters ended up in Azkaban, right? There are still many here, waiting for the opportunity, pretending that they have realized their mistakes. If they get wind of it. Knowing you're alive, Peter. I don't know. What are you talking about? Peter Pettigrew said again, his voice shriller than before. He wiped his face with his sleeve and looked up at the Aurors. You won't believe this. These crazy words. But the Aurors missed his gaze and looked at Tonks one after another. Although the girl is very young, she is the leader in this trip. I must admit, Peter, that I cannot understand why an innocent man would spend 12 years as a rat, Tonks said calmly. I'm innocent, but I'm terrified. Peter Pettigrew screamed. If Voldemort's supporters are after me, it's because I sent one of their most capable men to Azkaban. There's that spy, Sirius Black. Blake's face was twisted with anger. How dare you, he growled, sounding a lot like the bear-like dog he had transformed into. Voldemort's spy? When have I ever curry favor with someone stronger and more powerful than me? And you, I don't understand why I didn't see that you were a treacherous person from the beginning. You always like friends who are stronger than you. Okay, let them take care of you, right? It used to be us. Me and Dianping and James. Peter Pettigrew wiped the sweat from his face again, his breathing almost out of breath. I? Spy? You must be crazy. I don't understand how you can say such a thing. Lily and James asked you to be the secret keeper after listening to my stupid suggestion. Blake said through gritted teeth, speaking so fiercely that Peter Pettigrew couldn't help but flinch a little. I thought it was the most perfect plan. It was a clever trick. Voldemort would definitely come after me, and I would never have thought that they would take advantage of someone as weak and stupid as you. You tell me Voldemort said, you can hand over the Potters to him. That moment must be the most proud moment in your poor life. Blake was almost swallowed by regret, choked with sobs and unable to speak. Professor Snape's face on the ground turned livid, and he hated Peter Pettigrew almost more than Black. Of course Snape hated Sirius, their nasty pranks, his arrogance and absurdity, and even more for betraying Lily, but at the same time, he also knew that the little emperor was arrogant, and he did not bother to lie. The person who knows you best is your opponent. At first, Sirius did not defend himself, let alone cry out for injustice, but accepted the punishment of being imprisoned in Azkaban. This led Snape to believe that he was the culprit, which fit his character perfectly. But now he finally understood that it was not his confession out of pride, but out of some stupid self-blame. The main target of his revenge is someone else. Peter Pettigrew seemed to want to argue, but Levin was already impatient with the drama between the two. Actually, there is another way that can let us know the truth quickly. Levin suggested bluntly. Tonks cast her gentle eyes on the boy beside her. As expected, only he could discover the truth of the past. In fact, the easiest way is to use magic means, either Veritaserum or reading memories. I suggest the latter, because it is more intuitive. As he spoke, he took out a small bottle from his arms, which contained a ball of silver substance. The well-informed Auror recognized it immediately. It was a memory. This is Blake's memory. He provided it voluntarily in order to gain my trust. Levin slightly modified his words without revealing Blake's original folly. Sirius gave him a grateful look. Next, as long as we get Peter Pettigrew's and compare them with each other, the truth will naturally come to light. The law generally does not recognize this kind of evidence that may have been tampered with, Tonks thought for a moment and said, but this matter is an exception. The fact that Pettigrew is alive itself is the biggest evidence. But there is a problem, Levin suddenly said. He is not Black who wants to prove his innocence. If he is really the murderer, he probably will not cooperate. It will be very difficult to retrieve the memory. Having said this, he said meaningfully, I think I need some help. Then, the hoarse voice he was waiting for sounded. Maybe I can provide some help. It was Snape who spoke again. Under Levin's deliberate arrangement, the effect of lock tongue and throat sealing has ended. The hoarse and cold voice of the old bat came, like a poisonous snake spitting out a snake message. If you believe me, I brought with me a powerful Veritaserum of my own preparation. Just 3 drops can make him reveal his innermost secrets. Seeing that the other party spoke as he thought, Levin nodded secretly. In fact, with his level of psychic powers, he doesn't even need any Veritaserum to empty out the memory of Peter the Little Star. But he didn't do this just to give Snape some sense of involvement. This is not because he has any pity for Snape and wants to give him a chance to take revenge. Even if Snape is really a bitter man, Levin's little pity for him has long been worn away by his disgusting personality. A series of his actions, including passing by Snape on the way to the Forbidden Forest and luring him over, including letting Snape observe the whole process so that he knows the inside story. And now, waiting for Snape to take the initiative to help, it is all to draw Snape into trouble. Snape's participation in Peter's trial directly determined the attitude of Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Levin couldn't guarantee this if it was Sirius alone. Because this matter is not just as simple as redressing Sirius's wrongdoing. This also means that the forces headed by Jaina Proudmoore are trying to suppress the forces belonging to Old Barty Crouch in the Department of Law Enforcement and establish their own mountain. There are roughly 3 forces in the legal enforcement department today. The first group is the current director, Amelia Bones. The second unit is Barty Crouch Sr. Although he has now been transferred to the Department of International Magical Cooperation as director. But after all, he was in charge of the legal enforcement department during the time when Voldemort was raging, and he participated in the entire confrontation with Voldemort. It can be said that he has great prestige. There are still many people in the current executive division who support him. The third unit belongs to Undersecretary Jaina Proudmoore. Although Gianna is excellent, she does not have the support of a century-old family like the Crouch family and the Bones family, so the overall power is always a little bit behind. Therefore, the key to this matter is not that Sirius reverses the verdict, but it was Sirius who reversed the case in Jaina's hands. Once successful, it means that Gianna and her family have slapped Barty Crouch Sr. in the face, established their own prestige, and their overall power in the executive department will rise to a higher level. It would be very difficult for Jaina to do this alone. But now that Snape is in the water, he understands everything and is the one who wants Peter to pay the price the most. Once he enters the game, it means that Dumbledore has to hold his nose to enter the game and help Jaina defeat Crouch's struggle. This is Levin's design. Tonks didn't think about this, but she had just graduated from Hogwarts a few years ago and knew Snape's level very well. When Levin didn't refute, she immediately said cheerfully, "Professor Snape, it's great if you are willing to take action." In this way, it was as if I had just seen Professor Snape. It was obvious that she had regarded the person tied to the ground as air just now. Levin couldn't help but flash a smile that was imperceptible to others. After such a long period of words and deeds from Jaina, his sister also learned how to behave in the world. Professor Snape pursed his lips tightly and walked towards Peter Pettigrew with a livid face. "Severus." "Professor Snape." Pettigrew screamed, wanting to explain. "If I am the accomplice of the mysterious man, why haven't I hurt Harry?" Seeing that someone seemed to be listening carefully, his voice rose again. "I slept in Harry's dormitory for 3 years. If I worked for you-know-who, how come I never tried to hurt Harry?" "I'll tell you why," Black said. "I know you very well. You won't do anything for anyone if you don't think it's good for you. Voldemort has been hiding for 12 years. It is said that he already half-dead. You wouldn't kill someone right under Dumbledore's nose for a wizard who had lost all his powers and was in terrible health, would you?" Blake's analysis of Peter hits the nail on the head. Before you return to his service, you must be sure that he is the most powerful boss in the circle, right? Otherwise, why did you find a magic family to live in? This way you can hear new situations all the time, right, Peter? You want to know how safe it is to return to your old protector if he ever gains strength again. Peter Pettigrew opened and closed his mouth several times, as if he had lost the ability to speak. "Please give me flowers." Professor Snape grabbed Peter Pettigrew's chin to prevent him from dodging, then took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, opened the lid with one hand, and stuffed it into the market. Judging from his movements, it seemed as if he wanted to pour the entire bottle of Veritaserum into Peter's mouth. In the end, he restrained his hand and poured only 5 drops. Then Levin saw that Peter's whole body began to relax and he became mentally ill. So Levin also took action, raised the wand and pressed the tip of the wand against Peter Pettigrew. Just like he did with Blake, he pulled out wisps of silver-white substance from his forehead and stuffed it into the bottle. Beside him, Snape was still staring coldly at Pettigrew. That fierce look made Levin worry that he couldn't control himself and would give Pettigrew an avatar whistle at any time. But Snape is Snape after all. He finally calmed down and returned to the corner without saying a word. With the evidence in hand, Levin handed 2 bottles of memories to Tonks. Seeing this scene, Pettigrew's face became even grayer. He knew in his heart that as long as he was still alive in this world, this would be his biggest flaw. Plus the retrieved memories. He was trembling all over, whimpering piteously, and could hardly breathe. He looked terrifying, like a big bald baby curled up on the ground. But no one present showed sympathy. Blake looked at him fiercely, with a murderous expression that made the Auror who was guarding him couldn't help but hold down his shoulders. Levin released the vine restraints and handed Peter Pettigrew over to the Aurors for arrest. Zombies are floating. Tonks commanded the two Aurors, who were responsible for escorting Pettigrew back to the Ministry of Magic. As if there were invisible ropes tied around Peter Pettigrew's wrists, neck and knees, he was pulled to a standing position, his head still hanging unpleasantly, like a grotesque puppet. His feet were a few inches off the ground, hanging limply. Levin, you and Professor Snape need to go back to the Ministry of Magic with us as important witnesses. Tonks reminded, as for Principal Dumbledore, the minister will explain it to us. Levin nodded, as he had expected this. Professor Snape was also very happy. He wanted to see Peter Pettigrew being judged with his own eyes. Before leaving, Professor Snape suddenly thought of his two students, Ronald and Malfoy. What would they do if they left like this? But then he thought about it and gave up and went back to look for them. Although the escape route is blocked by the Whomping Willow, the other end of this passage leads to the Shrieking Shack. Moreover, his binding spell also has a time limit. When the spell is automatically lifted, the two of them will naturally be able to leave. He could never imagine Draco and Ronald's situation at this moment. The diarrhea potion that Levin casually sprinkled had completely evaporated in the air and had been inhaled by the two immobile little wizards Storm for some time. At this moment, Malfoy and Ronald could hardly resist the physical urge. Finally, of the two, Ronald was the first to lose control and decided to vent his anger. But sometimes, Schrodinger's fart prefers entrained escape. He didn't expect that what he had been holding in for a long time was actually a water fart. Hearing the fart with the obvious sound of water, Draco Malfoy covered his nose in disgust. 883. He could tell that the fart just now was more than just a fart. Being looked at by his mortal enemy like this, Ronald's face instantly turned as red as his hair, as if there was a ball of fire. By the time the two of them were lying down, the restraining spell had begun to loosen. I don't know whether it's out of the shame of having diarrhea or the anger of being treated as an enemy. In desperation, Ronald suddenly bumped into Draco, and the two meat bugs struggled together. Malfoy was shocked by the blow. But what was even more surprising was his sphincter, which was almost unable to hold on. Ronald's impact was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The muscles that had been tense under his strict control out of the dignity of the Malfoy family could no longer be stretched any longer. Then a thunderous exhaust sound sounded, mixed with the sound of water. Malfoy was really beaten to the shit. Seeing that his blow had such an effect, Ronald was overjoyed. Told you to laugh at me. Aren't you the same as me now? As for Malfoy, his expression was distorted at this moment. The arrogance of the pure blood, the dignity of the Malfoy family, and his fragile self-esteem were all wiped out by the blow just now. He is just a person who is beaten to death. The thick humiliation almost swallowed him up. Ronald's move not only shattered Malfoy's last self-esteem, but also shattered Malfoy's shackles. At this moment, he no longer cares about face, pride, or dignity. All he cares about is revenge against the culprit who caused all this, that is, Ronald. Suddenly, Malfoy no longer ignored the water in his stomach and launched a counterattack against Ronald with a ouch. Ronald was naturally not to be outdone, and fought with Malfoy regardless. Both of them saw the other's weakness, and they unanimously targeted the other's stomach as the first target. As a result, in the tunnel at the entrance of the cave, sounds of fighting, curses, and thunderous jets came and went. The stench suddenly filled the entire tunnel. The two people were soon retching due to the smoke, but the adrenaline reduced the physiological reaction, so the two of them were like two mad dogs with red eyes, trying to endure the stench to make each other look good. In fact, the two little wizards have thought about using a cleanup or something with their wands. However, during the fight between the two, the wand disappeared long ago, and the surroundings were pitch black. The two of them had no way to find the wand in the dark, so they had to focus on defeating each other, leaving the wand lying in the corner, and eventually being sprayed with filth. Covered by things. The strong stench not only spread all around, but also spread to the corridor below. It's a pity that Snape didn't smell the product of his two good students, because they are no longer here at this time. Levin reopened the portal, and everyone has arrived at the British Ministry of Magic. Tonks motioned for Levin and Snape to follow him, and the middle-aged Auror followed them. Several other Aurors escorted Black and Peter away. Tonks took Levin and the others into the elevator and went directly to the first floor, which was the office of the Minister of Magic and the logistics office. Several people walked along the thickly carpeted corridor, passing one bright wooden door after another. On each door there was a small sign with the name and position of the person in the room. After turning a corner and walking for a while, the corridor opened into a spacious area and came to a shiny mahogany door. On the muggled door where the door mirror is installed, there is a large round eyeball with a bright blue iris embedded in the mahogany wood. That's a magic eyeball. According to Tonks' explanation, this eyeball allows people in the office to see visiting guests and has a certain security check function. It is basically equivalent to the function of monitoring plus security inspection equipment. The sign under the eyeball reads, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Tonks politely knocked on the door and received permission to enter. After opening the door, Levin saw Jaina Proudmoore sitting on the chair opposite the minister's desk, looking at them with a smile and winking at Levin ambiguously when she saw him. The current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, is sitting at the very back, wearing the pinstriped cloak he usually wears. After meeting a few people, Fudge stood up and shook hands with Professor Snape politely. Then, he turned his eyes to Levin, with a faint smile on his lips. But Levin could sense what kind of calculation was brewing beneath the politician's smile. Levin Green, we meet again. Fudge showed his white teeth and looked quite friendly. You are indeed the best student at Hogwarts. You can surprise us every time. Thank you, Secretary Fudge. No matter how much he despises the other person in his heart, Levin remains humble and polite on the surface. Since you have decided to control the magical world of Een Kingdom through internal subversion, you must do a good job on the surface. I heard from Ms. Proudmoore that you were the one who discovered Sirius Black and Peter, right? Fudge asked in a kind tone. Levin nodded, but before he could explain anything, he was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. The person who came was a man in his 50s, with a straight back, stiff movements, and a short mustache that seemed to have been trimmed with a sliding rule. He was obviously a meticulous man. His face was extremely serious, and one could tell at a glance that he was a wizard who was not easy to talk to. But Levin noticed that the other party's suit was not neat and tidy. Instead, it was full of wrinkles. He had no time to tie it, and his shoes were also full of dust. All of this was quite different from his strict demeanor. Obviously, this man came in a hurry and had no time to take care of his appearance. Levin recognized his identity. The man nodded slightly to Professor Snape, and his eyes stayed on Levin for a moment. Levin stared back indifferently, and finally the other person looked away on his own. Fudge stood up immediately and revealed the identity of the other party. Oh, my old friend, Crouch, what brings you here? Yes, this is what Levin and Gianna are planning to deal with this time. The previous director of the Department of Legal Enforcement, a fighter against Voldemort, and now the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty Crouch. They had just arrested Peter, and the other party rushed over immediately. Apparently someone within the Auror had tipped off the information. His power in the Law Enforcement Division is evident. Connolly, I have something important to discuss with you on May 7th. Crouch said solemnly, without even a trace of a smile on his face. Fudge frowned. Miss Tonks, please take Professor Snape and Mr. Green to sit in the lounge next door. Levin followed Tonks obediently and left. This is a very large lounge, luxuriously furnished, befitting the minister's status. Professor Snape sat casually on a chair and turned gloomily to one side, obviously having no desire to talk to Levin. Although it was Levin who found Lily's real murderer for him. But being easily defeated by his own students and being tied up like that, this embarrassing experience made him a little embarrassed. Levin also found a chair and sat down. While flipping through the Daily Prophet on the table, he used psychic detection to listen to the conversation of the three people next door through the soundproof and magic-resistant wall. The three of them are all powerful people in the Ministry of Magic. Their conversations may sound plain, but they contain all kinds of swords and swords. Without any pleasantries, Barty Crouch got straight to the point. Fudge, I heard that the Aurors captured Black, who was on the run, and Peter Pettigrew, who had been dead for many years. Buddy, your information is really good. We just captured them. Fudge's tone was mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction that he could get the information so quickly. This means that his control over magic is still very lacking. Then, Barty Crouch Sr. started pointing fingers directly. Now that the wanted criminals have been captured, why are they kept in the Ministry of Magic? I think Sirius should be thrown into Azkaban immediately. As for that Pettigrew, I think it is very likely to be a counterfeit. We need to test it. Let's see if he is an ordinary person under the Black Confusion curse. I think our Aurors are capable enough to judge whether a person is awake or under a spell. Facing veteran cadres with outstanding achievements, Fudge still rarely has the opportunity to be so tough. At this time, he felt very happy in his heart. It's no wonder that in the Ministry of Magic, the largest department, the Legal Enforcement Department, is the most important department. In some ways, the other 6 departments are all responsible for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with the possible exception of the Department of Mysteries. Even the Wizarding Council 12, the docking department of the Wizengamot, is affiliated with the Legal Enforcement Department. As it was founded by the first Minister of Magic, the top leader of the department is usually a popular candidate for Minister of Magic, such as Barty Crouch Sr. in front of us. It is precisely because of this that Gwen objects to Gianna temporarily transferring out of the Legal Enforcement Department for promotion. However, before Cornelius Fudge became the Minister of Magic, he served as Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters. After all, this department is his direct lineage. Because of this, after he became the Minister of Magic, he was not able to fully control the Legal Enforcement Department. The consequence was that his power as the minister was not as great as he imagined. But Barty Crouch Sr., the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, was so domineering in front of the minister because of his former power in the Department of Legal Enforcement. This is why Fudge is willing to cooperate with Jaina in this incident. He viewed this as an effort to expand his influence within the Law Enforcement Division. Seeing this scene, Jaina said, "This case is extremely serious. I don't think the suspect can be thrown into Azkaban hastily. I suggest a formal process. A new trial of this case by the Wizengamot." Her words are very consistent with her status as Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Department. I think Deputy Director Gianna's suggestion is very reasonable. Fudge responded immediately. Seeing the two of them singing and singing in front of him, how could Crouch not see that they had premeditated it? His voice immediately turned cold. Okay, it is indeed a terrible future. He stared at Jaina coldly, but how could the Princess of Cold Tiras be afraid of him? As a hawkish politician, the man in front of him was far worse than his father, General Lin. As a spellcaster, Crouch is even more unworthy of wearing shoes for her teacher, Archmage Antonidas. Seeing that his glare failed again, Crouch could only say harshly, "Then I also demand that if the trial finally proves that Sirius Black is guilty, then the Ministry of Magic must in turn initiate a trial against the slanderers." "Judge the slanderers?" Fudge asked, puzzled. "I have reason to believe that this incident is a deliberate attempt to smear my personal image. No matter what the final outcome is, I will be labeled as having hastily concluded the case." Crouch's tone contained deep anger. However, Peter Pettigrew is still alive. This is an undeniable fact. Do you want to deny it all face to face? Fudge said unhappily. "Humph, Peter Pettigrew, who in the world fed you this rumor, Minister?" Crouch almost asked. It was Gianna who took the next step. "Mr. Crouch, this is not a story. The Department of Legal Enforcement has the responsibility to inform the Minister of the truth discovered." Crouch heard her hint. "Since you don't belong to the Law Enforcement Division, don't dictate such matters. While I was fighting the Dark Lord, you were still nursing, young man. Don't talk nonsense in front of me," Crouch said angrily. "But at least I will not give my son to the Dark Lord when I fight against him," Jaina retorted. Since the old story is going to be exposed, then everyone will hurt each other. Who is afraid of whom? The room next door suddenly fell silent, and Levin could almost predict how irritated Crouch would be after being poked in a sore spot. But in the end, he didn't say anything more. Now that we have broken down, there is no point in arguing with each other. After a moment of silence, Mr. Crouch took his leave and left the minister's office. After discussing the next process with Fudge, Gianna also left the minister's office, opened the door to the lounge, and walked in. She greeted Snape as soon as she came in. "Professor Snape, nice to meet you. Thank you very much for taking care of Levin at school. He is indeed very good at potions." Snape understood what the other party meant almost immediately. This is a nod to her close relationship with Levin. Snape looked at Levin with some surprise. He never expected that he, an outstanding student at Hogwarts, would be so familiar with the young director. However, this also directly caused Snape to lose the desire to communicate with Jaina. This is entirely due to his own efforts. Professor Snape simply replied and stopped talking. Jaina Proudmoore smiled slightly and did not take it seriously. So he obediently did not exchange too many pleasantries, but went straight to the point and asked about the details of what happened today. Beside her, a magic pen was writing and drawing on the parchment, automatically recording the notes. After recording the confessions of Snape and Levin, Jaina took Levin away in front of the potions professor, making no secret of their relationship. Levin spent the night in Gianna's office. During this period, Gianna worked overnight and arranged the trial of Blake and Peter in one night. Even the jury has been contacted. The next morning, everything was ready, and Levin followed Jaina to the Wizengamot courtroom. This is located on the 10th deepest floor of the Ministry of Magic, on the same floor as the Department of Mysteries. Levin thought this place was more like a dungeon than a courtroom. The surrounding walls were made of black stone, and the light from the torches was dim and gloomy. There was a bleak and gloomy atmosphere in the room. There were no pictures or any decorations on the walls, only dense rows of benches all around, arranged in steps. There is a chair in the center of the room that stands out. There are chains on the left and right on the armrests of the chair. The chair was clearly intended for the person being interrogated, and the chained chair was clearly visible from all sides. As the heavy door closed behind Levin, an ominous silence fell. "Well, it seems that we came too early, and we are actually the first," Jaina Proudmoore said with some surprise. Soon, the judges and court personnel involved in the trial also arrived one after another. In addition to Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Barty Crouch Sr. himself also came. Fudge nodded to Levin and Gianna, while Crouch beside him had an expressionless face with anger in his eyes. The largest number is the jury, at least dozens of people, all from the Wizengamot. They wear purple robes with a delicate silver W embroidered on the left chest. Among them, Levin saw a familiar figure, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. This old bat is not only the principal of Hogwarts, he is also the president of the International Federation of Magicians and the chief magician of the Wizengamot. No wonder Fudge was so afraid of him. This trial was so important that Black, Peter, and Snape, 3 members of the Order of the Phoenix and former members of the Order of the Phoenix, were directly involved. It's normal for him to appear here. Principal Dumbledore obviously noticed Levin as well. His eyes flashed behind his crescent-shaped lenses, and he smiled at Elu. For Dumbledore, although he was forcibly tied into the chariot by Levin this time, in the final analysis, Levin was helping his people in the Order to wash away their sins, and he was also helping his people in the Order to avenge themselves. Therefore, in this matter, the Order of the Phoenix owes them a big favor. After meeting Dumbledore, Levin understood. This time the plan has been considered a success. As everyone took their seats, the entire courtroom gradually became quiet. Cornelius Fudge was sitting in the middle of the row of benches in front. He stood up, looked around, and said, "Everyone is here, let's get started." "Are you ready?" he asked loudly across the bench. Levin followed his gaze and saw another witch sitting at the end of the bench. She was short and fat, with a broad, saga face, like a big clam in the tea of the Song dynasty. Even if he has never met her, Levin can guess her identity through her iconic appearance. Fudge's henchman, Umbridge. At this time, she did not have as much power as she would 2 years later. She only served as Fudge's assistant and did some record-keeping work during the trial. The fat woman was staring intently at the parchment in front of her, with a quill in her hand ready to record. The trial on February 12th, Fudge said in a booming voice, and the witch hurriedly started taking notes, her head lowered. Trial: the case of Death Eater Sirius Black, betraying the Potters and killing Peter Pettigrew 13 years ago. Interrogator: Minister of Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge. Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Jaina Proudmoore. Former Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch. Trial Recorder: Dolores Jane Umbridge. Defendant's witnesses: Levin Green, Nymphadora Tonks, Severus Snape. Levin walked off the stage and joined Tonks, the potions professor. After they reached the witness box, Fudge ordered the Aurors to bring Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew into the deliberation room. There was a sound of footsteps, and the door at the corner of the dungeon opened, and 4 people walked in: Black, Peter, and 2 Aurors. Well, Fudge looked at the dock with only 1 chair, and his face twitched. Okay, I think we need to get another chair. Umbridge, can you? Seeing the Minister of Magic's lame look, Levin couldn't help laughing. He didn't want the trial to be interrupted like this, so he stretched out his right hand, summoned the wand, and then shook it slightly. Copy into pairs. The next moment, an identical chair appeared next to the chair in the dock. He also thoughtfully created a railing between the 2 chairs to prevent the 2 people sitting in the dock from fighting. Oh, excellent transformation spell, Mr. Green, but it's a pity that this is not Hogwarts, and I can't give you extra points. Dumbledore on the stage showed a satisfied smile to Levin. Fudge also nodded and said, "Thank you for your help, Mr. Green, but as a young wizard, you can't. Forget it." He instinctively wanted to point out that little wizards were prohibited from using magic outside of school. But then he remembered that Levin had helped the Ministry of Magic complete the task of slaying the dragon, so he didn't say anything in the end. Now, the Aurors were able to escort Blake and Peter to chairs respectively. The chains bounced up instantly, binding them tightly. Fudge rummaged through a pile of documents, pulled out a piece of parchment from the pile, took a deep breath, and read out aloud, "The original pressure on Sirius Black." Through this judgment, everyone gradually recalled all the details of the Sirius case. After Fudge finished reading, a voice sounded. "Sirius Black." Levin turned his head and saw Barty Crouch Sr. standing up. He looked very serious and said seriously, "I have a very important question. I want to know why you have been imprisoned in Azkaban for 13 years and never thought of making a complaint. And now you tell us that you is innocent, Peter Pettigrew is not dead. What's the reason for this?" He stared into Blake's eyes, as if trying to shut him up through his aura. But Blake dismissed him. "That's because you didn't give me a chance to appeal. You just threw me into Azkaban without going through a strict trial, right?" Sirius glanced at Crouch contemptuously, "And whether Peter Pettigrew is dead or not, you don't need me to tell you at all, because he is right in front of you." In one night, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were stumped and still couldn't determine whether he was dead or not. His identity. Hearing Sirius' sarcastic words, the Wisengamots in purple robes couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They all knew that Sirius was right. Under normal circumstances, all cases involving wizards are decided by the Wisengamot as a jury, and even the minister cannot influence the outcome of the verdict. But there is an exception. During the First Wizarding War, in order to deal with the endless stream of Death Eaters and Dark Wizards, Barty Crouch, the then director of the Department of Legal Enforcement, led a new organization, the Magic Law Commission. The Magical Legal Council is lower level than the Wisengamot and consists of a judge, a panel of members, and a jury. The judge is also served by Barty Crouch himself. The Magical Law Commission was mainly responsible for the review of Death Eater trials at the time and had the power to rule on criminal cases and review information provided to them by convicted criminals. Shortly after the end of the First Wizarding War, Crouch was dismissed after his unsuccessful campaign for minister. In fact, the existence of the Magical Law Commission is an infringement of the Wisengamot's power, and the Wisengamot is quite opposed to this. Sirius was imprisoned when the Magical Law Commission still existed. The Wisengamot's reaction made Barty Crouch's face turn pale and his lips purse tightly. It wasn't until Fudge spoke again that the podium became quiet. "Please provide the results of last night's trial," Fudge said solemnly. 2 Aurors came up, one carrying a pensive, the other holding 2 memory bottles and some parchment. Levin glanced at Gianna, and then the deputy director of the Legal Enforcement Department stood up and said, "Now, I request that one of our witnesses, Levin Green, come to show us some evidence." "The application is approved," Fudge said cooperatively. So Levin left the witness box, went to the evidence box, poured the memory in one of the memory bottles into the pensive, and then pointed his wand at the pensive. Powerful phantom. The scene that originally had to be immersed in the pensive to see suddenly appeared in the center of the courtroom under Levin's superb illusion magic. Just like a huge 3D holographic projection movie. The scenes in the memories of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew were vividly displayed before everyone's eyes. The Wisengamots were in an uproar. They have never seen this kind of magic before, but now their eyes have been opened. It was such a real scene that they could even feel the breeze and smell the smell. The eyes looking at Levin were full of wonder and admiration. This little wizard has given them surprises more than once. Maybe he will be another Dumbledore in the future. As for Dumbledore himself, he looked at Levin with even more complicated eyes. He seemed to have been underestimating the boy's talents and abilities. In short, Levin acted out the memories of the 2 people in the courtroom just like he was acting in a movie. It made all the Wisengamots happy to see it. This also greatly reduces the time they spend reviewing evidence. Otherwise, if you go to see the pensive one by one, you will see the year of the monkey and the moon of the horse. After the memory ended, Levin noticed that there were many female members of the Wisengamot, and there were tears in Sirius Black's eyes when they looked at them. "I object," Crouch said, standing up. "Memory is too subjective, too easy to change, and it is not sufficient as evidence." "You're right, Crouch." Jaina also stood up and said coldly, "But this doesn't seem to be the point of view you put forward. Wasn't the famous pensive trial started under your leadership?" As the first implementer of the plan to defeat Crouch, she finally stood up and began to directly confront the opponent. "Sirius was originally convicted by your pensive trial, so why can't you use the pensive trial to exonerate him now?" Gianna's words were so sharp that Barty Crouch Sr. was choked and speechless for a long time. It was Fudge who asked, "What do you think, Ms. Proudmoore?" "My opinion is that since this trial is a retrial of the original Sirius case, some of the rules from the previous trial of this case should be allowed to be used. Only in this way is it consistent with the principle of fairness." Jaina chatted. The Wisengamot people discussed it a lot, and they all thought this statement was reasonable. Crouch failed to prevent the evidence from taking effect and could only sit back. Gianna began to question the defendant. "Peter Pettigrew, why did you fake your death and escape?" "I lied to everyone, but I had a reason." Even though Peter's voice was filled with fear, he was still quibbling. He reiterated the rhetoric he had given at the beginning, saying how he was afraid of Sirius and so on. Hearing this shameless remark again, Sirius straightened his body angrily. But he was pulled back to the chair tightly by the chains, that's right. It's unbelievable that a wizard turned into a mouse and lived in hiding in other people's homes for 13 years just to avoid a prisoner in Azkaban. A shrill, thin voice sounded like a fussing little girl, pointing out Peter's problem before Sirius yelled. It was record-keeper Umbridge. Just now, Levin saw the look in Fudge's eyes, so she stood up immediately without even a trace of hesitation. "Umbridge, the court has not allowed you to speak." Crouch stood up and said coldly. Umbridge sat down obediently, but looked at Fudge with a look of asking for credit. Fudge nodded slightly. What a born politician. Levin sighed in his heart. Although Umbridge is indeed very disgusting, she does have the ability to act according to the prevailing situation and push others to the limit. No wonder Future can climb to a high position in a short period of time. There was another whisper in the room. The members of the Wisengamot discussed and nodded. Apparently, Umbridge's words moved them. Peter Pettigrew was curled up in his chair, his face pale and sweating profusely. In the face of the reality of his life, all explanations seemed feeble. Crouch wanted to ask, but Fudge got there first. Since the evidence is conclusive, let's vote. After seeing that the jury's mind was basically tilted toward Sirius, Fudge immediately made the decision to end the questioning and enter the voting session. This is also the way the Ministry of Magic affects judicial power. The judicial power of the magical world and the underworld is indeed in the hands of the Wisengamot. Any case must be voted by the Wisengamot jury. But this does not mean that the Ministry of Magic cannot exert influence on the case. After all, the organizers of the court are the Ministry of Magic, and they can choose how to proceed with the trial. This is like two people competing in running. You are chasing each other on the same track. When the race stops, whoever runs farther wins. And one of them can decide when to stop playing. He could have waited until he reached the front and then called stop immediately. In this case, as long as your strength is not overwhelmed by your opponent, you can always find a way to win. Now Fudge is playing this trick. Hearing that there was going to be a vote, the Wisengamots in the stands began to whisper again, exchanging their views on the case. In the dock, Blake looked at his toes nervously. His heart seemed to swell greatly, beating wildly under his ribs. He originally thought the interrogation would be longer, and he didn't know if he left a better impression. In fact, he didn't say a few words. He should go into more detail about how he came to the decision to change the secret keeper, how he was tricked in tracking Peter. He looked up at Fudge twice and opened his mouth to speak, but his swollen heart made him unable to breathe. Both times he just took a deep breath and lowered his head to look at the shoes on his feet. The whispers died down. Black wanted to look up at the judges, but found it much easier to continue studying his shoelaces. Fudge turned back and looked at the stands. Now, please pay attention to the jury. Those who agree with Sirius' acquittal, please raise your hands. Blake raised his head and was pleasantly surprised to find that, except for Crouch, most of the jurors raised their hands. Some others hesitated and chose to follow the crowd after seeing so many people raising their hands. Then, Fudge jumped to the next crime. Peter Pettigrew betrayed the Potters, bombed a Muggle street, resulting in the death of a large number of Muggles, framed Sirius Black, resulting in his innocent being imprisoned in Azkaban for 13 years. Levin noticed that Barty Crouch's face darkened even more horribly than Snape's usual expression when he heard innocent being imprisoned. Cornelius Fudge had finished listing Pettigrew's charges and said loudly, "Please raise your hands if you agree with the accusation." Hands were raised one by one, and the number did not exceed 70%. Blake's breathing became rapid and he wanted to count carefully, but before he could finish counting, Fudge said, "If you agree that the crime is not established, please raise your hands." Crouch looked around and saw 6 or 7 people looking at him. They were all his die-hard supporters and had never raised their hands before. But in their faces, Crouch was in trouble. His hand moved slightly, but in the end he did not raise it. Seeing this, Fudge showed a victorious smile on his face. "Mr. Crouch, you BCDF, didn't raise your hand twice? Do you have any other opinions on this case?" Crouch seemed to have a big piece stuck in his throat and was speechless. Okay, Fudge's tone was obviously relaxed, and he didn't intend to further anger the other party. Okay, then I can take it that you have no objection to their sentencing? Crouch took 2 deep breaths and his voice became strange because he was trying his best to suppress his anger, of course. "Great, we have reached an agreement on the outcome of the trial. Sirius will be acquitted and should receive reasonable compensation. We will discuss the specific amount of compensation after the meeting. And now we need to decide Peter Pettigrew should be punished." After that, he looked at Gianna beside him. "As the Deputy Director of the Legal Enforcement Department, I need to ask for your opinion. According to the existing law, what crime should Peter Pettigrew be sentenced to?" Jaina immediately realized that this was the final stage of this war. The verdict against Peter Pettigrew actually represents the attitude towards Crouch. It is enough to symbolically insult him, slap him in the face, and establish your own dignity. We still have to completely defeat this opponent who has strong influence in the legal enforcement department. In one word of hers, if she chooses the former, then Peter will receive a light sentence, such as life imprisonment or something. If it is the latter, then Peter should be sentenced to death. Only in this way can we prevent future overturning of the case to the greatest extent. Jaina thought for a while, looked at Fudge again, and finally made a decision. He betrayed his friends, took refuge with the Dark Lord, and killed innocent muggles for his own benefit, and framed his companions. All these cruel behaviors are really inhumane. Just being imprisoned in Azkaban is no longer enough to punish him. She shouted loudly. He declared, I believe that Peter Pettigrew, for the crimes he has committed, should be sentenced to receive the most extreme form of Azkaban's Dementor's Kiss. If Levin hadn't mentioned that Voldemort would return and the Death Eaters would reappear, Jaina would not make such a decision. At present, the first batch of graduates of the Erudite Society have not yet arrived, and her foundation in the entire Ministry of Magic is not yet solid. If you rush to kill Crouch at this time, it is very likely that you will get huge backlash. But combined with Levin's prophecy, everything is different. When the Death Eaters reappear and signs of Voldemort's return appear, the wizarding world will surely fall into chaos. When the time comes, stability will naturally be paramount. Whoever can fight against the Dark Lord and provide stable order will be able to ascend to power. In that case, doves like Fudge would be at a disadvantage. Those hawks from the Law Enforcement Division will receive more support. In this regard, Crouch and she occupy the same ecological niche. She is also the one who advocated the fight against the Dark Lord, so why did others ignore Barty Crouch Sr., who had made outstanding achievements, and support her as a young man? Therefore, the right way is to knock down Crouch before anything happens. Even if he will be backlashed by this, when the crisis comes, the so-called backlash will naturally disappear. On the other hand, Fudge's attitude obviously wanted to kill Crouch as well. By making this decision on his own, he can achieve temporary cooperation with Fudge, which can slightly make up for the losses caused by the backlash. Sure enough, Fudge was quite satisfied with Jaina's attitude. He looked at the jury. I personally agree with Deputy Director Jaina's judgment. Are there any different opinions on the Wisengamot? If you agree, please raise your hand. The jury was silent. The Dementor's Kiss is really frightening. But what Peter Pettigrew did was indeed too cruel. Would a punishment like the Dementor's Kiss be too much? Professor Dumbledore suddenly said, How about sentencing him to life imprisonment? Jaina glanced at Dumbledore. The greatest white wizard in history must not be able to bear it anymore. And he has always opposed cruel punishments, such as the Dementor's Kiss. But she did not directly reject Dumbledore's proposal, nor did she expect to interfere with his decision. Instead, she turned to the other members of the Wisengamot and said in a deep voice, Everyone, think about the scene you just saw. Think about Sirius. Encounter. What would have happened if instead of Levin Green capturing Peter Pettigrew and revealing these truths, Blake had been captured by the Dementors? As the deputy director of the Legal Enforcement Department, she had clearly opposed the emergence of Dementors before. This sentence is most suitable for her. Everyone knows the answer to this question. There is no doubt that once the Dementors capture Black, what awaits him will definitely not be a trial like today, but a kiss from the Dementors. Fudge's face was a little livid. What he said just now was a bit of a slap in the face. But it did convince a lot of people. People in the jury began to raise their hands one after another, and more and more. Mr. Crouch still did not raise his hand, but this time, everyone ignored his opinion. Then it's obvious, Fudge's face showed unprecedented determination and cruelty. This punishment will be carried out immediately. Suddenly a voice sounded. It's Sirius Black. Blake, do you have any objection? Jaina asked in surprise. She never dreamed that it would be Blake who stood up to oppose him. What did Levin do? Didn't he say that he had already taken care of Blake? Pettigrew burst into tears and stared blankly at the man beside him. They were once good friends. Hope shone in his eyes. Black glanced at him with disgust, turned around, and said loudly, I am willing to use all my compensation in exchange for a qualification. Everyone looked at Blake curiously. I want to get the right to watch the execution up close in person. I want to watch him accept the kiss of the Dementor with my own eyes. Black said loudly, as if he was venting his grievances and resentment for 13 years. Scare me, as long as it doesn't keep him alive. Jaina breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Fudge. The Minister of Magic nodded without hesitation. Of course, I think Mr. Black's request is reasonable and does not require compensation at all. The people in the jury also nodded. When it comes to things like Blake, let alone watching the execution, it's not too much to propose the execution in person.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.